First you said that I was cute, angelic, someone that you cherish, a soul without blemish. You said that your eyes are for me, no other, dedicated lover. Why did you bother, if all you wanted was a toy, to make you feel more than a boy? You found a woman to employ, to show them throw just like a toy, a toy. You play your mind games to make sure you're in control. You do the wrong thing and tell me it was my fault. That's why I soon heard I was rude and jealous, insecure and hellish, and all-round wreckage. Told me to give up on my dreams, ambitions. You set the conditions, 'cause you're on a mission. Think you mistook me for a toy, to make you feel more than a boy. You found a woman to employ, to show them throw just like a toy, a toy. I couldn't recognize myself anymore. You turned me into some other. Hope you find a woman you won't destroy. Just don't treat her like another, like another, another, like another, another toy, to make you feel more than you found a woman to employ, to show them throw just like a toy. Oh my.
I'm Nathan, that's Admirable Zamora, a caster from the North American region, and I'm going to be giving you my top 5 standout picks here for the Dragonlands Championship. Rainplosion is a player that stands out to me from the North American region, with an absolute dominant performance in only set 7. They haven't competed at another time. They won one of the cups, they had a strong performance the next one, and then at the North American Regional Finals, you continued to see that style of breakout performance. Having, I think, a study line that is very diligent, and unlike most of the other players I've seen, I expect that to fully return here. She has just absolutely crushed it with an unbelievable style of play. Very consistent and very strong. Huanmi is a pick for the Dragonlands Championship for me. Being from China, one of the strongest regions, if not the strongest region, excuse me on this one, they're absolutely the most dominant region in the world. And now a third time as an opportunity to become set champion. This is just remarkable. You cannot deny somebody who is able to demonstrate this level of strength. Cloud9's K3 Soju has to be a standout pick for me at the Dragonlands Championship, being one of the largest community figures in the world. His dedication to the game is nigh unmatched, and in this set in particular, he is at a peak performance level. I think we'll continue to see him get stronger, but this is really it. You get one opportunity at your first championship, and I'm hopeful he can take it down here today. Dasig is one of my picks for the Dragonlands Championship because if you look at their tournament resume, it's consistent stamps of strong finishes. They're very often ahead of the meta with strong reads and strong execution on those playlines as well. Brix is one of my standout players for the Dragonlands Championship because of an unbelievable performance to get to this point. If you look at day 1 and 2 of the EMEA regional finals, they had 5 wins over the first 2 days. Their day 3 was very weak, but at the Western LCQ, we saw what that day 3 would have looked like, akin to their day 1 and day 2 performances at the regional. An absolute crushing performance with absolutely no question about it. Going into game 6, before the tournament had ended, they had already qualified for the World Championship.
Hello, my name is BabyA72 and I will be your analyst for Set 7 Dragonlands World Championships. We are going to predict 5 potential winners for this champion, and my number 1 pick will be My Paradise. My Paradise is a very old Korean TFT player that's been in the scene from the beginning of TFT. He has innovated a lot of strategies, a lot of compositions, and he is an all-rounder. He knows how to win streak, he knows how to lose streak. Number 2, my pick will be Soju from North America. Soju is one of the players that has the most gameplay time. That means he actually has one of the most experiences. He's also known for his very unique positioning styles and creative deck building techniques. Number 3, my choice will be Hwanmei from China. Hwanmei is currently at his 4th World Championships, and China currently has the best level of competition and R&D in the entire world. This guy made it through all that competition. We are definitely excited to see what Hwanmei brings to the fray. Number 4, my pick will be Daesik from Europe. Now, people confuse Daesik with Jing because Jing actually has much more points in the Turkey-like region. But Daesik is a man that's maintained rank 1 in the European leaderboards for a very long time. He is very talented, and I'm very personally excited to see him perform in this World Championships. Number 5, my pick is going to be actually Super from Brazil. Now, many people underestimate Brazil, but they actually have one of the best gaming infrastructures amongst the regions. They are really strong as a nation and as a people, and I am very excited to see Super bring his a style into the game.
My name is Peter Counterfeit Hartnell, and these are my 5 picks for the Dragonlands Championship. First up, somewhat predictably, is going to be Daesik. He promised right back at the beginning of things this season that he was going to be going to Worlds and hopefully becoming the world champion himself. I'd like to give him the benefit of the doubt here. Certainly a very dominant contender in the Super Brawl, so hopefully he'll follow through on that promise. Bricks from Tunisia up next, one of my favorite new players coming into the scene, or newer players coming into the scene. An absolute wrecking ball of a player, smashed through regionals day 1 and 2, fell off in day 3, but then came back through the last chance qualifier, again showing tremendous domination. I think they're really well suited for a tournament as brutal as this one. Good day from Korea. Certainly Korea coming in 3rd and 4th last time round, just behind China's 1st and 2nd, should not be discounted, so I'm really excited. The Japanese regional champion. Japan, as was written up extremely well by Impetuous Panda over on Reddit and other places, is a region that's looking to try and establish itself amongst the other regions like China and like Korea. With an incredibly dominant regional champion, hopefully this will be their chance to make a big splash on the world stage. The Double 61 from France, of course, we had some pretty high hopes for them coming out of the previous season when, of course, they won the regional finals in EMEA. Hopefully, this will be their chance to become the double world champion that everybody needs and hopefully bring back the title to EMEA.
Hey everyone, it's Frodan. I'll be casting the Teamfight Tactics Dragonlands Championship this weekend, and here are my top 5 players to pay attention to. Number 1, Shringa from China. This man has dominated the CN ladder all set, and he has caught my eye. He is the player I have watched the most and been the most impressed with this set. At number 2, I'm going with experience. Huanmi from China already has won the Reckoning Championship. He has the experience, he has the poise, and he has the skills and the LP. At number 3, I'm going with another former champion in KC61 from France. This kid is a special talent, and he's going to remind people why he was a former champion. At number 4, I'm going back to China with another player that people might not know that much. It is Hu Xing. I think Hu Xing is very impressive every time I watch him play this set, and I expect him to perform very well. At number 5, I'm going with the most underrated region in TFT. It is South Korea. They perform well every championship, and this one will be no exception. They're sending one of their best players, My Paradise, and I think he is going to destroy this weekend.
Hi, I'm Calypso. I'm gonna be the host for the Dragonlands Championship, and this is my top 5 in the tournament. Okay, so starting off, I think China has great players. They've been demonstrating a quite quality level. So I'm gonna put 2 players for top 5. In my opinion is Xunxie, that he has won the China Regionals. I think he is really good. And another option second, this is not a specific order, okay, but another option is Huanmi. Is it the best player? No. Is it my favorite player? No, but he does it every single time, like every single tournament. He's only like top 8, top 16. He's really, he knows how to perform okay in the tournament in order to get the highest position. Okay, so another option for me is Brix. He's been in the Last Chance qualifier. I think we all fell in love with him. He does so smooth the transition from early to mid game to late game. He doesn't lose many HP, so I think he can be a great fit for the top 5. And another option, I know many of the US players have been really good in the competition so far on the scrims. I'm gonna put my bet a little bit blind on this one, but Double 61, the first champion we ever had on TFT. I'm a little bit curious. Is he gonna perform well again? Is he gonna be on top 8, top 16? We don't know, but I'm gonna leave that bet like that. And the last one, I have to put one of my Latin babies on this one. I don't know which one of them, but I'm for sure certain one of them is gonna be top 8, and I'm gonna put one of them top 5. It can be Fritz, or it can be Summers, it can be Kiki or Life. One of them is gonna be in there.
Hi, my name is Max, and I want to predict 5 players that you might not have on your screen just yet. First off, starting with Europe, of course, I have to say Noel. Our player from Hungary has done extremely well for themselves throughout the entire circuit and the EMEA finals, and I feel like Hungary winning the World Championship would just be a storyline that I am ready for, and I think he absolutely deserves it. Now, my second prediction is going to be Brix. And now you say, okay, Brix has the Mortdog Blessing, I get it, but he's been playing so well. In the EMEA finals, out of 10 games, he had 5 first places. I dare you to find me another player that has that kind of win rate strat going on. Like, I think it's pretty much impossible. Speaking of impossible players, we're gonna hop on over to Japan, where Tidal is waiting, and Tidal actually pretty much destroyed the Japanese regionals by going second and then first in their checkmate format. He reached the 18 points and then slammed the first right after that, ending the tournament after 3 games with a really crazy showcase of skill and talent. For my 4th prediction, we're gonna go to Oceania, because Oceania has a really good World Championship raid. They made it to day 3 in 75% of the World Championships, and I feel like Tamura might just have what it takes to take it all home. He has been doing extremely well in the Oceania circuit and has qualified over their point system. So out of all of the players in Oceania, one of the players that has done the best, just by default, that's what the stats say. So I feel like he might be able to take it. And then for the last player, I want to talk about VCLF, who's from Brazil. And while he has been at Worlds before, and we know the Brazilian players, right? Like Slooper, I feel like VCLF, he has that bite. I think he might just bring Brazil the World Championship win, and that'd be so cool as well.
Hey everybody, I'm Niberia, and I'm going to be casting and hosting the TFT Dragonlands Championship. And I've been told that these are my top 5 predictions coming into the championship. First up for me has got to be Holy, one of the Japanese players. For anyone who wants to get a sense of who he is as a person, he told us coming into the tournament that he has a toddler, a baby, and another on the way, and he wants to make his family proud. Now, look, I don't need to see his play. I believe in the baby buff. I think he's got this one in the bag. My second prediction, I think, is going to be coming from North America, Rainplosion. She's been looking absolutely incredible recently. Coming out of the Jade Cup, first place, of course, was an amazing finish, but looking like one of the stronger players in North America right now, and I think she's going to go far at the championship. Next up for me has got to be, we got to go from my former home region. It's going to be Huanye. I got to do one read for the Chinese fans at home so that they know I've been studying. They know I've been practicing. Huanye. There we go. That's for the real. That's for all the fans. I think Huanye is a really good player and has been consistently for the past couple of sets. I think he's going to bring it back. That experience is going to do wonders for him. Also coming out of China, Kezi, coming out of China, got second place in the final TOC day. But every other competition this set, he's been going first place, has a really cool style, goes for some really neat economy plays, like going a full economy augment into Yone reroll, which no one ever does. So I think that creativity is gonna do him really well as he comes into the championship. I gotta give a shout out to Bricks, and I gotta have him as my 5th pick. This man has been grinding since Rising Legends started. We first saw him coming into the open qualifiers back when those used to be on stream. We'd be like, oh, this Bricks guy is doing really well. And then he'd fall out, wouldn't make it to the main event, or another time he'd make it to like day 2 of a Golden Spatula Cup, and he'd look really strong, but couldn't quite make it. But this last set, especially after the mid-set update, he has just been grinding and improving and improving and improving, especially with those finishes in the finals and the LCQ. I think he's going to go far, and I think he's got a shot at taking the championship.
Waiting for you to come home. I've been all night waiting. like you. Been let down each time that I've tried to find another, but I always come back to you. We're a perfect match made in the fire. You know you can't fulfill my desires. Many try, but I only got you in my eyes, in my eyes. Oh my, come on, let's do this dance tonight. I gotta have you, boy, you're playing with my heart. We look around, but we don't see nobody else. Nobody, nobody.
Give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving,
Oh my.
give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving, your loving. Oh my, your loving. Oh my.
I've been all night waiting for you to come home. I've been all night waiting for you to come home. Oh my, come on, let's do this dance tonight. I gotta have you, boy, you're playing with my heart. We look around, but we don't see nobody else. Nobody.
Nobody, give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving,
Oh my.
give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving, your loving.
The big play, selling the board.
One more wave from Deja will be enough.
Third to finish with full dominance. Lilo from China.
He's just the god of TFT right now, fully online. And it looks like Shiso has won the final lobby.
Welcome everyone, day 2 of TFT Dragonlands Championship. My name is Calypso, I'm gonna be hosting this amazing day, and today is the great day. A chop is gonna be murder here in this scene.
All right.
There's gonna be
Already.
murders in here
The
because
stakes are high. But
this is
stakes
the
are high.
big day. Because tomorrow only top 8 players are gonna get it for the final day. I'm here with Frodan and Bebe, guys. Welcome.
Wow, yeah, it's great to be here. Day number 2 of the Dragonlands Championship. You heard it from Kylie herself. There's going to be murder apparently going on. Really fun day 1 of games. I can't wait to figure day number 2.
I mean, every region actually had their spot into this like a finals. We have Japan, we have China, we have EMEA, we have like a Korea as well too. There's actually 3 Chinese team and 2 Korean teams in the current like a top 8, but it is only day 1, and now we're gonna get into day 2, so we'll see exactly what players manage to make it into top 8.
Yeah, some of the players went really well with the composition, but not just that, because they abstained of going safe for 4th place. But remember, this day is the very important day. They do not need to go safe, they need to go for top 1 for most of them.
That's right. We're only taking 25% of the field, and that's not very many slots. You're looking at 75% of it, 24 players eliminated. So for people who are on that 16 to 20 range, they're going to have to take bigger risks in order to make that top 8. But then that also might mess with their heads a little bit, because they might be taking unnecessary risks in a spot where they can still go for that consistent finish.
I really want to go. I want to see how the points are right now. But let's remember the audience that are watching at home that you can use the hashtag TFT Championship and join our conversation. Like, for example, tweet out who you think is going to be the top player who's going to take the spatula crown. And for you, baby, I want a prediction, like a simple one for the audience.
Okay.
Who's going to win?
Right now we are currently hosting in front of many NA audiences, so could it be K3? I mean, I'm Korean, guys. I'm sorry. I have to root for Dongguri. I have to root for Dongguri because he is also a very talented player that's been playing for a long time. Of course, my heart lies within the Ladder Warriors that couldn't make it. Daisik, I root for Daisik a lot. I root for Setsuko a lot. I root for Jin a lot as well too. But for this tournament, actually, I have a lot of favorites. It's not like specifically one. It would be. It would
trying
be,
to play it cool for all the players.
It would be. I like Hwanmei. I like Daisik as well too. Like, there's just so many people I want to pick. I want to pick Soju as well too. I don't think it's a fair comparison. I also want to pick Slooper and Fritz. These guys have also been playing like so fantastically well, and that was very difficult. And
Wow.
Baby,
All right,
it's all over.
we have 25 minutes left for the pre-show. Maybe want to fill the rest of the time by talking about each player.
I know you like chaos.
I mean, he's right. We do have a North American audience that's tuning in, staying up late to watch K3 Soju. He is my pick to win it all, only because we want North America to finally win some Riot Esports. I know that we did well in Valorant that one season, but now, that's old news. It's time. It's time for K3 Soju to fulfill the prophecy, break that reputation of being a ladder warrior, and become one of the immortal names in all of TFT history.
Okay, so we are in that vibe that we're cheering for every single region. So go Latam, let's go. We have a video recap day 1. Let's see how our warriors got that first day. Welcome everyone to the TFT Dragonlands Championship. My name is Calypso. I'm going to be the host in this amazing tournament, but I'm not alone here. I have great high quality casters and analysts with me. Is here Niberia and Counterfeit. Guys, welcome. If you should join me, I really want to show you something really cool we've been planning with the team. Come on, guys. Show me.
What's all this then?
We prepared for you for the first time. We have the Academy open.
What? We're going to focus on exactly what makes the Seraphine Grace composition work and why this composition was one of the best in the previous regions. If you look onto this new equipment, this new board right here, got Zac, Pantheon, and Rakan for the front line. We got Graves, Zeri for damage line, and Seraphine and Zyra for the CC and shield utility value.
Wait.
Want this?
They're telling me they have the first game ready. I'm really excited about that. I think we've all been waiting for this. So the casters are gonna go and get it. Frodan, Admirable, and Makes, welcome.
The lightning rain will come crashing down and annihilate the entire board. Where players go next?
Oh my
goodness.
gosh!
Just gonna find Deja in this. Actually, I'm
You're
getting
treating this very
flabbergasted.
casually right now, Makes. This is a huge fight. There's a solo focus on the Shioyu, and guess what?
double 61 is going to deliver a big hit and claim the second lobby of the day in just 2 games.
We do see Zippy in the corner doing an incredible job of punishing these backline carries. That's got to have consequences going forward for the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, unfortunately for Holy, the same thing happened to his ASOL that would have happened to the Ao Shin, targeted in the backline by that Zippy and ripped to shreds. Does it hit? There's gonna be the thunder coming down and barely takes out the Graves.
Look at Noel's face! That is the face of denial. I cannot believe that's how the round ended. The Zyphon drops.
Gone.
It's gonna be Zyphon versus
Oh, it's
Zyphon.
verse.
The heels come in and the dragon drops. You can see the resignation there on the face of Tex. Even if there's a smile, what a hell of a way to end game number 4.
GG. The CC from Yasuo doing a great job
Oh,
with the ultimate
beautiful
from
CC.
the Kaisa. Still coming out regardless. Graves, half health, he's down, and it looks like Lelouch is going to take out North America's champion.
It was so close, but I think the reroll there, getting the extra chalice damage on our friend Kaiser as, oh my gosh, look up in the top left of your screen. That's the dragon that will pierce through the heavens. That is a God Emperor made flesh.
All right, we have a lot of surprise today. Some of the players that we reached, like, thinking they were going to go fast, 8, top 1, all that, they were struggling, like Kose, for example. But some others really perform amazing. Let's see a little bit of the overstanding points we have so far on the players, because just a quick reminder, today we're going to see Lobby 3. That is most of the players that didn't perform that well on the first day. Today is the big chop, remember, so they need to put like step it up for sure.
Yeah, and the point total threshold for BO to guarantee just double basically what you have, because after 2 days of play, let's say that 26 becomes 52, so you want to run out that 53 range in order to be safe-ish, but you never know, because then maybe these players, like let's say Title Huami, just keep posting first. That's going to take more points away from the field, so anything can really happen, baby.
I mean, I completely agree. It's because that the points are actually really, really close. If you look at the players, they're all near between 20 all the way up to 29-ish. So that's actually 1 to 2 games difference. It's not really that huge. So even though that we see a lot of teams here in the first page, it can actually completely change, and the turns can tide.
I'm really curious about the players that are like 9, 10, 11, that they're so close to getting in, but they need to assure some first place and then here, and this is the rest of the day. Today we're going to see a little bit more of Daisy, Rain for sure, that we haven't seen. Shunka, oh my god. This lobby today is going to be savage.
Yeah, and then how can people pick themselves mentally? I'm looking at number 29, Holy from Japan. Look at his start. 7 and 8, second and first. And then
First.
What happened?
Wow.
8.
Like imagine being
in a row.
Imagine being on the bottom of standings, having 3 first place.
But can he pick himself up mentally from that?
I mean, these players are not really that bad players as well, too. They're all very talented. That's why they got to Worlds first place. But it's just that their rhythm hasn't been going in such a good direction. Especially the 32nd player is a fellow Korean. He is a very fellow Korean. His scores are filled with 7s and 8s. But still, I know that he is actually pretty skilled in a sense. So it must be very enforced to be in a spot like that.
Yeah, remember if you got top 8, you're going to have only 1 point, and it's really taking you down in the table. So let's talk about a little bit of the players first that really made an amazing job. Yesterday we were talking about, for example, Title. He played a lot of Lagoon, and you can see other players trying to reach out to a Lagoon, like for example a Lagoon opener in early. There's gonna be passive income for sure, but did they perform well?
So yeah, Lagoon was a really interesting composition in particular because other people who tried it, as Kylie just said, weren't as successful. We saw it on stream where Daysig, for example, tried to play the Sohm carry and was not able to stabilize, just had too few hit points, chasing Neela 3, missed it by 1. And you always think about this composition, the highs are very high. Yeah. but with Lagoon, the lows are very low because it's not easy to streak because you're playing Lagoon, and also you really need to have perfect items, and you need to make sure that you're able to be ahead of the curve with Lagoon awards because you need to get the item components at 80 and 140. So many things have to go right. But Title, the player from Japan, one of the underdogs in terms of the mainstream popular TFT players, has found a way to put not one, not two, but 3 good Lagoon games in yesterday.
That was really good. And actually, baby, I want to ask you, because speaking of Lagoon, we had many reroll Kaisas, for example, players, but didn't hit that well, not because the composition wasn't good, because they got that Kaisa 3-star really late, and other people had more dragons that were more strong.
I mean, that's the thing about Kaisa comps in general, is that since Lagoon start is a start that gives so much early on economy, every top tier challenger player wants to go for Lagoons. They want to go for either Lagoons or they either want to go for Shimmer Scales. So when these players go for these Kaisas, and especially if there aren't any other, let's say, Yone 3 stars, other 2 costs like a 3 stars in the lobby, then it's going to be very difficult to find it because Kaisas will be contested, and therefore your odds of getting it will be much lower than it usually is in normal lobbies.
Many rerolls we saw yesterday, and it wasn't consistent. I mean, it's top 1 or top 8. But speaking of that, we had early spats of switch shots that leads to Yona reroll. How do you see that?
Yeah, Yone reroll had only a few appearances, but it has great stats. Only one player was not really able to do well. It was Holy. But people who were able to hit that Yone 3, Rainplosion, for example, ended very strong yesterday from North America with the first place on Yone, recovering her day really bad start. She got kind of the inverse of Holy and Double 61. Double 61 and Holy went like basically 1-1 at the start. Rain went like 7-8 at the start of the day and then brought it all the way back. So the reroll is really strong, but as we said, a lot of rerolls are also going 8th place. Kaisa, whenever she's able to go top 4, she basically wins the lobby. But if not, she's been going very close to the bottom. So we'll see what reroll strategies. Speaking of reroll, you know, I'm surprised Baby didn't mention this. My Paradise from Korea is a reroll god. He's playing Astra reroll, getting first. He played Wukong 3 out of nowhere to salvage a really difficult spot where 4 people were contesting Jade. This man really knows how to have some unusual win conditions.
And I really like that being open to be flexible into composition, because most of the players see like, oh, we have a Deja, I cannot go that. They need to be more creative on the time of the compositions, and I really like my Paradise going for that Wukong 3 stars, really step it up. Bebe, we have, for example, Noel that really made it up for our expectations, because we didn't know how he could perform with the best players in the world, and he actually nailed it.
Yeah, Noel's performance was actually beyond expectations, especially he didn't really bring the same deck like every single time as well too. He brought a multitude of compositions that we really didn't expect to like succeed like that well. So he actually prepared something that passed our expectations. That was pretty good.
Yeah, I would say that another thing about Noel is that he was one of the few players that actually was making Seraphine Graves work. Looking at the data yesterday, it was one of the most popular compositions, but it averaged a 5.3, which is really bad. 5.3 is basically like Mercenaries from the previous set. Like you have a really terrible finish on average, and yet people come into this tournament saying that's the comp that people want to think about and default to. And so the stats are so bad, but if people can make it work like Soju, like Noel, it shows the consistency that people expect from it.
I mean, that's also the thing about like the Seraphine like a Graves composition is that it's not really a composition to get first place in many like situations. Usually you go for composition like Seraphine Graves and you go for composition like Dark Flights actually to get 5th and 6th, and that's not always bad. It's not always a bad thing, because getting 5th place and 6th places is, you know, it's like minimizing losses. It's not a 7th, it's not an 8th. So if I just keep on playing the games until I get like one lucky game in a sense, then whoa, that's the first, and actually I have more points than average. So it's actually something that we can play for as a strategy, and just because these players got 5th and 6th does not mean that they play bad necessarily.
Why did you have to touch the wound about Mercenaries and Pirates? We really missed that.
We have Shimmer Scale, so kind of like the same thing. If you have 2-1, big econ trade, it's kind of game over sometimes.
Okay, chat 1 for Mercenaries, 2 for Shimmer Scale. You have to vote.
One.
Let's go, let's go.
Always, you know.
Okay, let's move for the players we're gonna see today. We're gonna have lobby 3 with most of the players that really struggled a lot yesterday. For example, Daisy. Like I said before, Daisy made a similar composition with Kaisa reroll. He started with like Yuns, but as we said, if you don't have a good front line, if you don't have the Kaisa 2 with decent items, you're gonna lose a lot of HP and fast.
Yeah, so Dasik's strength has always been about the number of compositions that he's able to play. He knows so many different ways and angles to get into comps. But the criticism from other people are saying Dasik has so much knowledge, but his execution is always what holds him back. I don't even necessarily know if that's the case. I think Dasik's execution's been pretty good, but unfortunately, a couple of things of lobby complexion, he's been countered by some of the things that's happening because, like you said, he goes for a Kaiser reroll, and the other people are strong because it's prismatic lobby, or he's contested, and that's just so painful to deal with. That's day number 1 luck. Let's see what happens in day number 2.
Yes, and your beloved Brazil, baby. What happened to Conda, to the Brazilian players?
Well, I was rooting for Super first because he is a proven world world's like a player. He has been at a 3rd place for set 3 like a world, so I've been rooting for Super. And I also root for Brazil as an infrastructure, as a gaming like infrastructure, because they actually have a really good gaming community, not only in TFT but other regions as well too. So my expectation of them are actually pretty high.
Yeah, I want to talk about Conda for a quick second. Is that I love the variations of the compositions he plays. Yes, he plays Xayah, but he plays Xayah with zippy frontline and 5 swift shot, and he's willing to make that work for a top 3, top 4. That's really good. He plays Jade Soithen, but then he goes 6 Whispers as his final composition, recognizing that his augments and his items favored a 6 Whisper comp. That's 3-4 patches old, but he's still able to get a top 4. It's things like that that might secretly sneak him into the top 8 and put Brazil back on the map.
I really want to say something super tiny. Rain has been doing really good. You said she wasn't feeling that well, so it really affect the tournament itself. But I really want her to step it up this time. She knows how to play the game. She just needs to be sure in the transition and mid game. But we have a lot of information and analyze. Yeah. But we have a nice interview, a surprise, a gift for you. And I believe Matt is ready with us.
Thank you so much, Kali. Of course, my name, to some of you, will be known as Niberia. To the Chinese community, we're going to be talking to Tanner as well. One of the representatives coming in here has been our window into the region here for so long. Tanner, first off, I got to say, that suit is looking fantastic. But how are you doing today?
I'm doing good. Thank you, Niberia. And I'm Tanner from China. Yeah.
So, Tanner, we were talking a little bit before the show. And I was saying, going into day 1, China's looking fantastic. How are you feeling about the players' performance from your region?
So I think like three of them, they are like on the top 8, and I think they can keep doing well today. And for the other 3 players that they are not doing quite well yesterday, they have made some conclusion of some misplay yesterday, and they can do well today. Yeah.
Yeah, I think one of the things I want to ask you as well is, you were pointing out to me, you're like, there's a couple of things that I saw that I think the players can improve on. Do you want to tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, so like so if you have 8 Chinese players in one lobby, they can adapt to that tempo very well. But when it comes to a global or an international competition, it will be like you have to figure out another way to get a better like level 7 or level 8 board, and you can get your stage 4 better. So one mistake that Here We Go made yesterday was like he hit ASO and 6 Guardians yesterday, but he wanted to play like for win streak. But at that moment, the Robbie was very powerful, and he cannot maintain that win streak. But he spent all his gold and pushed to the level 8, and then he lost all his income or his gold for the stage 4, and that was like a misplay. So he said that, and he told me, and we can do better today.
Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, one of the other players that I want to talk to you about, of course, is going to be showing up in this lobby, and that's Shunga, is coming out really strong into day number 1, and you said you've got a little bit of inside information on what he's going to be doing here in day number 2.
Yeah, so Xunge was like, I talked to him and he said, don't talk about day 1 too much with me. I'm preparing for the day 2. Yeah, and he just asked me to.
He did so well, though.
Give him he wanted me to give him the screenshot of each player that will be in his lobby C today, the first round for today, and I just sent it. All the screenshot, all the comps they play, all the augment they pick, and he wants to do the best data analyze and prepare for the game 6 and game 7, and that's the story of Xunge.
Do you think there's anyone here that you are already saying this is going to be our global champion for set 7?
I'm gonna keep it like very serious.
Keep it under
because,
wraps.
Yeah, because like Frodan, he made a prediction and say Kazi is gonna be the champion, but he got like only 8 points after 3 or 4 games. So I'm gonna keep it maybe Xunge. He's one of my favorite streamer and player in China. I love to watch his. I love his stream. He's a player that prefers to go for a late game comp like level 8 or level 9. So for this patch, it can beat 4 dragons or even 6 dragons. So that's my pick.
Yeah, I also made that Kutza mistake coming in. I was just like, how could he not win? First place in every TOC4 event, second place in the finals. He's gonna do great. But his day one was not feeling good.
His day one was like he had a Yone game and he got a prismatic scope weapon, but the moment he got the Yone 2 and bump 2, what he got was only 1 green soul and only from the items and also 1 tier. He cannot make like a full item to make more damage, to deal more damage with Yone, but he think his ace fine because we all got some lower game, but we have another 5 games, so he will do well today.
We'll be looking forward to it. 5 games to go before that crucial cutoff point. And Tanner, as our interview is reaching its cutoff point, I want to ask you, is there anyone in the community you want to give a shout out to? Plug your Twitter, plug your socials if you want as well.
Yeah, I want to thank you to all the Western people, Western TFT lovers that helped me and talked to me with me, and also thanks to the Rock China and the league team from the Tencent that give me this chance to be here and talk to you guys. It's been a great opportunity to be one member in the TFT community globally. So thank you all the people.
Well, it's been lovely to have you here. 非常感谢你, Tanner. Thank you so much. And we'll be rooting with you for today to see Xunge and the others, see if they can make their way to day number 3.
Thank you so much, Matt, with our interview, and Tanner. Oh my God, he's so cute. Like, thanking everyone.
And also, any opportunity that Niberia gets to show off that he knows some Chinese, he'll take it. So, fantastic.
So he's like, can I make the interview today?
Like, please, I want to do it. That's right.
Did he roasted you?
Ooh, no, he was making fun of the fact that I guess I cast her.
Yeah, he roasted him.
He roasted he doesn't want to show it in here.
Whoever you don't want to win, hype them up to me so I can predict that they'll win the tournament, because apparently I have this gift of cursing the good players.
It's the caster curse.
Yes.
It's an easy one.
But I mean, he highlighted the correct point, which was he knows the spots. He just has to get the items. More dog, please. You're making me look bad.
It was a curse. Okay, it's a curse.
It's a caster curse. Okay, guys. Let's talk about a little bit of the compositions we've seen yesterday. I think it's quite important. We saw a lot of Sayas that performed well, and with the transitions of like guilds, maybe Rage Blades, a lot of Rage Blades. What do you think about that, baby?
I completely agree. In this tournament, we actually saw Forecast 2-star composition perform like really, really well, right? We saw a lot of Zayas, Dejas, Idases, and especially the one that we saw the most, I feel, was Siphon and Xiaoyu.
Yeah.
Siphon Xiaoyu is actually a composition that's not really that recognized in the current meta like that well. They're not like you're gonna go Siphon Xiaoyu, guaranteed top 4. That meta is actually like a past. So I feel it was very surprising to see so much like comps working that way.
Yeah, and another interesting fact, we have the Deja 34% of top rate. That's not that good, and really we're hyping for that composition.
Yeah, Deja's in such a weird spot. She's such a popular carry, and yet the stats on her are abysmal. 4.8. You mentioned 4.8 average placement. 35% top 4 rate, so not even a consistent composition that you can really aim for. But that's not the point. The point of Deja is a stepping stone to Dragons, because Dragons, 3.6, 25% top 1 rate. So you can really see how people are angling for the Dragons as their win condition, and Deja is that stepping stone. So a lot of times you look at this data and you think, oh, Deja's bad, don't play it. No, it's because Deja is the key to unlocking the true power of this set.
Yeah, of course. Or you can do the classic bricks and have a Deja 2 through 1. And Problem solved.
In LCQ, it hasn't really been the case here at the Dragonlands Championship, and I think that's definitely been the problem for some of these players. Things that worked in the past are not working out in day number 1.
Okay, I believe I really want to build up the space of the academy again to build up these compositions and what happens. So join me. We're gonna have a walk. We're gonna have a walk. Let's go. And here it's our beloved Counterfeit. What are you doing? Kind of.
The Bela Lugosi, the deadliest plant on Runeterra. But we're not here to talk about that today.
Okay, what are we here to talk about?
Are we in the right class? Or am I-
Are we in Victor's laboratory?
Did I miss something?
Is Counterfeit from Arcane? Wow.
I would like to say, today, class, we're here to talk about tempo. Now, tempo, what is it? Is it strange? And can it hurt me? The answer to all these questions is yes. Now, tempo originates from a Greek phrase meaning, gosh, I'm tempted to roll all my gold and go fast 8th right now. Please write it down.
Yeah.
I have a Wukong. It works
Yep.
for the
Take
tempo.
notes.
Oh,
I'll
yeah,
copy
sure.
it.
I'll take it for you. Yeah.
Okay.
So from the great sage Mismatch Socks, of course, we draw our wisdom about the subject. So we have two kinds of tempo. We have low tempo and we have high tempo.
Oh, for God's sake, Peter, say it
Can
at once.
you make this explanation higher?
Yeah. Peter!
Calm yourself, Frodan. I know you're full of beans today. So, if we want to raise our tempo, what do we do, class? What would you imagine we should do to bring the speed to a game? Anyone?
We just roll like crazy. That's a good one.
Or we can level, maybe? Spend all our gold? What do you think, baby?
Yes?
Spend our gold to level?
I think that maybe there is no interest gold.
No, that's quite possible true if you spend your gold. Of course, you can slam items as well. Make sure you've got a nice and strong board and plenty of HP to take you all the way through to Christmas. Now, for a low tempo, you can do pretty much the opposite. Save your gold. Don't combine your items early on. You're giving up a little of your HP because your board is not that strong. But what you are doing is guaranteeing later on you're going to end up with a lovely board which will bring you home all the bacon. Now, the big question here is...
Give me an example of tempo like we've seen yesterday. No, I'm the teacher.
No, I refuse to be ruled by you. You may look like an empress, but here I am king in this small, very small area.
In my chest.
Yes, in a little chest here. The way to decide if you're going to be high tempo or low tempo is very dependent on what your opponents are doing. Because if you play a very high tempo style, don't want to let that one out, we'll all die. If you play very high tempo, of course, as we said, you will be rewarded with a strong board and lots of HP. But if you're, say, the only person doing so, and everybody else gets all the gold and all the big units, they can end up beating you out and making sure you don't get any higher than the top 4. If you're low tempo, of course, you need to watch out for our high tempo players because they may beat you down and leave you with almost no HP going to late game, where you may in fact just die horribly. Also, hands off the Fury Horn.
We're paying a lot of attention. Say yes. Yes.
So yes, that broadly covers us here. So of course we'll be seeing tempo brought up many times on the broadcast, I hope. So, any questions?
I have a question.
Yes.
Professor, how much gold does it take to find a 5-cost 3-star at level 9 in an average course of 1,000 games?
I'd say about 250, but for you, baby, I'm gonna make it 2 city.
Oh, thank you, Professor. Now I know.
Wow. My question is, if you send all your gold to 0 to level, when is it worth it versus not worth it?
Who can say? It's a mystery that's best reserved for the philosophers. We'll have to find out, I suppose, next week, when we don't have a championship anymore.
Oh, I see.
Did you have a question? No?
I was gonna, but it's a mystery, as you said.
We are full of mysteries, as is life. But again, even if you're not aware of tempo, it's very much aware of you. So, of course, we're keeping our eye on all our players and hoping they choose the appropriate course. Thank you, guys. You may, of course, return to your normal lives.
You. My normal life.
Wow.
I changed it so much.
This is not real life?
This is
I gotta graduate. Give me a diploma. Oh,
they're
my
glad
Asian
you-
parents are not happy about that. Oh.
Kelly, it's all right.
Okay. Okay, I need to.
I
I
pass
need
the fury horn of leadership back to
Okay,
you.
quick reminders to all the people that are watching. Remember to log in lesports.com and use your TFT account because you may have some amazing exclusive rewards. Like, for example, the first ever Dragonlands Championship icon. Imagine that. I really want that.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I'm here.
Wonderful.
I'm gonna have it.
Oh.
Enjoy it for me, guys, please. Okay, the production is telling me that the first game is ready and we're ready to go. Our casters are ready, so makes Matt, Niberia, and Admirable, please.
See, I got 2 names, guys.
Yeah.
Double important.
You did.
Hello, everybody, and welcome. We are here in day number 2. It's knockout day, but it's the first game, so don't get too excited.
No, get super excited.
Okay, you're right. Get extra excited. Get so excited that your neighbors get mad at you. Because if you're in North America, it's like 5 a.m. at the moment. I want you waking people up.
Maybe not.
You know, I could probably do that if I just talk loud enough for it.
There we go.
Yeah.
See, my headset is very loud, so right now you're blasting.
See, my headset's like pretty quiet at the moment.
Yeah, mine too. Mine's pretty chill.
Yeah.
So
But, no, coming into today, this knockout day is a lot different than what we typically see in a lot of the North American or EMEA playstyles with this one, where coming into today, we didn't have a knockout yesterday. We still have 5 more games to go. So this is a 10-game sample that we are looking at for players, which means the players at the bottom of the rankings are going to have to take more risks as we come into today. What that means for the top-ranked players is that they're going to be either getting blasted with powerful compositions, or they're going to be able to just take strong lines and kind of coast some top 4s, some top 3s, have a strong finish at the end of the day. So that really dramatically affects the lobbies, especially depending on how the augments pair out.
yeah, I'm actually really looking forward to seeing how all of the players that played through the TOC are going to do as well. I know I keep harping on it, but I think it's a very similar style where a lot of them are going for all-out aggression early on. They're looking to win streak through, crush the other players who haven't established their boards just yet, and win in the late game by just saying, well, everyone else is dead, so it's just the re-rollers who are left, and both of us have shot economies we can build back up.
Yeah.
I think the big storyline is who's going to be able, out of the people that really need to try hard, to get early loss streaks, to get that economy rolling, to get these boards like the Shimmer scale that we keep talking about, maybe even a Kai'Sa to pivot into dragons later on, like we're always here for some Lagoon. So I think that's really what we should be on the lookout for the players that are currently a little bit more towards the bottom half or even the bottom 2/3, and they're going to be the ones that we're really keeping our eyes on.
Well, the one I'm going to be keeping my eye on here is going to be Shunga, also talked about in the interview with Tanner, but coming into day number 1, incredibly strong performance, heavy reliance on that Jade composition as well, which feels like a fairly unique adaptation. A lot of people will go for Soifen, but raw Jade is much rarer.
Yeah, Raw Jade is much rarer, especially coming from a player who's touted as a late-game expert. It's very much a mid and a mid-late game style of composition in this, so when you see a player going towards that line, to me it starts to speak to what kind of power level that truly holds in the right situation. That's going to be the tough call, though, is in the right situation for that. I've constantly been emphasizing opportunities, the recognition of them, and then the exploitation of them versus your opponents. It's exceptionally important today.
Yeah, and just looking at our lobby once again, there is some players in there that we haven't seen as much just yet. I'm looking forward to Conda. I'm looking forward to Here We Go. And I'm especially looking forward to Rain. And I know you're a huge Rain stan as well, right? This is basically everyone on our cast, I'm not going to lie. But tell me a little bit more about Rain. I know she's been sick, so maybe not at the level of performance that we expect her to be.
Yeah, that's really the preface to all of it, is that her performance hasn't been super strong as we get into this game today. It's our first game of the day, but it is the 6th game of the round. For Rainplosion, her style has just been absolutely marvelous throughout this. She started her competitive in set 7 here. She won the Jade Cup. She had the strongest average performance at the North American Regionals over 3 days, and that's how she qualified here for the World Championships. She tends to cherry pick, I'd say, from a lot of styles and then utilize that to her degree with that very diligent study, helping her understand those little moments. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how Rainplosion can perform today, but again, kind of calling it back. She has been sick for 2 weeks, so maybe not 100% mentally there.
I really like looking here at Bricks. You can see on the camera. I love the little personality we can see. He's got the Tunisian flag behind him, making sure he gets that rep in. Only North
I mean,
African
he
player
has
the
it in
competition.
his name, right?
Yeah.
Like, if I expect one player to do it, it would be Bricks.
I do love seeing the facial expressions of players too. It's like you get that early establishment of like, how are their nerves? How are they feeling about this? Bricks has a very casual feel to it, but you can feel that energy start to build a little bit as that tension arises. How does that pan out when you're absolutely crushing? How does that pan out when you're not doing so hot?
I can tell you exactly what that face is for Bricks right there. He sees a BF sword, he sees a chain vest, and he's thinking, is this a Seraphine Graves angle?
I mean, it's a good spot for a Seraphine Graves sort of thing, but there's all sorts of different directions you can go from this.
Including Jade.
Yeah, exactly. Kind of talking about from the tempo exclusively as well, we've heard players really emphasize how important that tank items can be early on because it gives you open to options. You don't necessarily have to commit to something. Sunfire Cape is something that's a good find here, but you do have a sword to go with it, so kind of emphasizing again that Seraphine Graves angle. You have a Zeke's that's available early on as we get to the gold augment.
Yeah, and that's where we expect to see our augments here. It is going to be a little bit of, a temptation coming in for Bricks with that Protector of the Cosmos. We saw that being picked yesterday by one of the Korean players. I believe it was My Paradise that went with it. And I don't think Briggs has the perfect opener for that, as he's currently not running any of those. But we are seeing scope weapons being picked up by Shungo, and it's also in the options for Here We Go.
This is going to be dangerous, and this is why they're taking their time picking out. You'll see the preparation picked up instead for Here We Go. You don't want to risk having to compete for that Yone reroll composition because it is so absolutely crucial to get that Yone 3 early.
Yeah, and Here We Go does have some Astrals on the board that should be getting some econ early, but he is meeting up with Bricks, and we just saw Bricks with that Leona too and the Bramble Vest. That's just gonna hurt.
Yeah, the Guardian, Dragonmancer, Karma in the backline with Sunfire board. Bricks is going for the win streak strat.
I think it's a good way to go for it, and that's how we saw Bricks be dominant in pretty much all of their games, coming into EMEA, coming into the Western Last Chance qualifier. It was when he's able to establish those win streaks is when he's able to establish those big wins as well.
And we see, of course, Dasik once again with the girlfriend buff. It's a powerful buff.
Okay, about that. So I said that yesterday on broadcast. It has been tweeted, and then somebody came up to me saying, like, Dasik hasn't been doing too well. Maybe it's not a buff, but a debuff. And I felt so bad about myself.
No.
So I'm very happy Dasik has his girlfriend in the back once again. She's fantastic, and we love her very much.
Everything. You need someone there to support you.
Yes.
100%.
We'd love to see it. Of course, this opener here from Dasik leaves him open to a couple of options. You can see him just going with that Bruiser frontline. Hasn't committed to anything. Unlike Fly, we see that Dragonmancer emblem on.
Yeah, plus a blue buff sitting on the Kaisa as well. Like, this is very much a prominent stance saying, hey, I'm going Kaisa, don't touch.
I really wanted it to be Nunu, though. Like, I know it's Kaisa. I know that's like the specialty for Dragonmancer reroll, but there's a part of my heart that still belongs to Nunu.
I mean, I did like it in the set 7.
Yeah.
Set 7.5, they toned that down quite a bit. But yeah, for Dasik here, nothing really committing to it at this point. And 3-2 is really where you're going to be looking for a commitment on that one. It tells me that the augments in the early spot just weren't standing out for what Dasik had. And yesterday we did see them kind of lean into lines, mostly just because it felt like he had to in a lot of spots. Just not really clean options open. The items weren't there necessarily. Just, in this one, it's looking to a stronger commit towards 3-2.
Yeah, but we just saw a player saying, please don't touch my Kaisa. And Dasik is doing exactly that for now. Has the Lagoons in, has the Kaisa on 2 with a bow. That could be trouble.
Oh, hold on. He's leveled up. He was going to just kind of chill that one out with a full board and then decided, double jacks is worth it here. Trying to save gold.
Yeah, well, he picked up a win in the second round with a loss in the first round, so he's trying not to go for that bouncy win effect where you just go win, loss, or in this case, loss, win, loss, win. You have to establish one of those streaks. Dasik is sitting in the bottom portion of this right now at 27th in points coming into today. And so because of that, he's going to absolutely have to have some big performances today. Take those high risks and get those big rewards.
Absolutely. Something interesting to me is the Cannoneer crest being picked up by Beantum here, because we have seen Cannoneer be interesting with Darkflight, a slot in the Graves, but maybe this is where we're going with this?
Yeah, but I'm bummed, man. We've got another Namzi Evoker. What's going on? Give me my Cannoneer Namzi. Give me someone running the composition, please. I beg you.
Oh, you want
someone do
You
it.
want the Soul Siphon
Yeah.
to come into effect.
I want the Soul Siphon.
Very rare
Cannoneer
composition.
Namzi. Yeah, but it's so cool. I don't think we've had a single Cannoneer Namzi between both days of the competition so far.
And if you take a look at the sidebar here with the open items, we only see 2 players right now preserving items. So again, taking that stance of if you're in the bottom half, you have to take big risks, so stronger early commitments. And if you're in the top half, maybe you can coast a little bit and just play for strong tempo finishes to really even out the points that you have and just get a strong finish at the end of the day. It's really going to change some of the lobby. Yesterday, we saw players constantly saving items to get into ideal spots. Today, though, you're not necessarily taking standard lines of play.
Going to be seeing here on this board, of course, the Rengar picked up for Bintum, not dedicating that Cannoneer emblem on to anyone. Don't want to sacrifice that juicy, juicy item slot on Rengar.
Yeah, you're just going to get so much Seeks out of this, as every unit he currently has on board is Darkflight, and I feel like the value is a little bit more here right now. But of course, with the Cannoneer emblem, he has the option to go for that Darkflight essence later on, which is really good.
Yeah, you still got to have the Zeke's option at the end of the day as well. I think this is a great spot to commit to the Darkflight angle, just because you have both of those options open for you. You don't necessarily have to go for a level 6, roll out your board and
hold on.
Everything.
Is this allowed?
Okay.
Are we allowing that? Players getting mort docked?
Well,
I'm getting word from the admins. Apparently, this is a natural part of TFT.
Okay. Oh, okay.
I wasn't sure, but we have confirmed that Brix is allowed to find a Deja on 2-5 with a 100 streak into Krug.
Yeah, this is really strong. We are on Dawnbringers for Mirage, so not necessarily as powerful as some of the other ones where you get that natural damage buff. But, pretty much anytime you pick up Deja early on and you have a 2-star Leona, I'm going to go for it.
Absolutely, because right now he is so stable. As you said, win streaking on 100. This board should bring him well into late game and allow him to open up the economy. And even with Dawnbringers not being the greatest, you have the options to pivot into something else later on. He has Sunfire board as Augment. That's not something that locks you into anything. So he's very much just chilling right now.
Oh, yeah.
Looking across the lobby as well, here we go, continuing that loss streak. And I'm curious how Rain's been doing, because 94 HP implies to me maybe a streak since the first PvP round.
Look at that.
Oh, man, it feels so good to be right about something for once. It's like, she
For
lost
once?
one round, and I was like, yes,
hey,
the power.
I went back and watched all of the rounds again, and you were just striking some points with these great deliveries on them, and I'm just like, oh, it's wonderful to see. The thing I want to highlight for Rainplosion here is very often she's playing from behind. She will focus on economy and play heavy loss streaks. She's comfortable playing from low HP total, so when she's on a win streak here, that's very dangerous for the rest of the lobby.
Something else that might be very dangerous for this lobby is something we're seeing on the right side here. Fly on Kai'Sa, Dasik on Kai'Sa, and here we go. Also seems to be on a Lagoon angle. Doesn't seem to have found the Kai'Sa just yet, but that's not good news. If all players are going for Kai'Sa, you're going to be in trouble.
Yeah, a lot of times it can just be like just a strong unit for item holds as well.
Yeah.
It's one of the things that I think that can make the Kai'Sa reroll a little bit weaker, or you arrive a little bit later. But right now, it's Dasik's the one who's just kind of taking that coast angle. But you look at that Dragonman's request that
exactly.
Fly has.
So Fly has locked in.
You know he's going for that.
He needs to find that Kai'Sa. So anybody else going for Kai'Sa is bad news. And we know Dasik is on the Kai'Sa too. We see Fly's board right now, and he only has that Kai'Sa one.
I had a dumb moment the last round because I was looking and I saw, oh no, here we go, one around, ending his loss streak. It was Krugs. We're good. We're good. Everything's fine. But here on Fly's board, like you said, just a Kai'Sa 1, but 2 of those best-in-slot items you're looking for. Traditionally, that third item is going to be either an Infinity Edge or a Giant Slayer, which seems to be a little bit more popular in Fly's repertoire, and he's got a BF sword on the bench either way.
Goodness, we saw Shunga at was it 60-something gold?
Yeah.
Coming into this round, still at 82 HP. And it's not like this was like a weak spot coming into this. They were getting kind of beat up in this round right now, but that's a jewel gauntlet plus a blue buff on that one.
Yeah.
A nice spot here for Shunga, though. Just very strong spot where, again, you're open to a lot of options, good economy. That's ultimately what you're focusing on coming into Stage 3, Stage 4.
Augment's coming up, and we've seen Shunga go for these similar spots before from a loss streak. Remember, he turned 13 HP on Jade into a first place.
All right,
yeah.
anything room?
Augments coming in. It's going to be silver augments for this one.
I saw 2 recombobulators. Someone click it, please.
Please.
I'm
it's not
begging
going to happen. So here we go on Tiny Titans, an augment that players love picking up, especially in tournaments. It just gives you that extra cushion, and if you're just looking to go into top 4, those 30 HP might just bring you over that line. 2 players still waiting to pick. They don't have much time left. Dasik, as we know, always taking his time. I don't think the blue battery is going to be just as interesting here as if you were running an Astral Com, and we see it here. He's not going to pick that up.
Yeah. Kaisa here is very much an item holder for Dasik as well, but I think that the blue buff did look the blue battery did look appealing in this instance. Ultimately, just settling for an item and say, you know what, more items equals more good.
Nathan, this is reading as a Jade angle to me with all the units he's picking up right now.
It is a lot of tank items, which is kind of where my concern is. Like, finding 1 or 2 of these early on pretty good. Finding 3 of them, it's like I'm kind of getting some low-key Xayah vibes here. You just have such a stacked front line. You have a bow open with a glove. Last Whisper's great on Xayah, and if you have ultimately enough economy and enough health, it really can get it done.
Yeah, and something else that can get it done. Shungo's Yone already a little bit on fire, does have that Rage Blade. We are seeing the Shimmer Scale item is going to be Mogul's Mail, which just allows this Braum to be extra tanky here, and that will serve a win for Shungo against Dasik.
It's a really good spot, too. Like you were saying before, Nathan, all that economy is really translating well. Got the Band of Thieves off that second augment choice. That means he's going to have a fully itemized, not always greatly itemized Olaf on that board to back up the Yone's damage.
Yeah, we saw him switching out a couple things there at the end from Dasik's point of view, but again, no commitment has been found from Dasik's point of view.
Yeah, and right now we are on Conda's board, one of the Brazilian players that I believe was a little bit underrated going into this. Generally, the region a little bit underrated. Slooper and Conda have been repping their flag, doing really well in this tournament. Conda is currently on 11th place. We see him pick up that Tiny Titan augment as well, and currently on that Mirage comp.
Yeah, Conda may not be highly regarded highly known amongst a lot of players because he does tend to take breaks when it comes into these sets in the competitive play. He is highly regarded amongst his peers, though, and it's just, one of the big things is he just didn't compete.
Yeah.
Set 6 at all. But this season we saw him with consistent top 4 finishes in the Pro Legends, and it really speaks to that. The fact that he's still holding ground high in the points right now, strong in the Brazilian community. Just a nice figure to keep your eye on right now. A big position to make it to that top 8 tomorrow.
Coming into this Stage 3 carousel, let's check in with those win streaks. Brixis has fallen. Someone who hasn't. Rainplosion coming in, known as a lost streak player, since 2-2 has not lost a single round.
Something interesting about Brix and Rainplosion both of them went with the late game specialist, already signaling that a level 9 shouldn't be too far away from them, as that's really what they're angling for. And Rain is in a perfect position here with that win streak, with the gold that she has going into this.
But we've seen this exact thing happen to Brix yesterday. If you guys remember, he was going full 100 streak, fully invested versus Dongul. Dongul finished off, beat his board, and Brix just fell from the top of the leaderboards down to the bottom. And I'm worried, looking at Stage 3-5, he's just taken that loss. Is that going to be history repeating itself?
It definitely could be. I'm going to look at Rainplosion's board here and really try to break this down a bit further, too, because made just a fantastic point with this. That Archangel Staff Slam, that really spells out the Dragons at this point. It's like, if you were 90% sure or 99% sure, in my head now, I'm 100% certain of this. Again, this is the strength that the early tempo can provide, is if you have these win streaks, you're going to have high health, high economy, the 2 ideal things to get to level 9 at this spot. And again, Rainplosion, very comfortable from all these angles, very knowledgeable from it. The win streak, the 9 dragons, it all adds up here.
The Dragons are a super flexible composition as well. We were talking about how worried we were about day 6 items, so we see his board finally starting to struggle. But since Dragons can use pretty much any items or no items, as long as you're not stuck with a bunch of AD and then forced into Siphon, you're going to be pretty happy at that level 9.
Yeah, and I just want to check in with someone. We are seeing Shungo hit that Yone too, but I do want to check in with Fly. So Fly was the player that had that Dragonmancer crest, really signaling this is where we're going with this. And last time we saw them, there was only a Kaisa 1. Now upgraded to Kaisa 2. Of course, ideally, you want to be re-rolling this, but we know, here we go in day 6, we're also on that Kaisa train, so he will not be able to find her now, at least. So what is he going to do?
Yeah, Nathan, I have to ask this question that is probably going to be met with raucous guffaws. Could this be like a Sohm or an Asol angle?
What the heck does that mean, what you just asked?
Big laughs? You know?
Oh, I see. Okay, no, that does make a lot of sense. I think it's mostly just going to be waiting till that 4-1 spot. Again, you're still building up your economy, sitting at 40 gold. You're hoping that the 2 players holding on to Kaisa are going to get out of it to transfer the items into something stronger. This round, very close here for Fly, continuing that win streak. That is a huge win for Fly in this one. YGQF. This absolutely spells out the rest of it. Again, the pair of volley bears that are sitting on your bench here, everything really boils down to that win being a huge boost as we head into that 4-1, hoping the Kaisas get sold, 3-star this out, start cranking the wins.
Yeah, we can see Rain did preserve her win streak going all the way into stage 4. So her economy is going to be great going into that late game specialist as well, as Makes pointed out earlier. Now, heading over to Here We Go's board, who seems to be mid-rolled out with 2 Zoes in the shop at
and
level
an
7.
Idas.
Yeah.
How much more signs do you need to pivot this comp?
-4 Seraphine on your bench, I think. is the math on that.
There's a lot of options open to this, honestly, and I'm very curious to see how they go with this. It looks like they're going to forego the Shimmer Scale idea, even though they have the spatula on their bench.
It's the preparation, right?
I think this is a big deal about this. The preparation really spelling out the Grave Seraphine angle. I mean, you already have a 2-star Seraphine sitting on your bench. You have a 2-star Rakan in play. You have a decent item holder. It's time to find a new one here, but everything is adding up to really go Seraphine Graves, and it's hard for me to see a pivot from this angle. You just don't have the gold.
I get it, but I also see or saw an opportunity to maybe just go the full Shimmer, get a Zoe 2 at like level 7. Just would have been kind of cool, you know? But now with the Zeri 2 fully prepped in the middle there, poor Seraphine stuck in carry duty. That's not something she really excels at this late into the game, but we'll see how well it goes.
Yeah, on the other side is still the Deja that Brix found so early, and we were talking about Brix and how he's going to do here. He was on a win streak, has fallen out, has bled out. We can see how that happened. Deja is just not doing enough.
I mean, that's a big hit that Brix has taken to this spot. We see the late game specialist on their side, but ultimately you have to stabilize the board. For Here We Go, this is a major win because you still have a weak unit carrying your items in this spot. You still don't have the ideal items built out, and it's in a spot where things can really stack up for an unfavorable position. Another silver augment here. This is very beneficial for the players intending to go to level 9 because it's a weaker lobby inherently, but still focusing on Brix there. They're going to have to find a unit to carry those items better, or they're going to have to continue to get good matchups and find themselves being able to go to level 8.
I was really looking forward to the Recombobulator coming out, but nobody is doing us that favor. It's not going to happen today. And maybe we check in with Beantum, because Beantum has been on the Cannoneer Darkflight angle early on, has now found Thrill, which is pretty good with Rengar, and that could be interesting.
Shungo had a reroll on the Silver Augment. You know, this is the one downside of saving your rerolls is that sometimes it's on Silver, and not the greatest ones to pick up from that spot.
That's a really good one to pick up, though. Really strong micro player. If you're going to be able to get future sight with that and manipulate those Zephyr placements, that's exactly the item you would want as that player.
Yeah, and we are seeing Beantum face off against Conda here, is going to go in, and you can see how that Rengar does. Still has the Zeeks in the Dark Flight spot to get multiplied onto the units here is lovely for him. Of course, he would have really liked it better together, but that just wasn't in the table with the Silver Augments coming through here. But the Thrill definitely helps in keeping that Rengar alive.
This is looking really strong right now. You know, again, because you have those Silver Augments and the lobby's a little bit weaker, that's a big buff to these carries that want to be in the 3-star range on the 3 costs. This is 8 Rengars that are assembled now here for
Rolling doesn't find it. 1 copy off that Rengar.
Ooh.
He really wants to have it. And someone else is looking. There is 1 Kaisa missing for Fly. He is hoping the others have sold theirs off. Gonna find it here. Amazing. Really, really good for Fly.
And this is great too. You have a spatula set up for another Dragonmancer's Augment. You have a sword in place to finish out this build with Kaisa having Infinity Edge, Jeweled Gauntlet, and blue buff. This is absolutely a great spot for Fly. As long as you're not hitting really terrible matchups or getting really bad fired RNG, I think this is in contention for a first place take.
What I'm really appreciating here as well is not slamming down that BF sword, because like I said earlier, the two most likely options for this third item, Infinity Edge or Giant Slayer. But we got a dragon coming up. Who knows if that's going to be a Chaos or Order dragon? If it is, you've got that third item slot still open.
Something really unfortunate for Fly, though. He spent some of his gold to find this Kaisa, and it wasn't enough to secure a win. Same thing is true for Beantum, who was rolling for that Rengar, went all the way to 0 and did not find that Rengar 3. So really the upgrade's not coming in for these two players, but somebody else has found an A-Soul, we're being told. Apparently Dasik, who's been kind of bleeding out throughout the lobby, was on the Lagoons early on, didn't really work out with two other players looking for them. So he apparently found an A-Soul. We should check in with him.
I definitely agree with that one. Fly prioritizing the rod here as well, finishing out the Dragonmancer Spatula instead. They only have 3 Dragonmancers.
It's an Aoshin. He shapeshifted.
Right.
Fake news.
Picking up a bow
Graves too, as well.
Yeah.
It's, you know, it's not like a highlight for the comp, I'd say. It's just a very strong unit to find. I mean, Graves too. This is one of the strongest things to set. For Dasik here, this is like some heavy transitions that are going to come into place, and this is going to be tough to flesh out. Ultimately.
No, look! Bottom right corner. Dasik's girlfriend is wearing a fan shirt with a Peepo and his name on it.
That's so cute.
I love that.
Getting free merch ads on stream.
Please clip it. Clip it and ship it, chat. I know you're listening.
Aoshin just a Rage Blade right now. It's going to take a long time for this to get going. You have a slowdown on the stun from your Tempest. You have a strong number of tank items in the front line. It is an Idis 1. So not holding up for too long, and then the Jace, the shields aren't enough. So this rain down here, you're looking to just clear damage. It doesn't pick off enough. Big hit to Dasik here, and really spells out why this can be such a risky comp. If you're not fleshed out strong enough, you're going to take big hits sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we talked about previously, A-Soul versus Aoshin. Aoshin really great if there's single targets left, which means if A, your board can't stall long enough for multiple ults, or B, the rest of your board just doesn't do any damage, your Aoshin isn't going to be able to do much, which is why we can see it getting swapped out.
We are seeing somewhat of a pivot from Dasik here, who found a Xayah, found a Jace naturally in store, now getting picked up with the Hecarim, has their Rage Wings kind of going. This is the comp Dasik, I think, is really, really comfortable with. We've seen him go into the Xayah Rage Wing comp whenever it was possible, and for him, the shop is just giving him the sign to send it.
Wow, Brix is like hard committing to the level 9 here as well. I mean, this is a tough risk to take because it's such a low life total. Soraka's going to pad that a tad bit, but ultimately you're just trying to mitigate the damage from really both of these sides right now. For Dasik, I think the advantage is in their corner. Last Wisp plus Rage Ring, plus Rage Blade, a great setup for this. And Soraka continuing to hold this down a little bit, but ultimately not able to break through this line is Brix in this spot. A huge hit that Brix is taking down.
You can see it on his face the entire time. He had his hands in front of it. And there's going to be the Order Dragon, so big pickups coming out across the board for these carries that have been wisely left unitemized.
Brix going to level 9 here instantly. Picks up a Shyvana, picks up the Idis, is rolling. Another Idis comes in. Siphon in the store. He will go for it, will not go for it. Is opting into the dragons. Now 3 dragons in place, but will that be enough to save him? There's a Terra waiting. If he can sell something off, then that's going to be another pickup. But this board now needs to win so much. He does have a Soraka, so he has an opportunity to get his HP back into a realm where it can compete with the others, but it's going to take so long.
Picking up the Radiant Ionic Spark there as well. That's a major buff to the damage that you're going to have in Dacia backline. But look at Beantim's board right now. The Brink of Dawn being found for Rengar. Rengar carrying a Cannoneer item at 3 to support this. You have a Rage Wing plus a Last Whisper plus the Zeke's getting parsed out. I think that Beantim's board is very strong right now and is going to punish anybody who is not in a stable spot.
Yeah, incredibly strong with that Cannoneer Augment, and we can see Brix's board as he is himself on the brink of death. Dragonmancer Shyvana, his last hope to win out against Here We Go's board. But Shyvana already below half. So low on health, the ultimate will help her. But Deja not pushing through the front line.
Come on,
the
Soraka!
back line's a different story, as it looks like Bricks will survive for another day.
For Here We Go, though, I have to say this is pretty impressive to have a Senna 2 at this spot.
Yeah.
Like, this has been a hard carry through stage 5. It is so rare that you can get a one-cost 2-star unit to hold for that long. But for Bricks, a major victory here. Not too far away from having this board really highlight its strength. It's a major win from this one, but again, still looking for a tad bit of that damage. And I think right now that's just through 2 stars.
This hurts. So he's been selling off the Terra in hopes for a Shyvana too. That was something he wanted to hit. Now has the Yasuo to offer it in shop, but does not go for it as there's... Yeah, there we go. Sells off the Shyvana. That was something he wanted to have, but for now it's all about trying to survive, and somebody is going to be in that path. Here comes Rainplosion with her dragons that she set up. The Aesol is ramping up with the Archangels. Shyvana will try to do her best to keep him contemplated, but can the Deja finish it off? The Idas is trying to hold on. The Soraka explodes. The sustain is gone, and I don't think Bricks has an out of this.
With one more Aesol ultimate, Bricks is down and out of game number 1 here in day 2.
It's a tough loss there, but Aurelion Sol, 2-star on Rainplosion's board there. She has absolutely pieced out that board super nicely in this one. For Dasik, I'm looking at, this is still a 1-star Xayah.
There she is.
The bottom right, there's a 2-star though. And look, I want to highlight the Titans here that's sitting in the backline on Xayah. This is one of the ways that you can counter a Rengar composition. You have those extra stacks, that extra armor, that extra magic resist. It's how she stays alive just long enough to finish off that fight.
That's a very typical Dasik special, I want to say. We've seen this from him, just making sure she survives. And for now, it's not going to be the stabby tabby coming out. He needs to fight off the water gun comp that has been built, but it is a copy, so it shouldn't be too hard. If he struggles with that one, he's going to fall, and his HP are not a lot, so he needs this win so desperately. The Shyvana of the enemy team is still alive, but can the Xayah take her out? I'm pretty confident she can. It was his Shyvana.
Yeah.
What am I saying? I don't know.
Pretty close. It was always concerning there with the Xayah. She was not on the opposite corner of the carry, so her feathers aren't going to do quite as much damage. And that is where like 90% of her damage will come from. Each individual feather kind of tickles more than anything.
Yeah, the big thing I think to point out there too is that the Graves was missing the Edgenite. And when Graves is missing that, as soon as he starts to get focused, it's a quick fall very often from that spot. I think it's a super key item to have on that unit. When you don't have it, it's a lot tougher. As we get a glimpse into some of the other lobbies, and I'm seeing something in this top right here.
It's Neela 3, baby, coming in really strong into those shield compositions as well. So no 3-stars in this lobby at the moment, except for all 3 on your board right now.
Not the big 3s.
Yeah.
When we highlight that 3-star, we're always talking about the 4 and 5 cost.
Yeah, so that Neela, you can see her in action. She's just gonna slice and dice throughout the entire enemy board. It is going to be good day against Tamura, one of my favorite players in this tournament for sure, but the Zome does so much extra damage, and I don't think Tamura can hold this one off. The Aoshin tries one more time, but the Neela finishes him off, and Tamura holds on with like 1 or 2 HP.
Back to our game, we're going to see Rain's board that she's been building up all game versus Dasik, holding on by a thread, but the Xayah will be able to rip through this Terra with just 1 more ultimate.
Woo! Big hit, and Xayah hasn't taken a single hit from a black hole yet, but it is now powered up from Rainplosion's side.
Soraka lives.
So this all boils down to whether or not that can actually get the hit through and live. It does not, despite the full stacks on the Titans there. A huge loss for Dasik. He needed big finishes today.
And on Shunga's board, we've caught back up, going for that Yone reroll, but is missed consistently here. Finds a Braum 3, which is like, cool, dude, but you still don't have the Yone 3, which provides most of your damage.
Absolutely true. That Yone 3 is crucial for him right now. We don't know how many stacks are on this Olaf, but judging by the glow on his hands, it's going to be quite a few. And that Rengar, that Braum 3 might just give him enough time to get there. Jungo has to hope that he's not going to meet up with a kitty cat. That's not going to be the case. It's Fly on the other side.
Yeah, Fly does get Zephyred. Great placement there by Shunga, but Fly's Kaisa completely uncontested, and watch as the missiles fly. Yone still safe, healing from the hand of justice, keeping him alive, but the front line is falling quickly. One more ultimate from Kaisa will not be enough as Yone takes her down and secures Shunga one more round.
Hasaki!
Highlighting the power there of the Yasuo as well. When you isolate a unit, it doesn't matter how strong it is. You get that third cast off, and suddenly it's just gone. I think that Shunga, despite the fact that this Yone 3 is arriving so late, it's still not even here yet. You know, I've heard a Yone is never late, it always arrives precisely when it means to. It's the fact that it's so late and that you're still surviving.
The train was broken.
It's such a big highlight to how well they have pieced out that board.
I'm really interested to see Here We Go's board because we know Fly has found the Kaisa 3. He is on those Dragonmancers, and Here We Go was looking for that Lagoon Watergun comp. He slotted out the Graves here, which is beautiful display of a very common tech. When you have that preparation and you find your carry unit, it doesn't have all of the stacks. As soon as you enter the PvE round, you slot it out. It gets an extra stack of that preparation buff from the Augment. Just perfect.
Small technical play for the big buffs.
Yeah.
And for Here We Go, this is everything. Here we go indeed. Positioning is going to mean so much to this one. Not ideal in terms of the way that the item placement can work out. Where is this Zeke's going is my big question.
Oh, no!
The Braum is just so heavy. And again, the Graves is in a spot where if he takes aggro, it's not going to drop unless he's eliminating the damage here. But the Braum's getting chewed through pretty quickly. The double ZZ Rot's going to be a highlight. Graves going pretty untouched. The damage is not there for Shunga.
Yeah, someone is gonna die here, and it's just going to hurt. It's going to be a dice of cutscene coming in here, and that it is for Shungo, unfortunately.
Look at the rest of the lobby as we see Honda fall.
Wow!
We now have our top 4. Shunga barely avoids a 6. But looking at the health totals, I feel like it's pretty safe to predict that Rain's going to be successful here with that Dragon board. But Fly found a Jax 3.
Yeah, Rainplosion's board, I think, is spelling everything. She said so much time at level 9 to flesh out a Dragon's board. It's just going to be tough to beat. The big one there for me is the 6th place and the 5th place finish. 1 health being the difference.
Yeah.
That's going to be so good for Shungo, but something that's not so good for every other player in this lobby is Rainplosion's position. She's just so healthy and happy up there, and Here We Go might get eliminated.
We see the Jax frontline is going to determine how long Fly's board lasts against this Grave. Uncontested in the front line until the Yasuo comes through. One more ult from Kaisa will not be enough. She's fighting for her life, but the Zyra stun secures the round win for Here We Go.
Big deal on that one as we're getting a glimpse at the final boss of the lobby effectively in this one. Again, Rainplosion had so much time to put this together, and there's still more time to build it out. Something that we've commonly seen from Rainplosion is when she gets to the spot and she's super comfortable, is she will go for Soraka 3. 2 tournaments in this season alone. She has put together Soraka 3 and crushed the lobby. It's one of the most unbeatable 3-stars that's ever been in the game. Right now, there's 5 more Sorakas here. There's 44 gold. There's 73 health. How on earth are you supposed to overcome this, even if you can defeat this board right now?
She only needs 4 more, right? She has 1 in each corner hiding behind those big dragons and a 2-star Soraka already on board. One thing she's also looking for is, of course, the Shyvana, and she's going to face off against Fly here, and he just might die.
There we go, the Kaisa firing away to save her life. The Aesol behind and the Terra in front means it's not going to be enough for Fly as he falls, potentially 4th place. Definitely, now that Here We Go is 1.
Here We Go actually managing to clutch this one out and survive against Beantum is a pretty big deal as he is on 1 HP. Beantum still in. Here We Go trying his best to make it into those top 2 because I don't think anyone can beat Rain here.
Rainplosion gets another Archangel.
Yeah. Now triple Archangels on her board. Toss it on whoever at that point.
Stop giving these away. Yeah, you got to stop the monster, not feed him more.
I think they have accepted their fate at this point.
Oh, you're definitely playing for second place at this point. Like for
Exactly.
Rainplosion, this Soraka 3 is like an insurance plan.
Here we go, going to level 9 here, trying to ensure at least a little bit of extra sustain on this board here, but the Graves is missing some of the preparation stacks. Is that?
Yeah, I hope that's a visual bug, because
Yeah.
otherwise Hugo's in a rough spot.
Yeah, had 3 after the creep round.
He had 3, but he hasn't recreated it.
Oh my god!
Right, that would have been crazy.
This is a monstrous board.
Yeah, we're gonna go in here for, here we go, hoping to take down Rainplosion, which seems like the impossible, but his team is trying his best to do just that. The Graves is still alive. He's getting extra sustain from the backline, but he falls. It is on to the rest of the team to take down the Dragonster, on to the Ace-All, but the Dark Hole comes in, and it takes down the board.
And there we go as well.
I'm going to be watching Rainplosion's board now. We know that this game very, 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 very likely only has 1 round left. She has 71 gold. Is it time for Soraka 3?
I'm kind of digging the just wait. It's just like a big flex at this point.
She's rolling.
Yeah, it is worth a roll. It's worth noted that the Rengar here with the Cannoneer and the Brink of Dawn in the back, that does threaten this Aurelion Soul in the back line. So how do you position this perfectly from Rainplosion? I think she's demonstrated in the past that she has a strong understanding of how to position against these assassin compositions. Let's see if it worked out here.
Bintum, of course, on this last round was rolling down only 7 units on the board at the moment, and this Ace-Soul in the back, uncontested. The Rengar on the wrong target leaps away nonetheless, and the Ace-Soul firing away, finds another black hole. Only Aphelios remains, and Bintum, after a full game, a hard-fought one at that, will fall to North America's Rainplosion.
What a lovely game, you guys. I wanted to see Rain do better today, and she gave us exactly that. We know she has a very impressive meta read, and maybe after day 1, she sat down, looked at everybody's board, and just found what she needed to get into these really, really strong late game comps.
Exactly that, and just kind of, again, looking at that one, you had the opportunity set up early, you got the win streak early. That's where I think Rainplosion is absolutely at the most dangerous spot, you know, pretty much as well as anybody, but when somebody's focused on taking loss streaks and they get the win streak, that is super dangerous.
Well, something that you were pointing out yesterday, Nathan, was that Rainplosion started off with loss streak. Sure, 3 games went pretty poorly, but then she turned it around, seemed to be fairly untilted, and ever since then, it's been a string of successful games, which seems to have continued into the second day.
Her mental's very strong in that one. A lot of times when she makes these small technical errors, which have been common for her tournament performances in the past, hasn't really set her off the guard. She just goes, oh, I should have done that a little bit better. And it's just brush it off and go on to the next one. Her mental is just absolutely on point. Coming into a global stage for the first time, with this being your first competitive season, and again, you could see it on the camera, she's not stressed at all.
No, she was smiling after that one. She's like, yay.
Oh, it's hard to not smile after that one.
I mean, you have to be smiling when that's your board. That's how you go. She was on 94 HP for literally 80% of that entire game. How can you not be smiling in that position? Somebody that isn't smiling, though, and I think that's a little bit of painful for especially us, Dasik and Bricks, 2 of the players going into this tournament where we expected them to have really, really great results, just with amazing skill, talent, and also execution, not really coming through so far.
Yeah, I'm hoping they can bring it back in the next game. You know, Bricks has been going for this really heavy strategy of win streak, oh no, I lost, oh no, what do I do now? So I'm hoping he's able to find his way back. We are going to head into a quick break before the analyst desk breaks down this game, and then we'll be back with game number 2. See you in a bit. I was like, yes! Hey, the power!
Oh no!
The problem is
this round was rolling down, only 7 units on the board at the moment, and this ASOL in the back, uncontested. The Rengar on the wrong target leaps away nonetheless, and the ASOL firing away finds another black hole. Only Aphelios remains, and Bintum, after a full game, a hard-fought one at that, will fall to North America's Rainplosion.
What a lovely game, you guys. I wanted to see Rain do.
All right, Rainplosion slaying the competition with that top 1 from the first game. And let me tell you guys, she is my favorite player so far. The way she managed the economy on early game, and then she tends to be greedy with the economy. And we've seen last chance qualifier Rain that loses a lot of HP on the early and mid game. But now that we see that we're not having that aggressive early and mid game, so she tends to survive, and then in the late game, she is the mommy dragon. That's it.
This is a really good demonstration of a difference in play style. Look, at regionals, Rain was a loose streak player. She was playing from behind, trying to utilize things like reroll Kaisa, which people were not playing very much in a North American regional. Now we're at the Dragonlands Championship, and she says, you know, I can also play from ahead. These are play styles that I also am good at if given the spot, and it's a tale of two different types of greed. You have Brix, who was streaking early alongside Rainplosion. Both of them hit late game specials on 3-2, and then one finished first and one finished 8th.
Yep. Well, the greed is real. I mean, it's top 1 or top 8. That's the thing. It is a great day for Rainplosion.
It's just a shame it had to come at EMEA's expense. I mean, that was an absolute heartbreaker of a game to watch. Because these guys, Brix, Dasik, a lot of hope put behind them suddenly coming into the tournament. Again, Brix and Dasik, really highly placed players, praised players again and again. To watch them go 7th and 8th there, honestly, I couldn't think of anything too much worse.
Yeah, it is. So this is going to break down a little bit more of the top composition. We had the Dragons, but remember, early game, she got the opener of the Astros, great economy from the start. Then she changed a little bit with the Ezreal holder win streak, and that from now on, she got really good with the ASOL, and the itemization, I think, was really good.
Yeah, and I think it's a really good demonstration of what you're supposed to do when you're playing a Fast 9 strategy, which is make sure that the board that you have is fundamentally sound and can win rounds. The problem with Brix's strategy was, at its core, doing the same exact thing as Rain, but his board was not good enough to win despite having things like Deja. And then when he was trying to stabilize on Fast 9, he only had 1 life, and that's just not enough to play with when you go to Fast 9. Hence, he had to rely on Soraka to heal up, but then all of a sudden, you're playing a bunch of these 1-star units, and it's exactly what we described yesterday, where you're not stable, and as a result, you lose. But if Brix was given 1 or 2 more rounds, he could have made a serious run for that top 2, maybe even beat Rainplosion to be able to build an even higher cap board.
And the last decision of building Yasuo 2 stars with no items at the Shyvana was not working that way either way. And we had the key feature, we didn't say that, but the Darkflight composition actually really got my eyes, because we didn't have the classic Swain that's going to be a little more tanky. We had the reroll with no Swain, and it was really strong with the 4 Cannoneers.
Yeah, it's almost like a throwback to the very beginning of Uncharted Realms, where Cannoneer Aphelios was really running amok and destroying all of ladder, and people were just playing like good Cannoneer units with Zeke's Herald. And when we took the Cannoneer emblem, I was like, oh, is he going to play Swain, or is this just going to be something else that I'm not expecting? And it was totally like a throwback composition, Peter, of an old Darkflight comp.
No, I absolutely love to see it. This is the stage where players are going to be bringing out all the tricks they have in the book. Again, as we said so many times before, only the top quarter of players are going to be able to get through to day number 3. So if you've been holding anything back at this point, particularly if you're kind of a player who's close to being on the bubble, close to breaking through, you don't want to leave the competition with any strategy unfollowed.
And this is what Bebe has been alluding to for a long time in all the analysis segments, which is this is what Korea excels at. They can spot the 3-star outs where people really are not focusing upon. You saw it with My Paradise yesterday, and you're seeing it right now with Bintum.
Yeah, that's pretty much amazing. Another thing I want to highlight, and this is like Fly with the 80 stacks stage 2. He made pretty well on the early game, and this is what we were talking about. Being stable on early game is really key, but this is the overall standings, the points we have so far.
Hwanmi with another first place. I mean, people are already crowning him the greatest TFT player of all time in our short, 2-year history of competitive, but it's hard to argue. I mean, he's putting on result after result. Right behind him, Taito from Japan, another second place. We're not seeing Taito really play on stream. There's a little bit of mystique in my mind. Just how good is this young kid?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, to come from one of the regions definitely considered very much the mono region, even, being described that way by Holly, their teammate, who, of course, isn't having such a good time. We are starting to see, though, the Chinese players, they're holding in the top 8 pretty darn well. for EMEA, Noel, the only one being able to keep themselves up towards that top.
And Frodan, Soju started the day with a top 8. So.
Yeah, I was hoping a top 1, but it looks like Soju went
Hopefully,
8.
I really wish that.
I was told there was like some built different shenanigans, and I think he got a little bit lost in I think it was a prismatic lobby. So those are really tricky situations. I'm surprised you didn't call out the other storyline that I saw. I saw 3 LATAM players that cracked the top 16 and are now moving their way to top 8, and they're all kind of batched right there.
The difference between you and me, as you say it out loud, and you get the caster's curse. I keep it.
LATAM is doing
I'm not
great.
saying.
Keep it up. No! Nice, bad. Tech Summers.
No!
Well, I mean, we started off the top 16 today with a spread across pretty much everybody, every region represented. So if we talk about that, then we just curse everyone equally.
All right, but I do want to give one final shout out. One final shout out. Tamura from OCE is very quietly putting on consistent performances. Top 4s is what can build the foundation for success. Tamura, keep it up. I'd love to see OC take it all.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how the other players perform. Remember, we're going to keep seeing this lobby to see how they perform in the plays, and then we're going to change. This is the last chance for most of the players. The bottom players that performed not that well yesterday, they have to step it up today. Remember, today is a big chop. Tomorrow, only 8 players are going to be on the last round, the final trend of this competition. The second game is ready, so I'm going to leave it up to my casters. Guys, what's up?
You know, not a lot. During the break, we were watching that like highlight reel, and we were doing our best impression of a little legend getting knocked out. Make sure you're ready.
Yeah.
All right, 3, 2, 1, go. And I think we really nailed it.
Yeah.
You know, Nathan was not aware of this. He was diligently checking his notes. And Max and I were just like,
I'm like pouring over the standings. I'm like who's? Everybody said, where's the tiebreakers at?
I saw all I needed to know, which was that Title is in second place, and that's what makes me really excited. He's not going to be in this lobby yet. Hopefully, he will show up later on today. But looking absolutely incredible, coming out of Japan, absolutely dominating the region, and now dominating the global stage as well.
Yeah, it's important to highlight as well. It's, you know, we have so many different players from so many different regions. 32 players. We're cutting to a top 8. There are 8 different regions that are represented here. To see a region that has just a couple competitors come out and have those absolutely dominant, prominent spots, big deal.
Yeah, what was that, Max? Can you say it again?
Okay, let me have this, right? We have Noel and Tamura in basically the top 10. This is for me. I'm so happy. I am glorying over everything right now. I'm just happy.
As you should be. And Rainplosion also going to be happy coming out of that last game. First place finish off a 94 streak, technically. From 2-2 all the way into stage 4, into late game specialist, into 6-game win streak on like 70 HP.
Yeah, I want to stamp there. Augments. Weaker augments, stronger late game.
Yeah.
It seems like it would often be the opposite, but the better your augments are, the more powerful your board is. Do you need to get to 9 in order to win a game at that spot? That's a big thing to look out for. Very often, if you're wondering, why do I keep getting knocked out of these spots? It might be due to just augment power.
Absolutely. So take a lesson. Maybe next academy, we're going to throw you over there. Admirable. You can give us some
the best
lessons
augment.
on how to win. Just win 5 hat. But for now, it is going to be the game start. Of course, players are currently picking up some direction from these first stores. And it seems like there is a little bit of everything on Rain's board for right now.
Yeah, she's just keeping her options open. She's got Lagoon potential. Ooh.
Yeah, time there, being a tough little hit. Getting word that Namzi is on Mage, so I'm sorry, Niberia, not.
Okay, I'll take Namzi Mage though.
Oh, okay.
It's technically playable.
Okay, cool.
Okay, we take Namzi Mage, and I give you one more. Mirage is going to be Pirates.
Yarr.
So that's very interesting. Thank you for that.
I was going to do the same thing, but I was like,
Can you
nah.
do it again?
Arr.
Okay, perfect. So I'm
Here
here
be
with
pirates.
the 2 Pirates that we're probably going to see in-game as well, just, you know, to get that econ rolling. And with Mirage in-game, it's usually always a little bit of more economy-directed tempo.
Yeah, so we're going to start off with Silver here. So again, a little bit of a weaker spot. This is great for economy-focused playstyle. For Rainplosion here, the items not looking so hot. Belt, cloak, you know, the cloak tier cloak, and a glove. There's nothing that you want to slam in this early game. So I expect Rainplosion to be taking a little bit of a lower angle, preserving the items, and trying to construct something more ideal. Again, weaker augments, more time.
Looking over here, the guild heart here for Bento on this potential angle rather.
Angel.
Oh. But I'm looking on Rain's board. We already know about the Namzi Mage. all right?
Yes.
I also saw a Mage Heart. And that is exactly what she picked up. So we could be seeing an early Pirates for Econ holding the Yone there into a little late game Namzi Mage action.
You know, we did see Rainplosion go for a Lilia reroll in regionals.
I would also take that.
The spot
Did
was
that go well? Because I think it.
the rest of the lobby was super stacked.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Here's
that's how we're telling the story
Here's the
now.
problem with the Lilia reroll is you need everything to be perfect. And when I say everything, I mean like literally everything. You need the rest of the lobby to be kind of like low key, low power, and you need to have perfect items through and through. You have to find that Lilia 3 on time, or otherwise just everything crumbles down.
I believe this is the point where we say shout out to Kent. We love Lilia. But yeah, I feel like she falls off a little bit.
Yeah.
Now that players really know how to play this patch, it is going to be incredibly hard to really make it into late game, to make it into first, second, third place with that Lilia. I can see a fourth. I think everything else is going to be very dependent on basically having a lot of luck.
Yeah, if you go for Lilia reroll, it is inherently like you're accepting fourth place.
Hey, Nathan, what's up with Shapeshifter Heart there for Bricks?
Are
you as confused as I am?
I am quite interested. I do know that you get a lot of health from having 4 Shapeshifters in play. Like it is a massive amount, and now you don't have to have 4 in play. You just have to have 3 of them. It's an augment that I have very rarely seen, but I will admit when I've seen it online, it looks pretty jacked.
Okay, interestingly enough, he is already on the Jades. We are in 2-2, and his board is looking fairly well with that Shapeshifter Heart enabling a little bit of extra HP to chew through. I know that you're in a little bit of the Jade corner. I know we're all wearing green today, so I feel like I'm obligated to say this. So do you think this could be an angle for going into the Jades?
100%. Like, the problem with Vertical Jade is that it's not a very high cap board if you stay in, like, 7 Jade. You can start out with a Jade start like this, and we've seen a lot of the Chinese players, Xunga and Huanmie, especially, go for that Vertical Jade angle.
Whoa!
If you find a Jace at 2-3, it's a pretty good angle to go for.
Wow.
Turns out.
I mean, Jace is just a good unit in general. You don't even have to have Shapeshifter.
And in Italy.
Yeah, just go for it.
So here's another thing. There was the last point I wanted to highlight with this is that just because you have a Shapeshifter Heart, it doesn't mean you have to commit to Shapeshifter. This could very much be just a tempo style augment that you actually like mostly abandon later on. You'll have like a Jason play for just the Shapeshifter buff on this one unit. That is totally okay. It's not like a strong augment spot that you're abandoning. It's not like you took a prismatic augment and abandoned that later on. This is a silver augment. You know, I'm not too worried about it right here, right now.
But I also think you can, from this angle, pop in a Shyvana late game, plus the Gnar, plus the Jace.
Plus the Jace 3.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Something that we are seeing a lot, you know, everybody knows Siphon, right? The Jade, Siphon comp, very, very common. But something players are angling for when their boards are a little bit more AP heavy, or they have a setup like this where you have the Shapeshifters in play due to an augment, then that's very interesting to just replace the Siphon with a Shyvana.
For that as we go into the later stages of the game. First carousel coming up here. Rain's board is going to be my point of focus here because I want to see some mages.
Mages?
I was hoping
There's a spatula sitting there.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Oh, whoop.
Takes
the tier. Safety protocol.
But Beantum picks it up.
Okay, thank you, Bintum.
Yeah, I'd like to get a look at what Beantum is up to here. You know, with a tier on your bench, I am kind of getting the vibe of mages in this one. They took a Band of Thieves as their first augment, so again, no commitment anywhere going into this. And again, we're on silver augments to start with, so it's a little bit harder to have that purely identified take that you're going to go for in a spot like this. So Spatula might not even need to be used right now, and you might not even be going this angle, but it does benefit a lot of spots pretty well. You know, when you get a free mage kind of hanging out, it's much easier to get that buff for utility.
Yeah, we've been looking, especially across this tournament and previous ones, Astral Reroll with a Mage Varus has been incredibly strong. Yeah. So if Bintum wants to stick on this, we've already heard it talked several times about how much Korea as a region has been Astral appreciators, I'll say.
Yeah.
It goes for that reroll comp so much. So just watch that angle as the game goes later.
The Astral sommeliers.
Yeah. Exactly.
You know exactly what taste it's from and how to build out those items.
It has a cosmic body. That's a joke for all of the wine enjoyers in the audience.
Another loss here?
I'm just, yeah, he definitely goes for the loss. Of course, now with 4 losses, you want to keep on losing. Maybe not too much, but definitely the angle for Beantum to go into that loss streak, something we see a lot from Korea, but you're pointing it out, Nathan, there was a loss that wasn't so favorable.
Yeah, and so is this one right here for Conda. It's just a big loss to snap the 3 streak that they had going there. So still a strong economy that they had built out, but not the ideal spot. And for Bricks again is going to need some big finishes.
Oh my
in order
God,
to close
guys!
this one out. So
he's streaking with 4 shapeshifter.
yeah,
I'm shocked.
It's definitely not much of a
So
surprise.
surprising.
I mean, Nar is just a strong early game unit as well. But
He found Jace.
Yeah, the Jace as well. Look, everything lines up pretty well for Bricks here, except the fact it's like, what do you do with this later on? Again, I think it's likely to be just a 2 shapeshifter thing. Jace can play by itself, but a lot of options still open here for Bricks. But again, they're going to have to be capping boards. You're not looking for just strong top 4s. You're looking for strong top 2s.
Something that we are seeing on the other side of the board is, of course, Rainplosion. We saw the Mage Heart being picked up very early. She is also on the Astral trend here, and if that is supposed to go into Astral reroll later on, I fear for the 2 players that are currently looking at that.
Yeah. Big rerolls when they're contested are much harder to find on time, and that is a major holding hands kind of spot where it's like a race to the bottom almost at that one. It's like you really don't want to be going 8th and 7th at this point in the day.
I feel like you can just splash in a little mage. It's fallen out of favor a lot, but like Zoe as a unit is so incredibly powerful, especially in the late game. So we'll see where these players go. 100 streak coming in for Bricks, 96 streak for Dasic, meaning the only loss he took was at 2-1.
Yeah, and we are seeing the comps on the right side, and of course we are in 2-7, so everything is going to look fairly similar in these overalls. We are seeing some Lagoons for Here We Go has found the Kaisa. That could be interesting to look at.
Second belt here. I'm getting some pretty heavy Seraphine Graves vibes.
Yeah.
Morello's.
Morello right there, yeah.
A lot of, Dasic's got a lot of options that are open here, and you do still have that Shimmer Scale hanging out. You really hoping a Jax shows up at this point.
This feels like it echoes his last game to me, where he also had an early game that was just like full of options and committed to one. A little bit into stage 3.
Ooh,
we're going to be seeing a 3-1 roll down, actually.
Interesting. So spends a lot of gold still, of course, has some on the bench, finds a Yone, doesn't want it, does find the Rakan.
Passing on Siphon as well, it seems, for the time being.
Maybe he's just holding it.
Kind of the vibe I'm getting here is that Dasic is recognizing, hey, I need some big finishes. We can't commit to like a Seraphine Graves. We need way bigger finishes than that. So this is looking like a tempo into Dragons style of thing where he's like, okay, let's keep this win streak going. We're on 4. Let's get this to 5. Let's win streak throughout stage 3 and then have that big economy to enable that step to level 9.
Very good read on his position and also this lobby to ensure that he can keep the streak going. I would suspect he picks up that Siphon very late just to signalize that that's not something he has right now, or he's just going to keep it and go for the econ.
Big loss streak from Rainplosion right now, down to 51 health on the 6 loss streak. Something here has to be supplemented pretty quickly, but again, comfortable from playing from that spot.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Coming into this, she was like, I'm going to change up my playstyle. But this is a tried and true one she knows well. As the augments come out here, Dasic given, frankly, some pretty good options.
Cybernetic Uplink, I think, is one of the best ones that you can find if you're going to be chasing down the late game AP in a spot like this.
I agree. However, every time I see Portable Forge on a player's Augment choice list, it always feels like they're attracted to it magnetically. So I'm a little worried right now for Dasic. I know he's going to take his time and just figure out which is the best for his situation. So I'm pretty sure it's going to go into the direction of Cybernetic, as everybody else has picked. Of course, we're just waiting on Dasic to pull through with this one.
For the Forge, I want to give a shout out to Ornn.
Yeah, Ornn.
Thanks.
And it's going to be the Cybernetics.
All right.
Ooh, Trade Sector.
Trade Sector with Cybernetic Uplink. This could go 2 ways. One of the more common ones, obviously, would be going towards that Kai'Sa reroll. But, I mean, Zeke's plus uplink is going to look really good for Seraphine Graves.
I just noticed that the tome's sitting on the bench here. That's from
Exactly.
Crux.
He got that
Oh.
from the Crux. So really interesting when he's going to pop that one. Of course, on the left side, you also see what the trade sector does in case you're not familiar with that one. So after each shop, there is going to be a free refresh. After each round is going to be free shop refresh that way around.
Here we go also got a really early Jace this game. It seems like it's just going around.
I mean, the more the merrier,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
I wouldn't complain about a Jace this early.
Ooh. Very close. That Vladimir was putting in a ton of work.
Good loss, good loss.
Yeah.
So when are we expecting, here we go, to pop that tome?
This is a good question. It kind of depends on how you want to tailor this out.
Oh, there we go.
Here we go.
Guild Zaya.
Oh, yes. This is actually like really strong from the Zaya angle, but you do have a Zeke's as well to maybe chase down the Dark Flight angle here. I do think that the guild is inherently going to be stronger. Something we've seen from Zaya in this one, I was looking over the data last night that Mindful One had put together, and the Zaya compositions were doing super strong with one of two things. Number one, a strong augment to supplement Swift Shot, like a Swift Shot emblem, for instance, a guild emblem, or a 3-star Hecarim. Outside of that, they were tending to finish in the bottom 4.
Let me ask, how many 3-star Hecarims were there?
There was one.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
but it did really well.
The point to highlight there is that you need something very powerful, and Swift Shot enhancement or guild enhancement was a major factor when I was looking at those data points.
We saw this in the EMEA as well. Dasik, when he goes for those angles, he's always going to be going for something supplemental, either fully itemized Shyvana. Zaya 3 was the one that put him over the edge last championship. And I think that's going to be something like we're seeing here from Here We Go.
Rain broke her losing streak, so I want to check in there and see what's going on after this carousel, because I'm very interested to see what is up with that. She needs to keep on winning from here on out. We see she has 2 Grit Gloves and a tier on board.
That was a race to the rod.
The rod.
I'm looking at Brick still on a 100-win streak.
Yeah.
With double bow hanging out on the bench. Like, you have so much damage that is potential there. I'm really curious if Brix has an actual direction right now, or if they're just playing strong tempo and picking up wins because of it.
Level 7, 100 HP. Knowing Brix, this is either going to be full direction already or just...
Oh boy.
All right, we got the Namzi Mage. I'm happy. Officially, I'm good with this game. You guys can finish it from here.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Matt. Gonna see you later. But yeah, this is what spot we're in. We have 1 Lilia 2. We have 1 Lilia copy on the bench. Not necessarily the best Lilia amount of right now, but we have the 7 mages going due to the hard mage augment coming through, and the Astrals are kind of rolling as well.
Yeah, this is, I think, a great spot to take when someone's in contention for that Lux spot as well. Someone's going to be picking those up and kind of contesting for them. Instead of trying to focus on level 6 and get out a 3-star Lux, go on to the Namzi instead. Build out a strong level 7 board and start putting together a win streak. When you're at low HP, you're going to need a stronger board to stabilize with. I think this is a fantastic call from Rain in a spot like this.
Yeah, now we're going to see against Here We Go's board. The guild, Kaisa, not going to be doing too hot. Also, our producer shooting me back on stage. He wasn't happy.
Yeah, Niberia was really willing to just go take a back seat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to
we're
watch
happy to have you back. Somebody else that is probably happy is Fly, as he found some more shimmers, unlocking a lot of econ, we heard. So that could be interesting. Here we are over on the bar, 5 shimmer scales unlocked.
2 players going up to level 7 on 3-6. This is really off the path typically, but this is something that we have seen highlighted by a lot of players as we come out with this, is that you're going to have to take some different angles at times. For YGQF here, it feels like that this level isn't for a win streak, it's to just pad the loss that you're going to take here.
Guys, the most blurst of augments has appeared on our board. It's going to be last stand here for Fly.
I don't make a secret of my feelings towards that augment. So to me, this is a tragedy. I have seen players win with it. I'm not going to say that it's automatically bad, but I really don't like when this one comes out.
Whoa.
I'm sorry.
How dare thee?
Yeah.
This is my favorite
Pulling
augment
out the thee.
Really?
You either super hard flex and you win without it activating, or it is like the miraculous comeback that ends up happening.
Is it though?
Or they lose to 1 HP and then lose the very next round.
We don't typically have like novels or movies about that sort of spot. So,
Oh, it's very
that's not apparent to me.
Oh, okay. maybe in EMEA we've been just branded with this. The drama comes around, but to me, this Augment always screams, ah, and that's what it's going to do for the rest of this set.
See,
But
5 Shimmer Scale is Diamond Hands is what gets offered here at the end. This is a big boost of gold, and
Yeah.
you get that champion duplicator here. So for YGQF, despite the fact that they're at such a low health total, if they can get something rolling here and stabilize this board, you're going to pick up that Diamond Hands, and you have a strong item count to be able to produce something later on. I'm really looking forward to seeing how YGQF plays this one out. It's not going to be a distinct line. You have a lot of flexes that are happening here, but they
So
need
much
to
gold.
stabilize the board right now.
Yeah, but we can look at their bench as well, and this to me is reading once again that Xayah guild angle. But it feels like Fly has such a worse position for it.
Wow.
Then here we go, by a large margin.
Taking a really big risk here as well, just saying like, yeah, you know what? I'll just shrug it off. I'm looking for level 8 right here. I have a ton of gold to work with.
yeah, and he still has some HP to work with, right? Once again, a player that's very comfortable with playing greedy, using HP as a full resource, and just dashing that down before it comes to the gold. We are seeing some big upgrades all across the board. Beantum, who is on the Astrals, finds the Silas 3. We also saw Rain hit that Nomzi 2. A lot of 2 stars being unlocked. And I feel like slowly but surely we should be checking in with Brix, who miraculously has been win streaking until here.
It's a big loss that YGQF is taking here. We're getting to see the highlight of the Knife's Edge benefiting this Soyfen comp, as well as the Electric being able to just deliver damage to a melee line there. You cannot afford to keep taking hits that are in that sizable nature if you're at 32 HP. Down to 17, we're on 4-1.
Yeah, really dangerous game being played here by Fly as we see the final augments of the game coming out.
Better Together for Dasik is really, really big. He picks that up with the Dark Flight. That's going to be so good for him.
Here we go, just had the most blessed augment selection of all time. Gear upgrades, Thrill of the Hunt, and Press the Attack. So that was just insane choices. Ends up going for gear upgrades to pump up this guild Xayah even further.
I'm trying to look around and grasp everything. There's just so much going on. I loved getting this 8 vision angle here where it's just like, hey, by the way, there's 8 players here. There's a ton of chaos that's happening. It's impossible to scout every board and know what's going on right now. It gives you that feeling. Dasik with a Rengar 3?
Yeah.
It's 4-2.
Cool. Just casually popping up on that 3-star 3 cost. But you'll note, not going for the emblem build despite having an itemized Swain. The emblem is really strong in Swain builds, but a lot of players have been preferring the Zeeks when you don't rely on the Swain.
With the Better Together, that came handed to him, and it's just going to be so, so good for that kitty cat going for the extra damage. It's still missing items as of right now. He's going to hope that the dragon will deliver those, and he's not going to be able to find a win here, but this comp will be performing really well later on once he has the damage items on that Rengar to pull through.
Wow, the Dragon's Claw has to be highlighted here. I mean, this is a Silas 3 you're fighting against, and you're still able to hold down this board, not just barely off of being able to pick this one up from Dasik. Silas 3 on the other side of the board. We have a Rengar 3 early on. Like, this lobby, everyone's kind of hitting through and through. It's like, if this continues to happen, the players to the lower health, they're in super trouble. Why did QF down to 6?
Fly is about to die, just 6 HP left. Does have the last stand. Nathan's favorite augment by far, but his position was not looking good for it last time we checked in on him.
It was all that gold. I mean, it feels like they hard committed to the level 8. You know, I respect that one, but that is some big flex that's taking place in a spot like that. You're like, yeah, I just want to activate this and start killing everybody.
Well, you have to
3-star Kai'Sa, 3-star Zac.
Alrighty then, calm down, Shunga. That's a very strong board. Not going for the blue buff, but has mana generation, GS, and the jeweled gauntlet on top of it. He's happy. Like you said, featherweight's Axiom Arc as well. This is a really strong position from him.
It feels like everyone's hitting in this lobby. Like,
oh, here's Fly. He does have a Soraka, and it will be just enough for him to proc that last stand, getting him knocked down. And now I'm really curious to see if that's going to go how you set, Nathan, or how I set, because I would love to be proven wrong on this one, honestly.
I would too, because, you know, it's just kind of a, you're getting the idea.
Yeah.
It's one less player for Rainplosion to have to fight for North America top 8. Now,
that is true.
Coming into this one, Bintum has been on a streak recently. Bricks, we were following earlier on, 4-1 full win streak, has finally been knocked down into that 73 HP spot, but hopefully this time he's in a better position than the previous games.
Plus, just look how beautiful your board gets, everyone.
Yeah, it is pretty, at the very least. It's a beautiful death, if nothing else.
Yeah, big transition is going to be coming into place here for Fly as well, and it's honestly it's a great angle to take for Zaya in this spot as well. Like you have items that are set up well for this. The natural healing that you're going to get onto Zaya at this point, highlighted with the Rage Wing buff that's going to come into place. This is very strong to get into a line like this. Can they take advantage of it? 2-star Soraka could boost them back up as well, get them in a spot where they have 2 lives left.
Was really looking to find a Zaya 2 here is not going to come into place, and once that Rengar jumps onto her, she's not going to have anything to really survive here. I fear for Fly, as that is not going to be healthy. Feathers coming back, he is onto her, he is dicing her, and it is going to be the Idas that he gets stuck onto for now. This might be the turnaround, the Soraka holding the fort down for Fly, making sure this team does everything, and it's going to be the chunky div on the other side and making him survive here.
That is like low-key a Sunfire highlight.
Yes.
Where this Idas wouldn't have been doing anything, but instead it's just slowly burning down that Rengar that is missing those items. Despite the fact that you lost your primary damage, you're still able to hold it down because of how much sustain you get from Last Stand, from the Jace shields, from the Idas buffs, and from the Soraka 2 fully healing out your board.
Yeah, wins by sheer man and beef power.
Yep.
Remember as well, though, here, Fly is contested on this composition by Here We Go, who has been dedicated to it for far longer. So even if he is able to survive with this, it feels like it's going to be the biggest uphill battle possible. A single Zaya 1 is all he has against Xunge.
Yeah, and we're going to go into this one once again. Every game could be the last for Fly until that Soraka has healed him up to full. All eyes on the Kai'Sa in the enemy backline. Can she take down this Idas that looked so tanky in the previous round? Yes, she can. Soraka ult coming too late is not going to be enough, but the Zaya is still there. Can she take down the Kai'Sa before this is over? And Fly continues to win these ones out.
It's very slight, but again, this is the Zaya 2 diff that ultimately is coming into place. The champion duplicator on your bench, I like that they're foregoing the Rakan 2 in this spot, and now it's the Treasure Dragon. Nothing to write home about. This is pretty standard play, straightforward. You're pretty much highlighted on utility and frontline there from Fly's spot.
I think for Fly, that matchup was a blessing. Kai'Sa does really well into frontline units, of which Fly had a ton, but has nothing for the backline. A Zaya 1 with no defensive options would die to a stiff breeze. But because there was nothing on Xunge's board that could even hit her, she was safe.
Wow. This board is stacked. Double Zeeks for a Guild Emblem Zaya and a full 2-star across the board.
Yeah, and that's the board that Fly is competing with, right? So we are on Here We Go's board. These are the 2 Zaya players so far not going into that Shyvana, very much on the guild angle as of right now. But Bintum, who has been doing really well, just found the Lux 3, which is going to be really, really big for this Astral comp.
This is very dangerous for the Zaya players as well, really emphasizing how important the positioning is going to be. A Jeweled Lotus with this Infinity Edge and an Archangels and a Shojin. This is a natural threat to Zaya.
The mana boards going together, and you see the Lux on a bad angle to chew through this Kai'Sa, who has a lot of frontline to get through herself, but she will be plugging away. Zac continuing to heal up. Finally, Kai'Sa gets targeted. One more ult. She is down. The Lux is too. So the Zac 3 will be the last one standing, but not for long. Xunge will fall onto Fly's board. 1 health left, but the Zaya, finally 2-star, will save him one more round.
The last stand. It feels like a lot of last stands you're getting. I feel like it's pretty tough to call it last stand at this point. It's like last 15 stands is kind of what you're looking for.
It's sort of like when you're naming files on your computer and you're just like, version 1, final. Final.
Yeah, for sure. So just take a look on the right side of the screen as we are seeing lobby totals. We have 3 players in the 10 HP range. Rainplosion, Dasik, and Fly are all around that corner. And then there is a little bit of a gap towards the rest of the lobby. So they're going to be looking to find these wins here. And it is going to be Dasik against Rain. This could end really, really fatal for either one. You see the Rengar on to the Lux, the Rengar on to the Heimerdinger. He is going to move on over to that Nomsy, take that one out. And the Lilia has not been found, is not going to be the carry for Rain. And that just looks devastating if you're a fan of Rain as we are.
Yeah. Silas plugging away as best he can, but unstoppable Swain and Rengar in the midfield just gonna rip through him, and that will be it for Rainplosion.
Tough spot there. Positioning is just, it's close to everything in a fight like that. The board wasn't strong enough for Rainplosion. We saw her have to go to 8 to try to supplement the board strength. Not even close to the line to find that Nomsy 3, where time is going to be everything. All you're trying to do with that Nomsy is cast a bunch. So you're in the right spot for it, but the matchups, not the right kind of matchups you're looking for.
I'm really worried for Dasik now because he was pretty lucky with meeting Rain here, who was arguably for him the weakest player he could have faced in this lobby. I know that Rengar is now doing some damage, and if he gets down that Xayah, it could just be enough, but we saw this one play out differently before.
Yeah, you can see here, Xayah not going to be the main target. Hecarim, great ult onto the backline, going to be able to save his carry. And one more hop here from Rengar will secure the kill onto the Xayah. He escapes for the time being onto the Soraka, who lives. The deadly bananas flying hard and fast. And Swain, the only one left standing, the only hope in the way of Dasik taking another loss.
A little bit of magic shred there. And I just kind of chilling in the corner right now. The Sunfire, though, that's the big difference there. Dasik going to take a hit. Not out of it just yet, but it's a tough matchup. The last stand there just kind of proving to be everything from the other side of the board. Just that little extra sustain, that little bit of extra time, a fatal style of loss that's coming in.
Yeah, I have to admit, Fly is playing this one out pretty nicely. The Soraka doing her best job at healing him back up into contention of everyone else in this lobby. And you can see that they're all moving closer. We have 4 players in the range of 38 to 20, and then Fly with 16 and Dasik with 6, who is the one that needs to now do everything to get out of here, has found that Guardian emblem to maybe beef up the board just a little bit, but will it be enough? Well, Konda finally finds that Pantheon too.
Hey, we're checking out Brix's board. He went for the Soifen build, incredibly popular top 4 build coming out of his win streak, and he's in the top 4 in health.
Yeah, absolutely. We also have Konda on that exact same comp, so he is going to be a little bit in competition with him. Both of these players have the Soifen built out, but really it is going to be about Dasik, whether or not he can clutch this one out. He didn't find the Swain, but he has found the Guardian Emblem to make that Darkflight Essence, and maybe that's just what he needed.
Watch the Lux in the back. One ultimate, not able to hit the Rengar, finally does, and that is going to spell the end for Dasik's carry. 2 more ultimates from Lux, and this should spell the end of Dasik's game number 2. The previous game also did not go great for him. One of our EMEA best has an uphill battle left for him today.
It's just a tough spot to be in. You know, it's matchups that just are not looking super favorable. Again, almost everyone was connecting in this lobby, and the inherent benefit of the Rengar composition is to punish the players who are not there yet.
Fly taking a loss here is a big deal. So we thought he was over the worst part, but turns out he has found another loss. Did find the Shyvana as well, so that's going to be some upgrade here coming through. But of course, it's only Shyvana 1, and he would very much like her to be Shyvana 2, and that's going to be so hard to do. Does take out the Soraka here in order to be able to do something else, and will slam some tank items onto that Shyvana, hoping that the Zephyr hits what it's supposed to hit.
This does feel like a slightly questionable call. It feels like you kind of weakened your board to get the 6 Rage Wing benefit. We're going to find out if it's strong enough here, but that Kaisa is a very very powerful unit right now. Shyvana hopping into the air. This is a tank feature Shyvana, so not the greatest one to be in right now. But I will say that Xayah is looking in a fantastic spot for this. The Feather Shred coming through. Shyvana is still alive. We're still seeing a Jace pour through. It's just absolutely not enough to get through this one. Great positioning here from YGQF and a great call. 6 Rage Wing.
Here we go, goes down though.
Yeah, the only person in the lobby contesting Fly on this composition. The loss of Soraka here, the lack of her presence means that this is the last 3 HP that Fly will have. He saved himself 1 loss already, and now a Shojin, not exactly what he needs, but might help out with that Hecarim. I do want to point out, Nathan, to your point, tank Shyvana, not always the best, but with the benefit of Shapeshifter, it was just enough to edge her out over the Idis that he would have had otherwise.
It's just great calls here from YGQF. Every way you slice it, Fly has just been having fantastic calls throughout their game. Yeah. We're going to see if it can work out now. They're in position to make it to a level 9. You just need a couple more rounds.
Yeah, but are you going to get those couple more rounds is going to be the question here. We have him redo that Zephyr to make sure he can slam it last second. The last one was devastating. He just hit a Karma with it. That was not what we were going for. Really wanted the Kai'Sa there, but was out-positioned. And he is playing really greedy right now. 9 seconds left, is not rolling, is trusting in this comp and the ability to win one more out. It is going to be Bricks or a Beantum that he meets up with, the 2 top health players. And here he is, Beantum with that Lux coming for him in perfect position for those Zephyrs.
Fly's last stand __3 final is coming out now. The Shyvana flies into the front line. It's the Xayah uncontested in the back. One more ult from Lux would do it, but she gets stunned up as Xayah fires the feathers away. The Lux will fall, and Fly lives once more.
It's once again great positioning there. The call to item remover and find that little bit of cheese to ensure that you get that Lux up into the air, and then again putting it on the 3rd row to avoid any buildup so that the Zyra line did not stun. Fly is making absolutely great calls in the fights.
But where do you roll? Do you just keep on trusting? There we go. Level 9 being unlocked by Fly, giving him a little bit of the edge over the other players who are still on that level 8, being able to slot in everything that he wants to now.
And this is a big one here. Do you go for another Mystic, or do you go for the second Rim? Do you want the potential for an extra stun with a little bit extra front line, or is the Mystic going to be the difference? They're going to say, you know what, I'm going with Hecarim in this one. The Zephyr positioning not working out, and this is potentially a dangerous spot for this Xayah right now.
Yeah, the Zephyr was just baited in the wrong direction. Once more, lift something up. That was not going to be the one he needed. The Xayah is on to these carries, but can she take them down onto the Jace? Jace still survives, but the Dragons have been mostly eliminated. It is only the Siphon. He's gonna charge, finds the Xayah, takes her out, and I don't think the Shyvana has what it takes. Fly finds an end here and goes out 5th.
Beantum taking a loss as well. We now have our top 4 in an incredibly tight lobby. Fly's Ghost losing to Conda, our Brazilian lobby leader.
It's looking pretty strong. I mean, we've been seeing the Soifin competitions just slightly be above the average, just right above that top 4 spot. And considering how highly contested we saw it yesterday, I found it a bit surprising that it was doing so strong. As we get a glimpse at our top 4 players, I love being able to see this because those last-second movements, all the units start to scatter around the board. You start to see how much they value the positioning.
How much they value their gold as well. We can see that Kana and Shungo are just holding on to this 50 gold while the other 2 players were really rolling. And it's going to be Conda against Beantum here who could die.
Yeah, Bintum's backline is safe for the time being, but you've got to watch that charge from Siphon. Will go wide. The Lux is alive for now. 1 ult, 2 ult, no red ult, no blue ult, but it will be a round win for Bintum, who survives once more.
Conda here, saving up that gold. Level 9 is going to be the big benefit for this one. It's how you're going to fit it in and what you're going to take advantage of. But we have now closed this lobby in 15-9 on a 1st to 4th right now. It is packed to the brim. Any player, I think, technically has a chance for that 1st place here. It's going to be matchups. It's going to be positioning. That's what they're going to be focused on.
Yeah, and they are picking up some additional upgrades. We see Shungo going last pick for that additional Sunfire. Just get some tankiness, just get some extra overtime damage in this composition. And Brix with that Bard on the bench. Is he going to make it to level 9? Gold says no. So really, he is the one that's in disadvantage here against the level 9 boards.
And 2 as well, Soifan players in the lobby at the moment in our top 4. Nathan, you were saying how strongly this composition performs, and I think we are seeing the answer in motion.
Yeah, it's pretty close in a lot of these positions right here. This matchup, not the spot that you're looking for here. This is a tough Silas that you're going to fight through, and this Lux, again, in a very safe spot to just shred through the board.
Yeah, someone is going to die here, and we're watching, finding out who that is going to be. The Lux uncontested, untouched. In the top right corner, she just keeps shooting out these ults. Nothing is going to come her way, and she's going to take out Brix here. Will Kanda meet the same fate as Shungo's Kaisa is onto him, taking out the entire board and eliminating him as well. He goes third, and Brix goes fourth.
Down to our final 1v1 here. It's Bintum versus Shunga for the final round of game number 2.
A little bit of positioning change due to the lockets onto that Vladimir here. A lot of this, I think, is going to boil down to where this Kaisa lands, and if it's in a spot where it can avoid these Lux hits. If that's going to happen, you're in deep trouble.
Shungo still has gold to roll and says, no, that's not what I'm going to do right now. Is so confident in this composition here that he's going to take down Bintum, that he just holds on to it, and we see how that one plays out.
The Lux that has taken Bintum all the way to the final round remains uncontested in the back. But watch the Kaisa firing away and getting fired at. The Lux will take her down. And after a long-fought game, Korea's Bintum will reign supreme in round 7 of the Dragonlands Championship.
Just a great recognition from Bintum to realize, hey, I'm supposed to re-roll Lux in this position, and gets the major benefit of finding that Silas 3 as a huge tank, gives you plenty of time to find that Lux 3, the Jeweled Lotus to capitalize with the Infinity Edge, the Archangel Staff to have a natural scaling so you don't have to have 3 items committed to damage. And then what's the important part of that one afterwards? Supplement the mana so that she keeps blasting away.
I think one of the interesting things that we're seeing here is that the Soifan comps, the vertical Jade compositions, while they've been so consistent, the thing that they struggle with really hard is just raw burst. You saw how quickly that frontline evaporated in the face of Lux in all of those matchups, meaning that those great boards, so fantastic, got them all the way to top 4, instant death.
Yeah, and I think it really comes down to what Nathan was saying during the game. It is all about position for these Jade boards because you need that Siphon to get into the backline and just take out the carry if there's a Xayah waiting, if there's a Lux waiting, and if he cannot fulfill that role, then you're gonna lose.
Yeah, a big weakness of the Soifan compositions is capping. Yeah, your cap hits pretty early, which is why it's powerful. And from there, you see a slow bleed out. That's why you don't want to play from behind, is because you're going to get out capped unless you just somehow keep blasting away perfect positioning, perfect outcomes of the fights. You're going to lose your gold. You're going to start to bleed out. If you don't have a lot of health, that comp is inherently weaker. And then again, at the very end of the game, just like you were saying, Niberia, if you're just going to end up getting blasted by these super powerful comps, your cap gets hit early, and that's that.
The beautiful first 2 games to start off our elimination day at the Dragonlands Championship. But we've got 3 more to go before your favorite players may disappear. We'll be going over to the analyst desk to break down that last game and then headed into the final games of the knockout day. Don't miss it.
That he just holds on to it.
second lobby belongs to Brintum that really made it out with the mage composition. What is going on in here? Guys. yeah,
Nothing.
we
Nothing.
are,
Nope.
we're live. Thank you. Okay, really stepped up the game this time with the mage composition. We haven't seen it so far, but it was a mage Nomsy. Really, that hit the point like a starter. But this time, Rainplosion did the same composition with the Nomsy carry, but Brimstone do it with the Lux carry.
Now that is correct. There were 7. Actually, this is a lobby that was really fun to watch because there were 7 high rollers. We found 2 cost 3 stars at stage early stage 4. We actually found 3 cost 3 stars at stage 4 as well too. We got a Sylas 3-star out of nowhere. We got like a Rengar 3-star out of nowhere. Rainplosion, alas, is the only one that actually played the game fair, right? And you can't play this game fair if you want to win the game until that's not a good thing to do, all right?
No, it was a real heartbreak. Of course, a lot of people looking to Rain coming into the competition. Day 1 wasn't quite the way which we would have liked to go for her. Having the the first place straight into the 8th place, again, it's a real heartbreaker. As much as it was again, I mean, I'm always going to be talking about EMEA. Oh boy, I mean, we did not have the best look in the previous game, and now it's, Daisy and Brix pretty much out of the conversation for this year.
I mean, she was really having a really good win streak the first of the game, but the items weren't the one that hit that well. I mean, the Nomsy was not that strong enough to make the disperse damage to the other composition, and we had many sustained composition in the other side. We had the Swain, for example, that really wasn't hit that well.
That's correct. The itemizations with Namzi was a bit late, and there were so many 3-stars to a point where Namzi just couldn't get anything, and eventually it got eaten up by a Rengar 3-star that also found itemizations late, and I think that's what happened with Daisik as well too. They tried to go for like a Rengar 3-star composition, but the reason why he lost was because for the entire stage of 3, 4, and 5, that's when Dark Flights are at the strongest, he had 0 damage items on Rengar.
AP Rengar.
AP Rengar, that's correct. He went for the legendary AP jungle Rengar strat.
I mean, that is something we have been seeing more and more. The players, they've been relying on the early game, item sharing strength over itemizing Rengar. Maybe that's not the way to go. I mean, certainly we did see, of course, the Cannoneer version where you don't even use the Swain. Apparently, maybe that's the way to go instead.
I mean, and actually, we've seen this concept of struggling with Rengar items so bad. I think it happened to Soju at the same time, but he got the Infinity Edge and the Hush and the same Jade Carousel, so it is okay. But now, I really want to step it up a little bit more with the composition that it was with the Mage. You cannot be that flexible into that composition because otherwise it's not going to buff that much the damage of the Nomsy or the Lux in this case.
That is completely correct. The reason why Koreans love the Astral composition so much is not just like a Bintim that went for it. Almost 3 of the 5 Korean representatives try to force it whenever they're offered the opportunity, and that's because mages, not only do they have that econ potential from Astrals, just like Shimmer Scales and like a Lagoons can give, it also has that huge 3-star burst damage potential all the way up to level 9.
Yeah, and I mean, something which we did see kind of missing from Rain's side of things, for anyone who's maybe newer to the game, just a reminder, of course, that mages will multiply up the ability power of the unit. So if you've got something like, Archangels in the mix, you're looking at massive, massive damage coming out of your main carries. But if you don't have the AP, it's nowhere near as impressive.
Peter, what happened to Brix? There's many players doing the Shioyu and Siphon composition. We know that, we've been knowing that since day 1. Now it's day 2, he's going for the same strat, he's losing a lot of HP. This game, he had a really good win streak. I really have to highlight that. I thought that with that, he would be confident on his playstyle and in the mid game would be stronger with a good economy, but he burst a lot of gold in the mid game and then he didn't land it that well with the composition.
I mean, this is what we've been seeing over the course of yesterday, of course. We saw the Shioyu Siphon start to emerge as maybe more of a top 1 comp, but it has more traditionally been this top 4. And for Brix, of course, who was so far down the table after coming through so poorly in the previous game, I'm a little bit bummed they didn't get a chance to really push for a proper 1st or 8th comp, because without a top 1, their days were numbered anyway.
I mean, this is a really good example. It's actually completely contrast with yesterday in the fact that yesterday it was the reroll comps that failed and the forecast compositions that succeeded. But in this case, the reroll comps didn't fail. Kaisa 3-star showed up early. Sylas 3-star showed up early. Everybody that went for rerolls actually found their upgrades in the end and at a very appropriate timing, which allowed them to level up, add in more value, and eventually beat those 4 cost carry units.
And just a quick note about what we're seeing on our screen right now. Of course, with the majors, in this case, we've got to see our long-time friend, the 4-item Lux with the Jewel Lotus in the mix there. She just hits like an absolute truck.
Beautiful shot right there.
And you actually depend of casting early on Lux, the second cast, of course. So Blue Buff Sojin is really a thing to hit in this type of lobbies. I think yesterday we didn't see that much of like a casting thing they needed to depend on. But now we really need to see the overall standards. This is, of course, Hwanmi again.
Wow.
Now we have top
first?
2. No, here, top
Wow.
But, oh my god, title. Okay.
Doing amazing.
Hwanmi and Title's been amazing the whole competition.
And if you look at the points, the point gap is actually getting further and further away. Right now, Hwanmi's like at least 8 points ahead of the other players. So I don't know if the players that are currently in the top 17 is able to make a comeback.
I think the cut is going to be between like 53, kind of. But we need to see if we have... if the players that yesterday they did on the bottom is now on the middle of the overall standings, I think it's going to be around 50, 56 kind of.
Yeah, I mean, and particularly we saw Rainplosion right at the top of the standings there after coming in last in the previous games. You knew that Rain had such a good opportunity to climb up towards that top 8. Again, it must be incredibly disappointing for her and for, of course, the NA fans that just didn't happen.
I mean, Rainplosion, I'm actually really surprised about Rainplosion playstyle because she has actually one of the best eco strats that I've seen in a very long time. She actually might have eco strats that are better than like a China. I mean, I guess that's what America's all about, capitalism. Best country for capitalism.
Baby!
They can get a lot of money. And I was really impressed. She played really well. She has her own playstyle, but for the previous game at least, luck just didn't follow.
I think the items is a great difference between the composition, not just being contested with other. But let's talk about a little bit of the shimmers that we didn't see this lobby. Fly was struggling a lot.
Oh, absolutely. I think we did just hear from production that they want us to go to a break. We can't talk anymore. So, guys, please do stick around. We're coming very close to the end of the second day where we will be cutting it to our top 8. These next 3 games are absolutely everything. We'll see you guys after the break.
Woo!
Welcome back, everyone, to the Dragonlands Championship. We are reaching our final stretch in the group stage. My name is Counterfeit, of course, joined by Frodan and by Bebe. We're going to have 3 games to determine who will be going through to our top 8.
That's right. We're getting really close to the end of finding out who's going to be joining us in that last lobby, and the scores are really condensed around certain clusters. Now is the time to put it all on the line for some of these players. No more mistakes. We gave them as much margin for error as possible.
Now we're actually seeing the layout of exactly who has the best chance of participating in the finals to get that sweet, juicy championship. And I myself have to say there are 3 Koreans top 8 so far.
They're pretty good. They're pretty good. Everyone knew that Korea had the potential. Their top players are elite. They can compete with the best in the world. And they sent 2 of them, but I'm really impressed by Dongul in particular. He was a player that we didn't really know too much about, but Baby was hyping like he's an OG. He's been around for quite some time. And people know that if you stick around TFT this long, you're bound to be pretty good at the game.
Yeah, with the kind of format we've got here of the 2-day stretch, we really get to see where that consistency is like. Of course, we've already mentioned Hame doing an incredible job this time, really coming back and making a very strong case themselves to become a 2-time world champion. Let's head in here where we'll see another player who has really turned some heads. Title sharing the top 2 spots, 40 points to Hwame's 44.
Yeah, this is a reseed as we go into what these lobby looks like. And there's definitely some storylines with the front runners. You talk about Title, who's doing well for Japan. Very much one of those breakout performers over the last championship and this one. Noel, who's been crushing it and been pretty much the hope of EMEA thus far with consistent performances. But then you look at a lot of people towards the bottom. Ken Dasick kind of redeemed some of the games that's been going on today. I don't know if he's in contention necessarily because of his points, but he has so much of his reputation at stake. And then you have the power of friendship. Kyvix and Ambi, these are practice partners who won 2 of the biggest tournaments for North America for the mid-set finale and regionals.
I mean, we do see a lot of Western Lega countries participate in this lobby, and I do have to say, I feel even though Daisik's performance is a bit unfortunate in this tournament so far, he almost seems to be the protagonist. He's been showing up in almost every game so far, and every time you see him, he's like 1 off of Nila 3-star, 1 off of Upkers, 1 off of Kaisa. We'll see if he'll be able to make a comeback to at least get a few thousand more prize money.
Well, further to your point, of course, Frodan, as well, while Dasick is currently 31 out of 32, there is still, there's still honor to play for, there's still position to play for as well, because, of course, everyone wouldn't leave the Dragonlands Championship without something, and if you can push a position up, even if you can't make top 8, you can at least increase the prize you leave with.
Yeah, fellow elite EMEA player Lelouch is also right on the outside. I believe he is 10th in points right now, meaning that he needs to put a consistent performance. Players like him have the hardest job right now in the field. Do you take a more risky line to try and play for a top 2, or is top 4 good enough, but then you leave it to potential tiebreakers? Bebe, you've been in this spot before competing. What's in your mind when you're like 10th and you had to go for top 8?
Now, if you're in this situation, I know you're tempted to go for those safe decks. You want to go for those safe reroll decks. You want to go for that safe Graves deck, but you do need to make a gamble. This is the World Championships, and I know it feels nice to raise 1 more placement, but we all came out here to become the best, right? We came out here to be #1, right? Yeah. So you take that risk. You take that 6th dragon. I don't know.
All right, well,
and let's go for it. Right,
You heard it from Bebe himself, and of course, as was mentioned on the desk before, we've been kind of ducking watching too much of Title actually being played. I'm really fascinated to see what they've got for us here. Because again, as we said so many times, Japan, definitely not the biggest region. I have to imagine Title, really stretching outside of Japan to try and pick up the kind of strats that have brought them to this point.
Yes, the last player in the lobby that we can focus on is also Here We Go from China, a player that, of course, people don't really know too much about in terms of reputation, but has very much earned his place. He's 7th right now in the standings, which puts him in a really interesting spot similar to Lelouch, but he's also the only Chinese player in this lobby, which means he doesn't have the ability to warp tempo the way the 3 Chinese player lobbies have been most of today on broadcast. So now he has to kind of play to the pace of everybody else in the world. Is that going to affect his game plan?
Now, I'm also interested about the Chinese player as well too, and he might be a bit worried about it. But I'm also more interested about Title, because this is the first time we've seen Title on our official TFT world screen as well too. Title actually has been getting such good results in the past 7 games, and I am really excited to see what strategy he brings into the fray.
Yeah, so far, we talked about it in day #1. He's been more Lagoon focused. Lagoon, again, showing some pretty decent results for some players, and then for others, it just seems to be a guaranteed bot 4, even a bot 2 finish. Is Title going to be able to bust something out like that? Because it seems like he's willing to play comps that other people are not.
Now that's what I want to see. I want to see if this Title player is a Kaisa one trick, or maybe he's actually a god genius at the game and actually knows how to play every composition perfectly. That's what I want to see.
At least if you look at his ladder, that seems to be the case. Part of what makes Title very impressive is his ability to climb ranked. He, of course, was dominating Japan. He was rank 1, rank 2 always. But North America, he decided to climb in preparation leading up to the World Championship. And he also was able to get top 5 very easily in North America.
That's amazing.
So this shows that he's very versatile. His profile shows all kinds of comps all the time.
All right. Well, guys, we are very close to getting started into our third game of the day. Only 2 more after this to fight through and get those final points. We know, of course, everyone is going to be giving us absolutely everything. Let's hop right onto the convergence and see what our players have got for us. Round 3 begins right here.
Ooh, loving what I'm seeing as we take a look. It's a mostly tier carousel.
Hey,
Can start with it. And it's on a Talia as well, which is pretty interesting to see who's going to go for it. Both Kaivix was trying to go for it. Some Kaisa players in this lobby thing, baby.
All right, so in this situation, you probably want to go for an Econ start with Lagoons or like maybe Shimmer skills. If you're going for a tier crit start, one thing to notice is that there won't be any tank items. So most composition will be very, very squishy. So if you are able to make a good damage line from the beginning of the game, that will be a key factor in maintaining a good win streak.
That's right, that's right. Or even a higher premium on things that can give you items to start defensively as well. We'll see as we take a look at Slooper, a player who's been struggling a little bit, you know, coming third at the Galaxy's Championship, has sort of been the godfather of Brazilian inspiration for Teamfight Tactics. His performance has inspired many people after him to try and become that top finisher.
It's so fascinating to have that parallel at play in this lobby. You know, Slooper, who has inspired Brazil, Title, who may do the same for Japan.
That's right.
Oh, we see 3 Vladimir here at the ready, and can we see an Astro Korean style 3-star composition? I am very excited to see. He does have a good angle because he's offered a rod and he's offered like a crit, so he can go for these gauntlets, or he can go for like a damage atomization as well too. So I feel his situation won't be too bad.
I mean, it's blessed. We've seen, what, not 2 Koreans reroll Astrals for a top 1, and then we see other people play Astrals. It's not working out for them. So which is it going to be? Is it going to be the Korean Astrals? Or is it going to be just something Slooper plays temporarily, as he does have an opportunity to sell and buy? Pretty decent start, but let's look at that first Augment and see if they can shape the lobby complexion here.
All right, of course, we're holding out to see if it's something a little bit spicy. It will be the gold augments, so our players will be more or less where they'd hope to be. Guys, any augments from the selection that's jumping out at you?
Well, I personally enjoy watching augments like of course, but what is that?
What do you get? What do you get?
So the first thing that I saw was there's a double trouble offer top center for Here We Go, and he immediately rerolled it. And double trouble is one of those augments that people love to see at 2-1 because it helps form their game plan as one of the most consistent strategies, and he had a sword up, so he could have played for a Dark Flight. Now he's stuck in a much more awkward situation, and he's picked up Axiom Mark instead. Very fascinating just off the bat there.
I mean, we are looking at the augment choices, and multiple players were offered Rich Get Richer and Eco Augment, but none of them decided to pick it. This shows exactly that in a world size like a tournament, people do prefer to go for combat augments instead of going for those econ augments because they know that will be the decisive factor of saving HP for the mid-game.
Ah, it makes a lot of sense. Why? Because he had 2 tiers, not 1 but 2. Here We Go goes with the blue buff and says, you know what, yes, double trouble is a broken augment in quotation marks, but it's still important that I stay to my fundamental game plan based off my items, and this makes a lot of sense.
A quick reminder of kind of where we stand in the lobby overall, because we already talked about Title doing incredibly well. You mentioned Here We Go, just kind of below them on the standings. There's still a huge chance to see things mixed around. Of course, all that matters directly is our players get into the top 8. It doesn't matter where they finish. It won't give them an advantage in day number 3. But still, there's a lot of movement potential. Lelouch, of course, we mentioned, and Noel in the 30s, so they still got a chance to climb, particularly if they finish highly.
I mean, in this lobby, you can see that people are trying to go for these Kaisas with that blue buff, and people are actually starting with Astrals. Now, Astrals, the reason why Astrals can be just as good as Shimmer Skills and Lagoons is because they do have that economic edge. Now, the only downside with Astrals is that once you reroll, you usually reroll down at 4 to find 1-cost 3 stars, but if you fail to find 1-cost 3 stars or plenty amounts of Luxes, you're going to have to reroll again level 6, and that actually eats up your economy to a point where it makes the game very difficult for late game.
Well, Frodan, what do you think of the setup from Climactic right now? I mean, we've got the Axemark, which I can't imagine is going to do a whole lot in the immediate future because there aren't many kills going through for Climactic's side of the board.
Yeah, this is not the ideal start for Astrals. This is the exact reason why a lot of players don't prefer to open Astrals, because yes, you're able to get your economy started by getting those extra Astral Orbs every single round, but you're not going to kill that many units with 1-stars. So based off Climactic's setup, it does look like he is thinking about that reroll strategy in some capacity, but right now his HP bleeding is very much concerning.
I mean, I completely agree. Because the Astrals don't save that much HP for the early mid-game, it puts you at a huge HP deficit. People starting with like Kai'Sa, such as like Basic, this is the reason why these guys try to force and find Kai'Sa as fast as possible, because you do save HP. It's completely opposite. You can save HP a lot more, and it's much more stronger, and you can also tempo pressure other people while gaining econ.
Another quick reminder, of course, Basic, you can see down there 23 points, definitely not in contention for fighting it for those top 8, but still looking to try and push themselves up. I would love to see what Basic can do now with so little to hold them back. They can just go all out in this game just to try and improve where they stand up against our current EMEA champion, Lelouch.
Lelouch is at level 5 with that Wukong and that Triforce, really synergizing with the fact that it's just a strong 2-star unit to play in this phase of the game and getting us to the back line. Lelouch, as we mentioned, in that top 10, just on the outside, trying to take down Basic, gets a really easy victory. But more importantly, shows you how the tempo is really evolving. Many players are talking about in the chat rooms, in their Discord groups, man, I'm just going to level to 5 and before the carousel because everyone else is doing it. I'm going to be cringe too. I'm just quoting them word for word.
Raising tempo does give you an advantage. It just feels really good to hit people that early.
Yeah, and you deal full damage.
It just feels really good to have 5 units against 3 little boys. And that does a lot of...
You would know, baby.
I mean, I'm currently very excited for this lobby because we saw a Donkey Kong 2-star.
Oh, yeah.
We saw a bunch of Astrals. I swear this looks like a Korean lobby, in my opinion. So it does feel very, very familiar.
One thing I wanted to point out here as we go for the carousel is we are seeing a lot of tiers and a lot of rods currently in the inventories of our players, not committed as of yet.
Oh, 2-star Zach, by the way, title, we talked about his affinity for Lagoon. Guess what he started? Lagoon Emblem. Has a Morello that he could theoretically slam as well, although that does kind of narrow a little bit of what he could play for. But with Lagoon Emblem already slammed based off his Augment, it feels like he has to kind of play this line.
Man, I guess this man was blessed to play Lagoons. I swear, if there is a blessing of Lagoons, it's a hero augment necessary, right? There should be a Lagoon hero augment that's just specifically set for title for this point.
Well, we all, as I said, we've got the Lagoon Spatula in there. We've got Ezreal stacking up the Lagoon stacks. From what I understand, Ezreal's going to be able to really accelerate up that Lagoon count pretty darn quick.
But one concern that I have is that, like, there are a lot of Kai'Sas in this lobby, so our fine title won't be able to go for a Kai'Sa 3-star deck, right? So I'm wondering what deck he's going to go for. Is he really going to go for Psalm, and can that get him a good placement?
Yeah, so he's actually been one of the few players in the entire field playing Sohm in half his games so far.
Really?
That's right. Yeah,
that works?
And he's gotten 2 firsts and a 3rd place, so he's been very consistent. In fact, I don't believe he's ever bought forward with it so far this championship.
Oh, this guy's a Psalm master. Wow.
Well, I mean, I guess then it opens up the question, if you guys know this specifically for title, what's the difference between a successful Stone player and an unsuccessful Stone player in your views?
Well, for one thing, it's starting off with Lagoon. I think a lot of people who try to play Lagoon from an awkward spot because they pivot into it too late, the rewards are curved out for a reason. The when you get your first component is huge. When you're able to get that remover or anything else that you're looking for is very important. So stacking up those Lagoon rewards. The most important thing is being stable on 7. A lot of players try to go to 8 immediately and roll for Sohm and Nyla 2, but a lot of players fail to realize that you sometimes need to roll on 7 as well, and that's exactly where title is, I think, excelling.
I mean, that was a beautiful explanation of Frodan. So what Frodan is trying to say that Lagoons is a win streak composition, and you don't just win streak all the way to level 8 or level 9. You win streak until level 7, and then you roll again to make sure that you don't fall behind on tempo compared to the other players, and then you save up money again for your composition. That's how you play Lagoons.
And a strong note as well coming out of this round. Both Slooper and Lelouch are on 100 streaks right now, so they remain undefeated. A lot of money in the bank. It certainly seems like with, actually no, sorry, my apologies. 3 players win streaking. This is a lobby that's really roaring out of the gates.
I mean, I'm really sad for Daisy. I swear he always has a bad start when he starts with Kai'Sa. I feel like Kai'Sa chooses other players maybe because he has a very beautiful girlfriend.
He's already got lucky.
He's already got lucky in life, so I guess he's getting a lucky in the game.
No one high rolls everything. And Dasik has certainly had his fair share of bad luck. Luck to positioning just to trap the Malphites, make his board slightly weaker to get those Lagoon stacks. But it seems like so many people starting tiers, some people starting blue buff on Kai'Sa. There's not enough room for everybody. So who's going to stay and who's going to pivot off?
I'm fascinated to see how that one ends up coming through. I mean, in terms of late game options, maybe, if we do see players moving away from potentially a Soma.
Oh my!
Wow!
Goodness.
What
that's a Kai'Sa too.
All right, well, let's revise our estimates, perhaps.
Man, Daisy's gotta go. His girlfriend is closing her eyes so Daisy can meet with Kai'Sa temporarily. Okay, so right now the itemization setup is very decent for the Lagoon composition. I'm not gonna laugh too much about that. He's offered these gauntlets. He has a Nikos. He has a Reforger, so he has many resources to make a composition. He does not necessarily need to go for Kai'Sa 3-star because in the end, Lagoon is just an eco fest. This is just his build-up process, and I feel he's open to many more compositions.
A small note just coming into Stage 3. We've got 3 players again who are win streaking, but Alush is the only one of those 3 players who has money left in the bank. Of course, we expect players to spend money to keep their win streak going, but Alush has got the best of both worlds.
Is that another Namzi? Why is Namzi so popular today?
Well, Namzi is decent at playing for a consistent placement. Kind of struggles to cap out the board, but if you're able to get ahead enough, you are able to actually cap your board with Aurelion Soul. So that's probably what Kyvix is thinking about right now. Kyvix is also anti-meta. He loves playing things that are different, and Namzi is part of that.
Oh, that's beautiful right there. So you're using Namzi as a build-up process to go for Aurelion Soul because they share the same items. All right, let's look into the second Augment section of the game. Anything beautiful in particular? Let's see.
All right, so we've got a few little spicy ones through there. Of course, our Rich got richer, very much neglected from before. We, of course, most of our players holding on to their rerolls. Now we've got the second goal coming in. We've got a pretty good idea of how powerful the Augments will be in this lobby.
Wow, Kyvix is a Namzi too. That is huge.
Wow.
And he's also rolling as well. He's rolling for a bunch of Astrals in the bottom left. So take a look at that. We have 2 best friends contesting each other. What is going on? They were talking about how they might grief each other. They weren't joking at all.
Usually Chinese teams try to contest units that are different of the same cause, but it seems the US strategists contest the same units, right? You're going for it, me too.
Hold the phone, an early Deja. This is Pirates Deja, if I recall correctly. Therefore, Noel can start printing components, and if he's able to get just 1, it'll be worth. He also has 3 items already onto this Deja.
Well, this is the thing. Bricks kind of being taken out of the conversation has passed their Deja luck onto the compatriot Noel, who is ready to pick up the slack. Still trying to fight to represent the ABA region. And we see the fully stacked Titans and the Archangels building up a very heavy hitter.
I mean, the thing about Noel's composition right now is that not only does he have 3 damage itemizations for Deja at the ready, and not only does he have Pirates for the free items in economy, look at his augments. He's got Exile, he's got Sunfireboard, so he's got 2 really good combat augments for his situation. Exile because he doesn't have any tank itemizations, and Sunfireboard because he doesn't have any anti-healing. I think he's in a really good spot.
Yeah, and of course, those are, if anything, oppressively generic augments to be bringing in there, so we still don't know where they're going to end up long term.
It seems like if everything goes well for Noel, he can play that line into a fast 8, stabilize, look at dragons, and potentially go for fast 9. Is other people going to be able to keep up?
Now, this is actually a composition from Super that I want to highlight. I honestly think one of the best comps right now, especially at Worlds as well too, is the Xayah composition. And the reason why I think that is because Xayah compositions, not only do they have a decent, a DPS carry, they're also able to add in Hecarim and Shyvana to the composition. And currently, Super having a 7 full win streak with the Israel composition, taking down the opponents. That's amazing.
Just traditionally good tempo. I mean, Ezreal 2 has been kind of a slightly overpowered one cost almost the entire set. Everyone knows how good this unit is, and he's just sticking to the fundamentals. And he also has an early Jace, which is really good for that gear upgrades.
Oh, decent economy, decent build-up setup, perfect itemizations, and a good a base. I am very excited to see what Super Brazil I think might be able to get first or second this game.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, Sleeper, definitely an incredibly inspirational figure. Certainly got the ground to make up with, but hopefully we'll get the chance. As I said, we still got a couple of games after this still to go. pushing a position up is worth a whole lot. Note of, Slooper win streaking, Noel win streaking as well. The top of the table is still looking very strong.
I'm wondering what's going on with Here We Go's board at the moment. Like, I mean, we do want to look at Super's board because he's like having a lot of fun, but let's see. Here We Go currently has a Namzi with the sword. He's going for a mage comp. He's not really Astrals. I guess it's just a normal like a 5 mage composition.
Yeah, just trying to play Namzi as a temporary carry, but he's extremely poor. Yes, he has the ability to potentially win these fights, but his back is against the wall. If he's not able to snap this losing streak, he might not win for the rest of the game.
I mean, I just don't see what he's supposed to do at this stage. Does he, like, go to 8 and pray? Is he just praying for Acel right now?
No, I think he's going to stay on 7 and try to find Namzi 2 and hopefully stabilize that and play for potentially just not 8th or 7th, maybe go for that 6th place because remember, he's 7th in points. He doesn't have to go for that like top 2. Even if he finishes 5th or 6th, I think that's okay.
I mean, there's already Namzi 2 in the lobby. The odds of him finding Namzi's already low, and look, he's dead broke. Is this going to be end for like a Here We Go? Is there nothing he can do to make a comeback?
Yeah, well, he hasn't got the loss streak anymore, so he's going to have to get a whole lot more hurt put out. It's worth noting as well, it's got a pretty good item setup, an augment setup to allow for a very strong late game. Let's see what Lelouch has got for us here. We are seeing, of course, the Bonky Kong from before. Great item holder. I'm sensing perhaps we might have a little bit of Siphon on our hands.
Items. Well, this is a really, really beautiful setup for Siphon Shio. He currently has, as you can see, 6 damage itemizations already at the ready. He has IE, Hannah Justice, and Trinity Force because those 3 do give crit value. So whether he picks like a Siphon, whether he picks Shio to give these itemizations, they will pack a huge punch.
Well, Frodan, we did see the J Shio before. Getting contested ended up being a top 4 comp. For Lelouch, we noted they are a player just outside of the top 8. Do you like this comp for them, or is it too conservative?
I think it's good, especially because other people aren't contested and his HP is in a good spot. He's level 750 gold, so he's actually quite rich. If he's able to get this win against Here We Go, but he's going to take down the Namzi with so many small units of life, he's able to deal even big damage. If all these units survive, that's massive damage going the other way for Here We Go.
Oh my god. Full damage. Now that was terrifying right there, and we're actually seeing a lot of monkeys do a lot of show for sure. And wow, big damage here done to Kivix as well too. With the, is that a Lux 3-star rate on Kivix's board? Wow.
Oh, wow, yeah, that's really
when
nice.
did he get this online? Did anyone catch that?
This is Andy we're looking at. You're confusing your USA player.
Sorry. Apologies.
All good.
I looked at the wrong board. Apologies.
But it's worth noting that both him and Kyvix were on similar lines, and this is a very fast Lust 3 with a +1 mage and one of the strongest augments you can possibly get for this line, which is Essence Theft.
Essence Theft.
So now you have that mana source. You can go triple items without reservation and have this Lux snipe all those backline carries.
Wow, and like the only thing that's bad about this composition with Astrals is that he doesn't really have much of a front line, but he does have the mage augments and mage itemizations already. That is a huge advantage in completing this comp, especially since he does have economy with a full win streak.
Yeah, that win streak keeping them afloat for the time being. Amdi, the only player currently win streaking, should be moving things up. Slooper still remains up the top, Lelouch just above them. From what we see as we check across with Slooper, we do have a very early arrival of a very familiar friend, Bard, who will be pumping out those extra little percentage points to get Slooper towards the end game board.
Yeah, going against Kyvix, who does have the 3-item Namzi. This is the setup that Kyvix is looking for. And Zaya is very fragile, so if it aims in the back line, Zaya almost got one shot, but here comes the second cast.
Okay.
And this is a bad spot for Slooper. He does not want to take this much damage, or rather the loss was bad, but his HP count is so high he can afford to take this damage.
I mean, right now, Slooper's situation isn't really too bad, thankfully, because he did have a full win streak with that Israel 2-star build-up. This is actually the point of the game where Zaya comp's the weakest, because since the composition is so expensive and so upgrade-focused, he will have to take damage for stage 4. What is that?
We just see Pressy attacks sneaking through there, so a very tempting option. It's an all-gold lobby. Anything else grabbing you, Frodan?
I see Cybernetic Uplink 2 for Lagoon. Title is rolling in the top left. Keep your eye on that if you want to see if he's able to transition that Lagoon comp successfully. Meanwhile, I'm also looking at some of these other mage players. Kyvix took Essence Theft as well, so he has Essence Theft Namzi to join Amdi. These two really are best friends.
So you were saying before, Frodan, Essence Theft able to steal mana from the targets. Does this basically replace the need for a mana item at all?
I mean, he has, look at the item sources. He has Shojin on the Namzi. His first augment was Axiom Arc, and he has Essence. Baby, is this overkill?
Wow, man. I guess this player really loves like a Namzi. He made every augment that is perfect for the setup. And it's not just this player. In this lobby, I think multiple players went for like a mages. Not just like Kivix.
Right.
I see MD with mages. And I also think Dasik picked mage-related augments too.
Yeah, really big damage coming from this Namzi that was started off by the positioning. You saw Kivix put the Talia where the Namzi was, switched it to the third row. We call that C row. And that's because Namzi is 3 range, so you're able to get that attack immediately, but also bait the Zephyr. And here we go is trying to target that, missed it, took big damage. Here we go is going 8th.
Yeah, it's looking like it's going to be very rough indeed. Here we go, way below the rest of the lobby. We'll be trying to pull off every single trick in the book to stay alive.
I was actually really impressed with that Namzi. Whoa, NA really know what's up.
Wow. One more time. I didn't hear you.
NA really knows what's up. They're very good.
All right, baby.
Thank you.
Let's not talk about NA for now. We'll have chances to talk about NA player.
All right, let's talk about, here we go. Yeah, here we go. Currently is dead.
He's not dead yet. Come on, give him a
I mean, he
chance.
can take a rest. He can use the restroom now. How is this not dead?
All right, you're refusing to analyze this board, so we'll just see how they do up against
Alright,
Noel.
he went for a Grey Seraphine comp because he didn't have much money. He did a really good job. He put 3 damage itemization onto Graves. He tried to snipe the Deja with Zephyrs, but he failed. His Graves is dead. And
here we go to the restroom.
Oh boy. Well, it did seem to be heading this way for a while. I suppose, at least for everybody else, it's fantastic news. They're going to move one step up. Kivix will take an L as well, as Amdi will remain on top of the lobby heading into the next carousel.
He didn't even see the stage 4 carousel. He has like 3/4 of his items. He didn't even see Treasure Dragon.
What can you do? This lobby, it seems, was very unfortunate. Here we go. His items were bad, his augments were bad, and his upgrades were quite poor, so it is understandable. It does happen to every player. It is very unfortunate, but let's focus on the players that are still alive and see what they can do.
One of the players I'm seeing jumping at me here is Slooper, currently in 2nd place with 4 items unslammed. I'm really fascinated to see if they can reclaim that top spot from Amdi.
Yeah, it's interesting because Slooper has gear upgrades, so that dynamic of do I spread my components for gear upgrades or do I save my rods for Shyvana, that's going to be something that's on Slooper's mind. Let's also take a look at Amdi, who is still streaking at 72 on an 8-round win streak, and now he's teching in the Namzi for the 7 mage. Still doesn't have a second item for Lux because of that win streak, because he hasn't been leaning into Astrals, not able to print the item components, so he's had to improvise a little bit, and yet still playing on a streak. Very good spot for Amdi still.
I still really enjoy like Andy's top because he has a lot of economy and HP as well too. I feel he doesn't really need to reroll because his composition is strong enough, and with the Lux, he will be able to save HP. Oh, he's actually matched up against his buddy. Wow, Namzi versus Lux 3-star in action. Let's see how this goes.
Yeah, of course, we saw this from yesterday as well. The position to try and make sure that Lux does not take out your main carry early on is absolutely crucial. So Namzi's going to make it through most of this fight completely unscathed.
Yeah, the lack of items again from Amdi's Lux to not even really kill the Heimerdinger, which was top right corner. It's just really tough.
Things are looking tough for Dasik as well. Up against Noel, who's going to have a little bit of a kind of a, hey, what do you expect me to do? I can't slow down for you at all. I'm holding the EMEA's hopes in my hands.
I mean, I'm actually curious. I have a question. Does Namzi summon Heimerdinger do 2 more damage to the enemy player?
Oh, it doesn't count unless it's the last champion, in which it counts as base damage from there.
A base damage.
It's just similar to like Daisy or other units that are summoned in the middle of the fight.
Gracias.
Yeah.
All right.
That'd be kind of OP if you just play all these extra units and be able to stack the damage.
Oh, you can if you will.
Wrecked by target them, yeah.
So one thing I wanted to check in with Noel here. Of course, we've noted that we've got the.
Wait, is that 2 Nikos?
Yeah, we've got 2 Nikos on the bench. We've got the potential to be able to slam out a Shyvana 2 immediately, but there is no gold to play with for Noel right now. Yeah. They're relying on that Shyvana coming into the shop.
And going up against another person that has a Xayah, so 5 Xayahs, 6 Xayahs are out, there's one on the bench. So it's probably not going to be easy to get that Xayah 3. More importantly, who's going to be able to get the edge in this fight, as both Xayahs are still going to kind of work on the front line. Xayah does have a problem getting through the Itis. Itis is still at half-life, going to cast again. That Archangels makes that golden skills even stronger. Still, 22 seconds into the fight, not able to get the 3rd cast, but there's just too much force for Noel. No gold, no problem. We end stage 4 on a streak. Noel is coming for the top.
Man, what a fight, what a fight. Now, Noel actually has a lot of decisions to make, but since he does have 2 Nikos, he might be able to go for the Zaya 3-star. The Radiant itemization is offered as the trove. That's actually really good. Let's see exactly what the players like to pick in this situation.
It's really good for people that have 1 or 2 item carries. So for Tidal and Ambi, remember Ambi was stuck on 1 item Lux. It's fantastic.
Good.
Triple item on your carry, like your Zaya or your Shield use Siphon, is really awkward, but Lelouch gets offered Duplicator and Banshees, which he ends up taking, and that's actually pretty good.
Did Tidal get 80 gold?
Yeah, no, Title took purely gold.
Wow.
Zoe too! I remember, this used, of course, to be 100 gold, so instead, going to try and bury us in money.
Wow.
Yeah, Zoe is in the mix. This is looking like a hell of a board. Title making a stream debut and impressing.
I mean, this tournament today was just amazing. We see Korea bring these like Astral 3-star composition. We see NA bring this Namzi composition, and we see Tidal bringing this Lagoon composition to work as well too. This is amazing.
We'll see. He's been on win-loss. As you can see, 34 HP, but 2-star upgrades across the board. He does have awkward traits. A Lagoon 4 Mage with Love +1 or probably play around with it. Oh no, the Soma's exactly the opposite corner of the Lux.
We'll get one shot.
This is what Amity has been waiting for. Tile does at least have a lot of HP to play with. The cast will be slow but devastating when they land. You have, of course, got to watch out for those invincibility frames coming in from Zoe. If they can intercept in the right moment, it changes everything. Tornadoes across the bow. The front line stays intact for the moment. Nila is still alive. The chunk in the damage, and it is enough.
Wow. I mean, have you guys seen that 1-star Nila? I swear that 1-star Nila did so much for that team, and like, wow, it's just so amazing.
I think she's definitely one of those sleepy units that can really go unnoticed, but does a ton of work.
It's incredible.
So I guess this is how the Lagoon composition works. You go for some, and you go for like a Nila, and you have an 80 AP.
Oh my God!
What?
Yeah!
-3 from Noel!
The prophecy is fulfilled!
Everybody's watching.
It's Christmas every day of the year.
He has pretty bad items on Idas, just being very frank. You don't want to be relying on things like Bidge Gem to be a tank on him, but Idas 3 is just so tanky that it doesn't even matter.
But I am slightly worried, though, because in the end, it's an Idas 3 and not a Zaya or Hecarim 3-star, right? So it is an invincible tank. But if the enemy manages to figure out a way to kill Zaya, then you have no damage.
And Nila is one of those units, but she's not on the right side. Her Apotheos is now targeting the Varus, but she gets the shield resets. But think about the shield, the global shield that Idas gets that's stronger. It's scaling full health Idas. How do you actually take this down? The Zaya's getting infinite time to rack up full attack speed as her Feathers Fly is now attacking the Nila. Nila's going to come down in just a second here. We're about to enter overtime to see whether or not this AP burst is getting this done. Nothing.
Look at that Nila!
Dying.
Wow.
Still worried, baby?
That was good. That was good.
Yeah, pretty good. Look at those numbers. Thank you very much, Observers, for showing us a cool 42K. Easy peasy every day of the week.
Also, Nila healing for 14,000, or rather, she's stealing the shield.
Yeah, she's stealing the shield, so she
also
actually
equally
is unkillable, yeah.
Yeah. I think in any other situation, you would be like, hey, easy peasy all day long. But Title getting an unpleasant surprise from Noel.
So is Noel going to be the winner for this lobby, or is there anybody else that can contest him?
So this is actually a situation where Aoshin can actually win, as opposed to Aurelion Soul, because Aoshin can target Zaya first, theoretically, and then work on Idas 3, and Idas can't out-heal in overtime Archangel's burst from an Aoshin. But I feel like so many people are far away from that as we see another fight versus a Soam. That previous Soam board was way stronger. I think this one from Lelouch doesn't really stand a chance whatsoever because there's no Nila pressuring the Zaya whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, as you say, if you can access the Zaya, maybe you can do something about it before the shields stack up. But Dasik, though, they do not have the opportunity to get that damage through soon enough. Of course, we're not seeing maybe the sheer volume of assassins you would need to delete Zaya before she comes online.
Well, amongst the carousel itemization, there are some good ones, especially Mystic Spat is offered for free because all the like magic damage. I feel every time I see Daisuke, he is offered slightly weaker decks of the same deck of the opponents, and that is a bit unfortunate to watch, but he's not dead yet. He can still raise a few placements. Let's see how the players go.
That's part of it, yes, but the other side is you have to give a nod to Noel and Slooper, who says, hey, look, this lobby is 4 tiers. Trying to play any AP comp is going to be really tough. And what do we see? 4 mage players.
Wow.
So it's just been really easy for everyone to counter, which actually works benefit for players like Lelouch who got that Mystic Emblem.
That's actually a really good analysis because of the start. The reason why there's a lot of mage decks is not because, oh yeah, these players just love mages. No, no, no. It's because the starting was a raw tier and a crit start, so the pool of decks that they could go for was very limited, and the players did a good choice by making the best with what was offered.
And of course, as we saw before, the Mystics will rise in priority in accordance. Kavix, though, trying to battle to stay out of 7th place. Here we go, of course, gone from before. At least, again, Nomsy will avoid the big hits. And note as well, we've got the Radiant Chalice, which means Nomsy will be very tough to put down.
And these Pantheon items are absolutely insane as well. Gunblade plus the Dragon's Claw just tanking all the AP damage. Is there any answer? Will Kavix fall to the hands of his friend? Big Heimer damage eliminates all the Lux abilities for continuing this fight, and we're just going to see whether or not this Vlad can clean up and pick off some of these units, and that's the power of Nomsy, sometimes randomly getting access to that backline and swinging the fight entirely.
Man, this DPS was actually unimaginable. That was not an overtime dinger. That was just a dinger. 1-star throwing a rock and everything's just dying. That was incredible.
Well, I mean, that's the whole thing. You're sharing the AP between Nomsy and Heimerdinger, so hits are hugely harder than you might expect. But you say the RNG goes their way for Kavix, though. They've got so little room to maneuver here. They only need to hold on for a little bit longer, though, and they should be able to push up the table.
So I'm wondering if Kavix gets a Joey 2-star, will that be relevant enough to raise a significant amount of placements?
I mean, we only can find out as Lelouch is going up against Kavix. We'll find out if that's enough. Xiaoyu is theoretically on the correct side. If he can get past his front line and get access to the Nomsy, that'd be huge. But Zoe can summon things like the Daisy to get in front. Siphon is now charging and dealing with a lot of the front line, and now it's just the Dragons versus the backliners. But the Daisy comes in again. Another KO ult able to stall for just long enough. Can Nomsy make use of this time? I don't think so. Oh, both Dragons are alive.
Nomsy did so well, and this is why I said that Mystic like a spell was so important for Curse. Right now, our fine like a Shio UJ player currently has 3 Mystics and a Soraka 2-star for healing, so Nomsy just could not take out these huge dragons.
And it's not only Kavix who exits in that round. Title goes out as well, though ahead of Kavix. And Frodan, when you look at those HP bars, this has been a hell of a lobby.
It feels like 7th to like 3rd was based on like your matchups, who you're matchmaking against, and maybe even things like the carousel was on the right side so you get the Mystic Emblem. I feel like these margins are so close that it has to be about the foundation you set. Did you play stage 2 and stage 3 to minimize the amount of HP loss? That could mean everything, not just for this game, but whether or not you qualify for top 8.
I mean, it's also really, really important to note that, wow, Title with the perfect Lagoon setup got sick, and wait, Dasic with the weaker Lagoon setup is currently got sick. What's going on here?
Sometimes that's the way the cookie crumbles. Of course, well, the huge influence in this lobby, the Aegis 3, ridiculous beyond words. It just feels like now it's the fight for 2nd and 3rd, then, of course, the fight for 1st.
Oh, if this is Nidus, he's going to be so sad right now. Amity currently checking his matchup RNG, and the opponent is
Noel. Oh, that's going to be so hard. But Lux could theoretically be one of these carries that snipes, design the back line. If he's able to work on it quickly, maybe he'll just switch the magic.
I think Zai is a bit confident right now with that shield ready.
I mean, this time we don't have the Neela to be able to take away the shielding. The shot is good. The shield lands as well. Saya is almost gone. That shield could still be taken down. She's vulnerable. Here comes the shot. The Saya gets the time. She's still alive. Noel will not fall.
Wow, and Ida's actually tanking the aggro for the second like a shot as well, too. That was such a close fight.
The last thing I want to comment, Amity died with 3 magnetic removers, and he had a Thief's Gloves with a 2nd Sunfire on his Pantheon. I would have loved to see him maybe use those 3 removers to get optimal Thief's Gloves, try to get things like Zephyrin, maybe optimized for Noel. But what's likelier is that he was saying, I'm going to gamble that it's not Noel that I'm playing against. And I understand why. But the HP difference, he lost by -5, that could have been the difference between 5th and 4th.
And Dasic as well is going to be the next opponent for Noel. We're to the part of the game now. We know what the situation is going to look like. Dasic has done an incredible job of holding on to try and increase her placement against some incredibly good players.
Well, I have to say Dasic did a really good job. he really seemed like he was in a bad spot, managed to hold on. He actually went for Ali and Jewel Gauntlet combo onto the sub. That's probably why he had enough damage to deal with the other players. And he kept on healing with Soraka. And wow, that Zoe has those beautiful...
Whoa.
Wow, that DPS output. That is an opponent with 3 Mystics. That's a Jade, Shioyu, Siphon tank that's actually getting
She's
down.
coming.
Burst it, burst it. Wow!
Exacties.
Oh, wow, so Dasik one step away. Of course, this is the immovable object, but maybe, just maybe, and you called for the Zoe too, and she has arrived. We're going into the end game, and it will be explosive.
Now, this is Dasik Spite in the limelight. If he wins this, it's not an issue of the tournament. He will be able to make himself a fantastic player that's shown really good moves.
I mean, theoretically, if Dasik goes 1-1-1, he'll have 57 points, which puts him in that cutoff range. We could potentially be seeing the beginning of the most miraculous comeback possible in TFT.
I mean, Dasik has been fighting from the very edge for a while, up against just such a ridiculous board. Of course, once more, we'll keep our eye out for that Xayah and see if the damage will be forthcoming.
It's not targeting that Xayah. This is generally going to be really tough.
Even if it targets Xayah.
It's true. I just don't think we have enough damage to deal with this itis. But the good news is I don't think he's dead, so theoretically could find a way to get this done. Did he kill enough units?
That smile on Dai's face, like, yeah. Yeah, I mean, come on.
I think the resignation... Honestly, I think Dasik is ecstatic to have been made at this point. He's very, very taciturn player. Doesn't tend to get too big in their expressions, but you know that just to get to this point at all is an incredible achievement.
I honestly would sell my entire board, and I would just go for a bunch of assassins. Yep. One tank, maybe a bunch of Nillas. Let's see if we can find some Nillas.
Sure,
I think that's the only way to beat that guy to 3-star. I think he just needs to get as much Nillas as possible and just itemize them all. And maybe with ours you can win that.
Yeah, it's just really tough because there's now other sources of damage. We have a Shyvana, for example, and you just rack up the guild stats. It's gonna be really hard to deal with this board. I just don't think there's any way. Noah's just taking a victory lap at this point, and what an interesting win condition. We don't really think about Itis 3 being the win com. I mean, heck, we were skeptical of it at first, but now we really see the power.
Yep, this is actually one of the powers of the Xayah composition. As I said, I honestly think this composition was one of the nicest, but we will see as we get into the last fight. All right.
Yeah, Xayah will be on the wrong side to take the first aggro. She said we have got Aurelion solo for the full board access. It will be spread damage though. I love the Exile shield into the Itis shield, into making her incredibly hard to get rid of. Asol will be taken to pieces, and this has been the game for Noel to take the flag of the EME region and throw it up in the sky. We still stand a chance.
GG, good game.
Wow, an incredible game by Noel. Remember, he was the player that got that Deja Pirates early. We talked about it's how you utilize things like that early Deja. It doesn't mean that you just stay on Deja and try to go fast 9. We've seen players do exactly that and go the fastest 8th of the tournament. He said, I'm going to stay at 8. I'm going to play for things like this Itis. Hey, wait, actually, I'm hitting more than 3-4 Itises. I can actually pursue it and then use his duplicators for a win condition that we didn't even see.
Yeah,
we were saying, is it Xayah 3? Is it a fast Shyvana 2? Is it a fast 9 play for any kind of other dragon? He said, I'm going to go for Itis. What a cool game that we just watched.
And I do remember from seeing previous lobbies, we have seen people with Itis 3 still lose the game. So it's definitely not the most insurmountable obstacle. But now, baby, we know greed is good, but perhaps only to a limited extent.
I mean, I really love this game because in the Worlds, we actually had a good chance to see exactly how Lagoon composition works, like a vertical, like a Lagoon composition work. And we also had a good opportunity to see those like a Namzi Mage comps. I feel like the diversity in this World Tournament was beautiful and amazing.
All right, guys, we will be headed to break. We've got 2 more games today to try and determine who will be going through to day number 3 to fight for the Global Championship. We'll be back in just a few short minutes' time. Don't you dare go anywhere.
Xayah's very fragile, but even the back line.
Whoa!
Xayah almost got one shot, but here comes the second cast.
strategy as we get into the last fight. All right.
Yes, I will be on the wrong side to take the first aggro. She said we have got Aurelion solo for the full board access. It will be spread damage though. I love the Exile shield into the Ida shield, into making her incredibly hard to get rid of. Asol will be taken to pieces, and this has been the game for Noel to take the flag of the EME region and throw it up in the...
So Noel has this win with the top one. I think Makes is quite happy about it with his incredible idols, 3 stars, amazing economy he built with the whole game, and I really want to highlight that we had like pairs of composition through the game. We have 2 Sams, 2 Nomsi, 2 Sayas. It was really contested games where the composition makes.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely correct. There's been a lot of doubling in that lobby, but something else was in that lobby, and that is EMEA. EMEA. We made top 3 in that lobby, all EMEA players. I am so happy. And of course, we are getting reminded here of our key feature. There was something in that lobby that was a brick wall.
Yeah, it's kind of looking at it where it's like you have Idis and your team is kind of really balanced out. It was just such a good way to actually get your team into a spot where you're not taking too much damage. You're really, really knocking out people at the same time. And then finally, they get that 2-star across the whole board. And then suddenly, the Idis shows up. 7 of those, 2 of the champion duplicators, and then just 3-star Idis. It's like, what are you supposed to do in order to break through that? It's like, it's so easy to win.
And we were saying like maybe if we had a Giant Slayer it could have worked, but we didn't. We had the last Whisper, but it wasn't enough. We couldn't take that Idis down.
No, absolutely not. I think it was also very good recognition from Noel. I think we talked about it when we saw the overview on the right side where I was like, where is he going with these dragons? He has like a Xayah slotted in. And that was the time where he took to pivot into the Xayah comp from a very good position that he had acquired in the early and mid game. And then recognizing that potential of the Idis was just what absolutely led to this win in the end.
Yeah.
And it was really good because actually he started with a Mirage and the Pirate's Treasure. That really helped him with build a stable economy, and with a stable board he could give like he made many transitions towards the game, but not every single player can like transition 3 times in a single game.
Yeah, and when you look at it too, it's like everybody had some sort of AP composition that was really going through with this. There was 2 players playing off the Lagoon. There were 2 players playing off of like a Lux. There was so much AP that was going through with this. So if you can't hit that back line and really tear everything apart, how on earth are you supposed to get through this 3-star Idis and then just a completely dominant Xayah right here? Like, you can look at this right here. There's just no way you can get through with this because you have so much benefit from the Idis here. How are you supposed to get through with that?
Yeah, absolutely not. Something I thought was very interesting in this comp, though, or in this lobby, was that we did see Astral. And whenever we see Astral really go into those full stars, usually it's pretty much a guaranteed top 4. This time it wasn't enough for Andy. Unfortunately, he couldn't clutch it out and get into those top 4 just due to the sheer power that reigned from the very top of this lobby. It was too much pressure. It took them down and unfortunately ended bottom 4.
And we have many Nomsi on early games. So we have the perfect items. For example, we had Here We Go with the Nomsi. He had the Death Cab. He had the Sojin. It wasn't enough. I'm really sad that with that strong composition with the perfect items, he got top 8.
Yeah, one of the things I was looking at too was the Soifen. Ended up hitting an 8th place on this one. It's like the board filled out so well. It's just everybody else was hitting those spots where they were coming out. And that's, to me, like one of the things I really look at is that the Soifen compositions are so good if everyone else has not hit these big points on it. But everyone was getting their board shaped up. And then it's like, instead of just slowly bleeding out, it's just like, how are you supposed to beat anybody? It's 8th place because everyone hit their stuff.
Let's remember the audience. There's going to be 5 games today and a lot of players that are going home. So I really want to see the overall standings, the points we have so far with the players. That's absolutely. Wanmi is still on the top.
This is
50 points.
Right at this point, we've been speaking of the cutoff point being around the 53, 54 mark. He basically only needs to not go 8th in both of these games in order to be pretty safe for this cutoff. But other players will be struggling and fighting to make it into those top 8. And I know there's something that's making you happy, Fritz, and Life's Bad in those top 8.
I didn't want to mention it because of the caster curse. You know that,
I'm
but
gonna send
really
because EMEA is right behind.
You're doing it for your own sake. I gotcha. But I'm really happy with the Latin players so far. Tex was really close to the 8th place and being on top 8. But Fritz and Key has been doing top 1, top 2 today, and I'm really happy about that. And Rainplosion was really on the bottom of the standings yesterday, but today is really close to being on the top 8.
Yeah, we're there's two rounds left now that the players are going for. So if you're sitting in that bottom 8, it's pretty much out of the way at this point. But there's still that difference in the prize that's going to be there. You're still competing for the prizes that are there, but it's still pretty close about that one. If you have 2 first places in a row and you're around that 16th or 17th position, you still have a chance to make it to that top 8 spot, and that's going to be where it's really tough. We're at that spot now where you're going to have to take big risks, and I can't wait to see how it's affecting the way the lobbies are going to go.
Another thing that really pops into my mind is like, imagine all the players that watch Championship to learn about the game, and then you find the situations of many competitions being contested at the same time, and it's like, what should we do here?
Yeah, it's actually really cute because during this game, I got a message from my mom, shout out mom, asking me, hey, I really love the casting, but what does Kaisa mean? So maybe we have a segment where players can learn more about this game.
I totally agree, and we can make the space to another learning, because we have the academy ready. We should go to academy, so follow me. My Chiva Legend is going to follow me too. So here is Mad Niberia. I don't know how to call you now, because I called you Niberia first, then Mad.
It's fine. Don't worry about it. All right, we'll go with Matt today.
We have Mad. What composition are you going to show us today?
Okay, so we're going to go with Vertical Jade today, and unfortunately for Makes' mom, I can't find the Kaisa in here, so I won't explain that, but don't worry about it. She's not relevant. So, Jade is a really strong vertical composition. As you look, yeah, I mean, we've got one of the, it's on the board, they're flipped. Don't worry about it, don't worry about it. I got us covered.
Okay.
I know. Lots of energy coming into this one. Jade is a composition when played vertically, the exciting version, that's really close to a near and dear comp to my heart, Bonky Kong. It's characterized by very slow, consistent damage and incredible stall. So, how do you start out with Jade? Well, you play Jade. We done?
Wow.
No, I need.
Matt,
oh, okay.
we need to
do more,
explain the
apparently.
composition.
My bad.
Yeah.
So you're going to start out in the early game. You're going to go with a Jax and Malphite frontline, 2 cheap bruisers to get you out, and then you're going to go with Gnar. Place your cute little Jade statue right here. Then you got 2 options for your carries. You can either go for the AD version with Wukong to hold your items for Xiaoyu, or if you're brave, like my Paradise, you can actually go for the Bonky Kong. Or if you want to transition to something AP focused in the later stages, you can drop on that Karma. Now, early game board, whatever. Let's take it to the late game. Move over this Gnar. See ya. I guess the Jade statue stays.
It has to say, yeah.
It does seem like it's important. Of course, the core is going to be that Xiaoyu, but supporting her are the 2 shapeshifter front lines there with that Jace. In the back line, little extra Mystic, little extra CC.
A little more guild buff.
Yeah, little baby Bard's going to be helping out. That stun and damage increase is so powerful alongside the Rakan, Jade Emblem, and Soraka. Now, this is a level 8 board, and you may be a little bit confused. Matt, that's not 7 Jade. This is the Jade Heart version, which is a lot stronger of a composition because it can cap out a lot higher. We're talking about how rough Soifan can be once you get to that top level. Thank you, Nathan. And this composition kind of gets around that. So the way this is going to work, itemize your Xiaoyu. You want to go Edge of Night, Hand of Justice, Titan's Resolve. Gives her a really beefy core, and behind that, you can itemize the Jace as your secondary carry / off tank, and you're going to have these 2 to stall forever. And she will eventually tear through those boards.
All right, that's amazing. Professor Matt, I have a question.
Of course.
You said like early game, whatever, but I do think if you do really wrong in early game and the sustain in this composition is not that good, how do you survive to make up into this board?
Well, it's pretty easy because you can just build out of all of these elements. The healing coming in, plus Jade being a pretty strong early 3-unit synergy, means you can fill it out with additional things like if you want to go more bruisers with a Silas, that gives you the opening for that Soifan build that everyone loves so much, but you just generally want to play a stronger board. You don't want a loss streak with this one. You need a strong board to get through the mid game, then you start picking up your shifters, your Rakan. Xiaoyu is the moment you're looking for. Level 7, level
I think that's a key that we need to pay attention into the composition, because it's not just having the dragons and that's it. We've seen a couple of players having an early dragon and put it into the board, but knowing when to know the dragon is also as important as having the finally getting the dragon. So, my students, any questions that you want to make in here?
When game start?
When the game starts, Matt.
I'm not sure, but I feel like I should also ask when Soju's playing.
Can we? When is Saoshi playing?
I thought this is the academy.
I'm in the academy. I'm not the host anymore. I don't need to know anything. I
What?
just need to talk about vertical shade.
All right. That's been amazing.
When's game start?
I'll tell you in 3 minutes.
Oh, all right. We've got a couple time. You want to go through a little bit more?
Yes, I do want to fight your Kaisa though.
Yeah, we'll find it eventually. No.
Okay. That's my.
She goes well with Karma, so we can teach Makes' mom all about it. But if you want to try and cap out this board at 9 with the Jade Heart, you can toss in a Seraphine. AP compositions are pretty popular right now, do a lot of damage, so incidentally reducing that, giving a lot of shields to your units is going to be really good. Now, we've talked all day about how strong augments are.
Yes.
And how important it is to have the right ones for the right composition. Jade Heart is like 100% my biggest recommendation if you know you're going for this early. We see this from players like Hwamie and Shunga who know they're going to commit to this fairly early in the game, if not at 2-1. So go for those. You want Knife's Edge as well, and First Aid Kit for all that juicy, juicy healing boost.
Any other key items you want to highlight in this composition besides the Shiayu ones?
You can kind of just do anything from there. Just make your Jace tankier, make sure these two don't die, and your Shiayu will rip through as many boards as she
Make
can.
your composition stay alive until Shiayu makes all the damage.
Yeah.
Erase
She'll kill everyone, kind of like Godzilla. Just that kind of vibe.
Okay, that's pretty good. Remember to log in on lawlesports.com that you can have an exclusive championship emote from there. I really want to have it. It's an icon. It's a really
Do
pretty
we get
icon.
it for being on stage? Because otherwise we're in trouble.
We'll have to contact Riot.
Okay. Well,
Okay, guys, the game is ready, so I will leave you with Frodan, Counter, and Bebe for this another game.
All right, guys, thank you so very much for the education. But, guys, I'm starting to get a sense of deja vu. Where have we seen 2 Chinese players in the top 2 positions and 2 Korean players just below them?
Wow, I feel like it was just 6 months ago where we actually saw this exact same lineup in terms of the country representation.
And it's not only just China that's 2, Korea that's 2, there's also Japan actually adding the fifth, right in 5th place, and then we have the 2 Argentinian Latin American players.
That's right, LATAM, a region coming into this weekend, many were saying was the weakest. We were asking experts across all regions, and they were saying, you know what, OC, Japan, LATAM, it's definitely LATAM is the worst. And now 2 of them are in the top 8 currently, so if we stop the count right here, you would see both Fritz and Life's Bad qualify the top 8, which is quite the surprise.
Yeah, I mean, that's absolutely amazing performance to see such a clump of regions up in the top 8. I think it speaks very well of LATAM's future. But of course, yeah, we're going to be running things back again with the same players as we're coming very, very close to them. We will switch things up, of course, for the final game of the day. But right now, we're back in, and we shall see if we can get just as explosive of a game 4.
Much more balanced carousel this time around. People are gravitating away from some of the swords. Interesting, a lot of deviation of strategies, which is not something that you'll see when you watch a lot of, let's say, Chinese players in the same lobby. They're contesting all the same components like sword or belt.
I completely agree. Usually metas are made in a way where 6 people are supposed to rush towards one item, usually a bow. But in this case, everybody actually has their own beginner start in mind. They actually brought something that will not be too contested and something I believe will be very powerful and exciting.
Something also really powerful is spell, swords, enchantment. That is the Mirage. So a lot of people will be putting their mind towards, can I find a way to get Deja into this game?
Well, we can find a way to bring Donkey Kong into the game straight away, which of course is always a treat.
I mean, right now, Noel actually is in a spot to have a good start. He's offered 2 Shimmer Scale units, so he might be able to go for that Shimmer Scale like a scale up. And he's also offered upgrades into Bruiser Synergy. He is in a good spot, I feel.
Yeah, Noel with that first, by the way, puts him to 40 points, tying him in a 3-way contest for 7th right now. So that was a huge first that we witnessed, by the way, as he does pick up Jade as well as Olaf. So some really interesting choices.
What? As well?
That's a fascinating choice, but many people have choices right now. What else do we have?
All right, as we glance across, of course, we say Noel in the left. We have got a few very pointed augments coming through. Again, guys, here in a game 4, are you more for the pointed augments, or are you more for generic strength?
I mean, we know that Tidal's going to go for a Lagoon setup because he already made a blue buff. That's that's what he wants to do. There's 2 players that haven't yet picked an Augment that are offered like 2 Ascensions. So it seems one of the players, Lulouch, picked an Ascension. And right now, Dasik is also considering whether he wants to pick Ascension, Double Trouble, or Canyon Spat. And his choice is Double Trouble.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. He has a Zeeks already. Dasik can commit to that. Let's take a look with AMD from the USA, as he's starting with Cluttered Mind.
Wow.
Doesn't want to make this Leona or this Malphite 2 just yet, because it would also mess up his bench ring.
So talk to me about Cluttered Mind. It's not, we've seen augments across the different ways of play, but from Cluttered Mind here, what's this going to mean for the lobby moving forward, that we've got this big injection of XP?
I mean, I don't know if I really enjoy Cluttered Mind that much in AMD's situation, because his setup right now, he has an Astral setup, but usually Astral setups want to go for rerolls, but with Cluttered Mind, you can't really go for rerolls, right? So I feel like he'll try to find something that's strong for the mid game, and then he'll probably save up and transition into a expensive composition like maybe Zaya or Value.
Yeah, it kind of depends if you want to go. Like, Astral reroll is a lot tougher because of the 1 cost, but we have seen some people play Cluttered Mind reroll in other cases. So it's interesting to see what strategy AMD has. I mean, you can play anything from here, and his items are also quite open. So I guess it's really about whether or not AMD can find a way to stabilize his early game. He did find a 2-star Malphite, so that's already a big piece that was missing from his composition.
I do want to call out one of the augments that snuck through here. For Title, of course, did not have the best game last time around, though was previously right on top. I do like the Metabolic Accelerator for just making sure the Title ends out the day as close to a good game, not no big disaster on the horizon for them.
Title's actually playing this very safe. He does want to go for Metabolics to have the HP advantage, and he is saving his setup so that he can go for Lagoons. He doesn't really care about winning or losing right now, but he did get a previously really lucky matchup to 1 win, and now he's about to take a bit of damage.
We do see Title taking the L there, but of course, they're very happy with this right now. As long as they don't take an overwhelming amount of damage, Metabolic will be able to build it back up. And of course, once they turn things around, they'll be getting that health for free.
That's right.
I don't know if Title was in a good spot because his deck doesn't really seem to have a good future. We're looking at Lilouch's board at the moment, and currently he also is, I think, looking for a reroll angle?
Well, we do know that Lelouch loves Yone. It was actually his favorite comp to climb to rank 1 in EU, and was actually talking, he was talking a lot of trash in people's chats, saying like, oh, all these Yone players, they don't know what's up, I know what's up. I want to see if that's the case, but his itemization for that is really poor. No bows to start things off. Can he actually pull it off, or does he just simply play a high tempo into a Deja that we've talked about at the beginning?
Yeah, it seems strange because you're exactly right. The itemization seems to be completely the opposite of what you want. You got a lot of physical damage, a little bit of magical damage from the Yone, but maybe they're looking to build towards something else longer term.
I mean, the thing about Yone is that you want to get scoped or you want to get rapid fire cans, right? So I don't know if he's going to gamble for I'm going to get the augment, the specific augment that I want type play. So I feel like this is going to be a very safe Deja hybrid like a transition, especially since it's Spell Swords.
Sure, I could totally see that. And we do see on the other side, Title finally getting Lagoon in. And the power of Blue Buff able to get a pretty decent amount of stacks as well. But Title not afraid of that loss as we go into the stage 2 carousel. Lelouch was on a losing streak, now has 1. There's a spatula available, so he theoretically could play for a Swift Shot emblem if he was looking for that.
No.
He's going to complete instead a potential Hand of Justice on this Olaf.
Keeping an eye out for who is going to go for the spatula, if indeed anyone. It's going to actually be neglected pretty heavily, but we see one player who's jumping right for
Title running right straight towards us so he can get that Lagoon set up. Oh man, alright, so Title's the one that is going to be the protagonist behind the spatula. Lelouch is just going to get a crit itemization, which means Hand of Justice, which means he wants to go for that Deja, he wants to go for that Spell Sword bonus to do damage during the mid-game.
Yeah, no use of the spatula whatsoever. Meanwhile, Title could theoretically just make a Lagoon emblem right now.
Wow.
But I'm not sure if that's exactly what he's going to be going for, because if you compare the emblems, he doesn't end up committing to it. But Lagoon Emblem is much less flexible than Mage Emblem, and a lot of people would prefer Mage instead, but he already had committed his tiers. So I think in this case, the Title says, you know what, I'm just going to do what I can to improve my board the most here.
I mean, I do like the position the Title is in right now. They're taking on a lost streak. We know they can absorb it because of Metabolic Accelerator. They're stacking up Lagoon, and they're stacking up their lost streak as well. That's a lot of money flowing into Title's coffers to try and at least make sure they get the top 4.
I mean, I've been watching Title play, and I think he's a vertical Lagoon lover. I think he thinks 9 Lagoons is the key to make the composition work, and he just wants to itemize Nilla and Shaw to make that work, I feel.
Yeah, there's actually a lot of different variations of what makes Lagoon quite a tricky composition. When do you play 9? You know, when do you go to 5 Mage? When do you cut all of that? When do you cut 6 Mage and, 6 Lagoon and down to 3 Mage and play a bunch of utility units? And I think that's where a lot of players get lost.
All right, let's take a quick look across and see where we are in terms of the overall lobby. Of course, here we go. We saw doing some good work from before. Is on the win streak heading in to our friends, the Krugs, along with Slooper as well. Amdi down the bottom of the table. Everyone else pretty close to the middle. We might see a collision of win streakers, but we'll see if we're just that lucky.
Oh my
Wow.
goodness. Baby, what do you think about this play?
I like it.
Yeah?
I like it. I like it. But I'm confused, though. Does Slooper not want to go for the Dark Flights? I felt with the Runeouts he was concerned going for Dark Flights, but since he has the Shimmer skills, he just wants to eco up with that Gambler's Blade, get the extra economy, and go for a Value Tech instead. That's interesting.
Yeah, Kymix will take a pretty convincing L there.
Oh, that hurts.
Oh, boy.
Ouch.
To be fair, Kymix, you know, they're towards the bottom. We assume that they're going to be okay with taking the L right now. They've got a few bits and pieces on the bench. We'll have to check in with them later to see if they put together something more compelling. Both of our win-streaking players, though, Slooper and Here We Go, have maintained their win streak coming out of Stage 2. So that's a lot of gold all headed to the top.
Now, we finally look at Dazek's board. He did pick the double trouble, and oh, he's got a Zeeks and a sword ready. Of course, since he's got a Zeeks, he can consider between Dark Flights or whether he wants to go for like a Graves. Both options are quite decent, but I'm very interested to see how double trouble can perform in a lobby like this.
I mean, personally, I love seeing it with a Dark Fly. I love seeing as many kitty cats as possible flinging themselves around the board. Of course, from Dazek's side of things, just fighting it for positioning here, running the chance into the top 8. But still, a strong showing, and a game 4, one more to come. Oh, well, no, I suppose round 9, game 4 of the day is still worth something for them.
I want to comment Dazek's positioning. He actually positioned to a maximum where he can get the most number of spells by putting both Malphites in the back and one Zac on one mob and the other Zac on the other 2 mobs. That's actually really, really good and clean.
Dazek's just very clever in general. You saw in the previous game where he was somehow found his way into like a later Lagoon and outplayed somebody who had early Lagoon and went 9 and hit the Zoe 2 and Bar 2. This is what people expected from Dazek to be able to pull out coming into this weekend. Unfortunately, it hasn't gone his way, but you see the shreds of evidence that people were right about him.
Yeah,
that is correct.
There was so much hope behind Dazek coming in. I think we see those flashes of the brilliance. I do have to wonder if Dazek may be flying just a little bit too close to the sun. I think particularly after the weaker start, not having the ability to play safe at all.
I mean, this is going to be the most important round for Dazek. Not winning this fight, but the next fight, 3-2. Will he hit level 6 and then start rolling for the Dark Flight units, or is he going to greed a bit more and try to go for a Grave Seraphim composition? I'm very curious to see exactly what decision Dazek makes here.
Yeah, I think I leaned more towards the Dark Flight just because it's a lot easier to roll for, and you can get online much sooner. But we'll see as we come across the 3-2 augments. Let's find out what's in store.
All right, well, we'll be looking out to see, particularly if we do get anything relevant.
Oh,
to
another
the
combat
setup
augment.
here. It looks like we have got some fairly generic ones. We've got, of course, more scale squads creeping in. We are seeing the rerolls. Our players know how important this next section of the game will be.
Title got high tide.
Wow.
The
Easy
Lagoon
peasy.
Master.
Does he want that or a component grab bag? It's kind of tricky based off his situation. He ends up going with component grab bag.
Nice catch.
And that's only because I think he's really behind on the items. He finds a belt, which is huge. Now he can make Zizirot. This is exactly what I was thinking about. His front line could use a lot more support. Although, actually, I realized he might save that instead for Morello. So now he actually has a couple of tough choices.
So we'll keep an eye on what Title ends up doing. Of course, again, they are trying to ride things out, taking a controlled descent into the later game. We can see already they're up above 50 gold. They've got the big old streak going in. They seem to be where they need to be, if perhaps not the items they need to be.
I mean, Title's situation is really interesting. He does have the metabolic, so his HP is actually not that bad. He has a full win streak going on, so he has a full loss streak, going on. So he does have a lot of economy, but will this be enough for him to finish off the game? Will he have enough damage? Is actually mainly the most concern that I have.
He's gearing up for basically having the best items for everything. A lot of people say blue buff is the most important item on Sohm. Zizarot Construct, or Zizarot Portal is the most important thing you can have on your front line, and Edge of Night is the most important thing you can have on Neela. So he has all those things.
Wow, good.
It's really about whether or not he can piece that together for a really consistent run the mid game. This is a really interesting unit to think about, but it seems like it's bait. What do you think, Bebe?
He can't really use the Deja, and he just really wants to keep on stacking Lagoon, so I think he's just going to full-on greed. I think full-on greeding, and maybe, as you said, he might hit level 7 and then start rolling to stabilize for some 2 and 3 costs like 2 stars and go for some.
Yeah, actually, it's a really good point because Tidal is in a position to pick first because he's been loose streaking with Metabolic. He's also at 70 out of 80 for Lagoon, so he should be able to get to the 80 mark, get a component, and that might be able to help him spike again. If he gets a belt or a rod, he can play immediately off of that component, off the Care Stone, yet another spike without having to roll.
One player we do see trying to punish that kind of behavior is Noel here. They've got themselves a big old bonky bro who's going to be able to tear through. That's the kind of damage a Metabolic Accelerator can't shrug off.
Yeah, agreed. This is definitely really tough for Tidal. You can see he's already pre-leveling, getting ready to roll some, or at least go to 7. The question would be whether or not he rolls, and also what's going to take off the carousel. Does he complete another Zizarot and play off this bow? He's going to start working on Morello instead, and I have to agree with it because I think he's lacking damage.
Now we are looking at the board. I'm trying to see if there's any key itemizations that these players want to take, or these players want like a contest mostly.
The question I have is for Slooper. Slooper's, by the way, has played Xayah in 4 of his 7 games, and he hasn't bought forward a single one.
Wow.
We're kind of wondering what he was going to angle for, but the problem is a lot of awkward items have been left over him on repeated carousels now. So we'll see whether or not he's able to actually pull that off, or is he going to go completely left field maybe and do something like a Seraphine Graves from a position that I don't expect him to?
Well, he is offered a Graves, and he does have the Cannoneers in the setup. Will he pick it or not? That will be the main issue, and that will be the deciding factor of what his endgame composition going to be.
I mean, we've certainly got a pretty darn strong ball right now. I mean, with this win streak really propping up Slooper's economy, they can't afford to make any mistakes here or they'll lose out big.
Surely Graves is at least better than the Ophelio, so I'm not entirely sure why
Yeah, I
you'd want to
completely
play
agree with that choice. I think he's just really trying to go for like clean economy because Graves is 4 gold and Aphelios is 2 gold, right? And Graves 1 star without any itemization doesn't make a huge difference in the outcome of the fight. So I think he just did that to maximize his like a gold output. And he is just telling us, he's sending a friendly message to us saying, I'm not going to go Gravesite.
I feel like when you get things like this, Gambler's Blade goal, oh my goodness.
Wow.
Able to get 2 procs immediately, and if he's able to win this fight, getting that bonus goal would be huge.
Nice.
Actually, Ken still buy the Graves if he wants.
I love the center item carrier here doing an absolutely incredible job of making the most of the Gambler's Blade and the Runan's Hurricane. Just that burst damage is absolutely fantastic. Slooper gets away with not spending out, not getting the Graves in, keeps that win streak going. But for Dasic, they have found the way to the Essence Emporium.
Wow, Dasic did eventually decide to go for Darkflight because, as Frodan said, it is a cheaper and more easier composition to get online. He's also offered a swing, but interestingly, he's not putting it in.
Yeah, I like this a lot. I think too many players get baited by Swain, in particular with Double Trouble. Instead, you want to roll for 3 stars for everything, and Swain takes 2 valuable spots without even getting Double Trouble himself. In the best case scenario, yes, you can try to play 2 Swains if you're level 9, but that's not going to happen for so long in the game that I really like the direction Dasic's going.
No, it makes a hell of a lot of sense to make the most out of that Augment. Of course, we've got the Cybernetic Shell in there as well to make sure those Rengars don't get popped too early with the Essence as well. These are some assassins that are going to be very hard to take down as the Swain actually does get picked up.
That's controversial. I know a lot of players will immediately start getting into their Discords and Twitter DMs talking about the play. So, Baby, do you like having Swain in these Double Trouble builds?
No, I actually do not. Because the main reason is because Dasic only had a bunch of 1 stars. He does not have enough goals, so I feel like he sold the Swain to get the interest gold, and his main win condition is in the end to find 3 stars and get that Double Trouble value from his for the extra units. And I think that was his best odds. So we'll have to see about that.
Okay, I'm in agreement. Talk about 3 stars, by the way. 8 Kaitas.
Wow.
On the board. Kaitas is picking up orbs!
Oh no!
Do you want to actually be picking up orbs?
He was also offered a fish build.
From his 100 Lagoon cash out. Sometimes I'm just like, maybe the Kaisa's in the orb, you never know.
Oh boy. So gonna do a little bit of rolling. Kyrix currently seeing themselves pretty okay towards the bottom, but not exactly where they would need to be. There is a 3-star. It cost them nearly all their gold to get it online, but finally she has arrived.
Oh, you know what? He already had 8 Kaisa, so he probably would have 3-starred anyways, so Nice job there. Kivix is really experienced. In fact, he was one of the first players playing Kai'Sa reroll even before she became popular at the very beginning of the set. So he understands his composition very well. He's a reroll expert. He's not slamming the components immediately, commits to a Protector's Vow instead. Interesting choice.
Oh, very interesting item choice there. I was thinking that he would maybe go for the Archangels because he does have a healing augment, so he might not have to worry about tank value too much. But he actually decides to keep the item slot on Kai'Sa open. What could that be for?
I think he wants the Jewel Gauntlet so he can crit so much high base AP already through Dragonmancers that he wants to be able to eliminate things very quickly. But we'll see what the Augment does. Maybe the Augment changes everything.
Oh,
that's it. That's what I'm talking about.
Good this year.
Yes. He already has blue buff slam though, so blue battery is not what he wants.
Tidal's looking at the golden egg. He has metabolics. Will he be able to go for it?
He can also utilize binary airdrop. Lagoon prints so many items, and he has component grab bag. He could theoretically get so many items. Also, we talked about how they love spats in that composition. Earth's grab bag too, the only augment that can really give you that.
Daisy also offered the golden egg. He puts both hands on his face. Of course you pick it, of course. You're Dark Flights.
The problem is Band of Thieves. Oh my
Picked it! Daisy with the golden egg.
Let's do it.
Egg. This is what we're here for, Daisy. At least go out on it with a big kaboom.
I mean, this isn't ridiculous. Daisy currently has one of the strongest mid-game composition in the game. His itemization and augments are pretty decent to make it happen. He might be able to survive enough to proc the egg, and the egg is a bunch of Force of Natures and a bunch of like rare itemizations. He might do it.
He's going to need to win these rounds, though. Otherwise, it's going to take such a long time. The Rengar gets blown up. We have got ourselves a couple of Swains brewing on the bench. Daisy takes the L here, but it's not as devastating as...
Oh!
Wait.
No way. No way. No way. No way.
No! Almost, though.
Very close. And every win, like you said, is so crucial because it reduces that counter for that golden egg. You usually want to get 2 wins so you can cash it out before the stage 5 carousel. But, I mean, if you're able to get multiple wins, that is why Daysic's rolling. He's trying to see if I can reduce that counter as fast as possible.
All right, now we're looking at the Amdes board, and he currently... Oh, he has a good setup for Xayah Shyvana. He has the itemizations ready for Xayah. He has the Zeeks for it as well, too. AP itemization for Shyvana. This is a perfect setup. He just needs to find it.
Okay, and he's good augments for it as well.
But he doesn't roll for it. Interesting. I guess he does have a Soraka chill greed a bit more.
I mean, Amdes is still in an okay spot. 55 HP left in the mix. Not in any danger of being eliminated. In fact, the whole lobby is still looking relatively healthy.
Oh god, this Zyra is going to hurt like crazy. Everything is lined up beautifully in the back.
Ouch.
And now the front line is gone. Shyvana did not crash fast enough, but it looks like the backline is getting targeted. This is just a Varus 1, by the way.
Wow.
It is questionable. Bebe was like, why is he not rolling? Amdes just took a huge loss.
I mean, I think the situation's not really that bad. His augments are... I mean, the economy he got from Clustered is very significant, so he has a lot of gold to work with. And he did manage to find Cybernetics in the end, which is a very good itemization, augment to work with the component grab bag. So I think Amdes' spot is going to be good the moment he spends his gold.
Yeah, EMEA still looking pretty okay coming out of this situation. Of course, Lelouch on a 40 points shared with Noel, suddenly trying to fight the way back up. Title is, of course, leading the pack with 43. As Lobby 3, why, there's something fascinating going on here.
Yeah, I don't really notice immediately off the top of my head if it's like a really, like, if this was like 3-3 or something and I'm missing it, but it looks like Huxing is full streaking with 7 Jade and Whispers.
16-round win streak?
Oh, he's at 100 HP.
16 win streak, that's why. Just noticed, wow.
Not bad, not bad.
All right, let's bring us back to the main attraction, though. You said EMEA's players starting to at least acquit themselves well, but it is all about getting towards the top. And here we go right now, is the top player.
I mean, Noel's build is really funky at the moment because his items, as you can see, he has an Ionic and he has a bunch of AD itemizations, right? So it doesn't really give him clean direction. I think he just used Ionics for a filler itemization for the early mid game, but that, you know, takes away his tank itemization. So his composition end game will not be that strong. We'll see.
Well, he could play for Reforger, but you're right. He is holding on to things like the Whispers, which makes that Ionic Spark a little bit redundant. Speaking of the redundancy, whether or not people end up playing the Xayah, we'll see. Slooper is trying to see if he can get this last fight in, but right now, this Wukong is going to go down, meaning that it's just a Volibear. If Slooper can get a win, that'll be huge to continue to keep his HP high, and he's going for 9. Look at his gold count for Slooper. He has such a big reserve to either roll or greed further.
We've got to keep our eye out for Kybix as well. Win streaking in the middle of the pack. Here we go. Takes an L, as does Noel. We will be seeing the table being compressed by that kind of play.
We're back to Kivexport at the moment. He currently has 137 stacks on the Lagoons, and his Kaiser 3-star is completed. He's been running a 4-win streak ever since hitting that, making him very, very like a powerful for mid-game. That's good.
Yeah, I really like the Best Friend's take because he knows there's a Rengar in the lobby, and Best Friend's secondary effect is that it gives bonus attack speed and armor, meaning that this Kaisa is going to be less likely to be targeted, instead going to go to Karma instead. Really nice heads up play, but ends up cornering it, making it vulnerable to that Neela from title.
He picked binary, just as you said?
Well, we'll see if it ends up working out for him. Does get a Shroud and another item that's pretty okay in the form of the Quicksilver, so looks like Title's just crushing through the front line.
Two's Rots and a Daisy bonking in the front line. Kaisa is trying her best, but she can target that last only 2 units at a time. Sam is going to ult Uno. Dos. one more, tres.
Oh! The counting was no good.
I should count in English. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My fault. My fault.
Man, are you trying to cast in the 3rd language, baby? Like, what's going on here?
Too many. It's too many to keep up with. We'll head to the Treasure Dragon though, and we're still looking pretty okay for our players. We're very, very tightly contested here. So many of our players, of course, particularly ones up at the top. Title, Lelouch, and Noel, they're the ones with the best chance of pushing themselves forward to a significant, challenging position coming into our final round coming up next game.
Currently, I'm sure everybody's trying to look at Day6 right now, but there is a gigantic golden egg, and judging by Day6's HP, I think he won a few fights.
He's won 3 in a row.
3 in a row?
That's massive.
We need the egg count, and we need it right now.
Yeah, do not let us miss that. Speaking of not missing,
that. We have to see that.
Pantheon 2, huge moment here for Lelouch. Lelouch barely inside that top 8 right now, tied at 40 points in a 3-way tie with LATAM. Can he find that opportunity to put him at the doorstep of top 8?
And what is this composition? We've got Scales gone Xiaoyu, Scales gone 4 Xiaoyu.
I was very curious about that choice.
Oh my!
Whoa! 1 gold off.
1 gold off, sold the Pantheon 2, and that 1 gold he chose to make Pantheon prevented him from making the Xiaoyu 2.
I mean, I'm kind of curious. Oh, stay sick. I'm kind of curious. Isn't the Pantheon 2-star better than Xiaoyu as choice?
Well, he's trying to go for 5 J's so he can scale the attack speed, so he's trying to set up multiple carries. This is also, theoretically, Xiaoyu has always been good into melee carries because of the way the damage reduction works. So I'm not sure. I haven't seen Scale Score Xiaoyu that often ever since they made Scale Score playable with the Dragons themselves, trying to increase more flexibility. You can see why that is. Wow. Xiaoyu is still really good, even when you're playing with Scale Score.
If Daisy won that fight, he would have procced the egg instantly at Treasure Dragon, but that is a bit unfortunate. That's gonna hurt.
I do like having that much damage reduction and extra bonus damage as well. Xiaoyu 2 will come in as we check in with Daisy. The egg is so close to hatching. We've got a Rengar ready for the perfect drops to make this comp absolutely explode.
I mean, Daisy got really close. He found 6 Rengars and 6 Apheliuses, and he's got 6 of everything.
Good base for sure. And it kind of depends on what the egg hatches, right? If it's like the one of each legendary dragon plus duplicators, I'm not sure that's exactly what he's looking for. Does he want the triple aura items? But he has like so many items already, it's kind of awkward. So there's a lot of variance with what the golden egg can actually get. Not to mention back-to-back bad matchups into Jades, which is just the counter to his composition because Rengar targets the statues before he targets the carries.
That is completely correct. Xiaoyu Siphon is really, really strong against Rengar techs in general because they are the stronger melee carries. Look at that Siphon tearing up those Rengars, and Aphelios tries, but that does no damage.
You can see Noel definitely respecting Day6's power. They're literally wiping sweat from his forehead as they manage to go through. Have we got an egg hatch? No, we don't. We're denied again.
Wait, how do we check the timer?
I don't know, but I saw a crack in the egg.
Crap.
Got me really excited.
We're able to pay the intelligence here. We're going to find it.
8 Rengars.
One more. Gonna do it.
Soul Swain.
Do it. Just do it.
But he might actually sell the egg, so he's not touching it. He does not want to touch that egg.
I think we might be able to find out if we right-click on it, but I suppose either way around it, the egg is very teasing. It will keep looking like it's just about to hatch. Daisy has got a little bit more life in them to try and get it through to the promised land up against Title, who of course will not veer from their own course. Lagoon all day, every day.
Wow, Title has 18 items to work with. That's amazing.
It's a little bit difficult to deal with this Rengar, which is jumping onto the Psalm, but Tide Blossom is good. Eliminates a lot of it by cornering. It's just too much damage from the Lagoon player, and this is exactly what you're supposed to do against Rengar. Dasic's now down to his last life, but he gets 2 injections of power, he gets the carousel, and he should be getting that egg.
I believe the egg should be hatching this next round, so prepare yourselves, gentle viewers, for an explosion of enormous proportions. Dasic needs to get exactly the items
we have to go back to Dasic, guys. We have to go back to Dasic. It's about the problem. We have to go back.
You see, this is the precursor to the egg. A carousel is like an egg to itself.
And it's a lot of gold for players like Dasic, who wants that big 3-star power swing, needs as much gold as he can as he's going for Morello Namicon, so we'll see if he's able to employ that as he needs some anti-heal. Meanwhile,
I mean, there were a lot of Shou siphons in lobby, and he just doesn't want to let them heal, so that's probably why he picked the Morellos.
That makes sense.
I am really, really excited. The golden egg is about to come here, right here. I think it's about to proc. That was a crack. Ambushing!
All right, what do we got? We've got...
He's going.
Oh, Rascal's Gloves.
Radiant, these gauntlets.
Tactician's Crown. Okay, so that's actually not traditionally good for Darkflight because you want to be using the item.
Oh!
Rengar 3.
And a Rengar 2.
But if you play things like this Graves can hold Thieves' Gloves. He's not going to get a Darkflight Essence anyways. And then what do you just play this anyways? The Rascal Gloves?
The roll
I like
gloves
that.
is no good.
Okay.
I like that. He wanted the Rascal Gloves on his second carry, which is Rengar, because Rengar is pretty strong, right? So I don't think that's a bad choice whatsoever, especially if he high rolls the itemization, it can be very, very strong. Of course, he low rolled. He did low roll the item.
I mean, even if that Rengar 2 isn't any good, we've still got a Rengar 3.
Wow, that damage on Rengar versus Kai'Sa.
No! Even with the power of the unholy egg, it's still not enough.
A 3-cost 3-star gets wrecked by a 2-cost 3-star? No way!
Dasic with another 8th place. That is devastating.
Well, at least he got the golden egg first.
I guess so.
At least he now knows that it was a hopeless case. Still, though, Dasic, a showman to the bitter end there. Has been playing on the edge of the knife all day long. No better way to go out there.
You know, Lelouch's board is really interesting. He went for a scale scoring like a Shou, and he also has like a binary as well too, which is very rare to see.
Yeah, binary is surprisingly really strong in Jade setups because it's really about the sum of the parts, and you can see Lelouch has crafted his board very intelligently, utilizing things like Rakan and Braum as the tanks in a Shou composition, giving Shou the scale scoring emblem. Really unusual spot. However, Slooper does have theoretically the good positioning. Xayah has been a counter to things like Shou in the past. Can he get the job done and keep that safe? Slooper is down to 12 HP. Losing here could eliminate him entirely from this tournament from going to top 8. But Xayah is uncontested right now in terms of being attacked.
So strong.
The Feathers Fly is now starting to stack up, and Shou just can't get to the back line. A huge win for Brazil's Slooper.
Yeah, as you said, massively important for them to hold on. Notable as well, if we're talking about low HP players, Noel is down to 3 HP. They're even closer to the brink.
I mean, there's so many strong forecasts like carries in this lobby. There are multiple Shou Siphon players, and that Xayah tech is also very powerful during the late game. We can actually see exactly what makes these players so consistent is that they don't always try to go for like a Dragons. They don't always try to go for like a 4 or 6 Dragons, go for level 9 Greed. They know what's strong at 4, they know what's strong at 5, they know what's strong at 3, 2, and 1, respectively.
And what a devastating spot here for Noel, who's down to 3 HP. Noel, also one of those players just barely outside the top 8. He needs to be able to maximize his placements here. How can he find a way to get to 6th, maybe even 5th place? His board is also capped. There's not many ways he can actually improve it. Everything is 2-starred.
I believe in Lobby 4, we've got Graves 3 and Hecarim 3 in the same game, so hopefully we'll be able to get a glimpse of that.
Oh. Not just that, it's Latin America. You're looking at Life's Bad, trying to make a deep run for Argentina, and of course Kiki holding down the fort as the veteran. Can LATAM make this deep run in the Dragonlands Championship?
All right, we got to keep our eyes in 2 places once Noel is almost dead. LATAM will have to wait for now. Up against Slooper, the Xayah did very well against this kind of board before.
we're looking at the fight going on right now. It's going to be Shou Siphon versus Xayah Shyvana, and Xayah Shyvana just has too much value. The enemy's level 9. He's got the full CC comp, the full itemized setup at the ready, and it's just not a fight at this point.
Noel, an 8th, a 1st, a 7th. This inconsistency has just been his Achilles heel all weekend long. Not able to play for placements that might have cost him a top 8.
And I'm not wanting to get used to the idea of seeing EMEA players going out in 7th and 8th in a lobby. It's a really bad look for us, I'm afraid. But hey, we still got Title up at the top. The player that people had so many questions about, they've stayed the course and they've been rewarded for it.
I am so surprised and amazed with Title. Not only did he make his composition with Metabolics, he also managed to get to level 9 with Zoe 2-star. That also raises expectation. We're looking at Kivik Sport at the moment. He is the one that did send Dazik off with 6 HP. Is he in a good spot?
His augments are a little bit awkward. It's like okay, but nothing great. But his items and the way his composition is set up looks good on paper. We'll see if it's enough.
Good Shroud.
Does end up getting the Shroud onto the left side of the board. Hecarim's not going to cast a kick from Lee Sin. Stops it just for a second. Hecarim doesn't even cast. So that's a good start, but the Shyvana's Dragon Descent lands wipes a big part of the front line, and I just don't think it can kill fast enough, and that Runaan's Hurricane, just look at it, chipping away. Kai'Sa's not able to get it done, and Kyvix is dead, and his chance at top 8 has been eliminated.
Yeah, Slooper able to breathe again. These rounds have just been so ridiculous. Anthony, though, we're going to clock at the top of the lobby, doing very well for themselves. Title is no longer the undisputed king of the lobby.
I mean, this lobby is just so insane. We had a double trouble Darkfly player with the golden egg. He wasn't that weak, and he went 8th. And we have a Kai'Sa 3-star, early Kai'Sa 3-star player that went 6th. This is just how strong. This is just how insane this lobby is at the moment.
I mean, just look at the way things swung. Lelouch was leading the lobby. 3 losses later, now down to his last life.
What happened? Yeah, what we've just seen. Wait. Can you move base camp?
He's not. Well, no, you can't, but he doesn't have base camp. He has a scale score and emblem, and he's on the same side as Xayah. This is what he wanted. I think this could change potentially everything if he can get back on access, but he goes the other way, targeting the Shyvana. Shyvana does have this Dragon's Call to stop a lot of that magic damage, and Slooper has his Xayah completely surrounded. The VIP able to get it done. Good matchups once again for Slooper to send Lelouch to the bot 4.
Slooper with the beautiful build-up process, actually going for a Xayah Shyvana composition and taking down all these Siphons. Show you players.
4 games before this, Slooper has played Xayah, no bot 4s. Once again, this Brazilian's putting on a clinic, showing exactly how Xayah is supposed to be played.
And we're getting into the situation here where we're really raising the question of again, who can reach the Xayah? We've been here before. We just can't do anything about it at all. Maybe we don't have an Idis 3 to back up this time around, but it doesn't apparently seem to be even necessary.
I'm looking at Tyler at the moment. He did keep on going for Lagoons. Very consistent individual. He does not look in any other direction. He went all the way to level 9, has a Zoe 2-star, has a Psalm 2-star. Will this be enough to beat the Xayah player? Will this be enough to beat the Grace player? We'll have to see.
I think so. Title at least is theoretically positioned to do well into these matchups if he can find a way to get Neela onto the Xayahs. Also, Here We Go is playing that Seraphine Grace very quietly, been hanging in there to contend for the top.
All right, Slooper, been holding on very well. Has got the win streak attack title with the Metabolic Accelerator. Has been playing the very long game. Xayah's, of course, going to be an absolute force of nature as Shyvana holds down the front.
Xayah!
Everyone's
gonna get Xayah. No, Rakan!
She turns around, though. Xayah is still alive, gets stunned again, but the backline falls to Shyvana. Surely there's nothing left in the tank anymore.
Wow, Slooper, how does he do it? Xayah domination again. Title's out in 4th. But still a pretty good top 4.
That was so
I
close.
think that's what
one auto away.
We knew Title was the points leader coming into this lobby. I have to think, if anything, well, they would have loved a higher position. That's still mission accomplished for them.
It's true. When you're in that top 8, a top 4 should still keep you in that running for that final lobby. But we're focused on our top 3. AMD, Slooper, Here We Go. AMD getting that crucial Xayah win up against the Seraphine Graves.
This is why I keep complimenting Brazilian players, because they know exactly what decks are strong. Slooper kept going for compositions that are very strong. Let's forecast you, and this is one of them. This is the Xayah, Shyvana, Hecarim composition. All that damage from Xayah, all that CC from Hecarim and Shyvana. The composition is very well balanced and looking for a strong.
Let's see who wore it better. Xayah versus Xayah, but Shyvana is doing so much work.
Oh
The
my
target
God.
access directly onto Slooper Shyvana, and that's all she wrote. No, holds on by 2 HP. The fight on the other side is still going though, and it's Xayah all day, every day.
So Slooper's ghost is what's beating. Here we go. And this is what we're talking about. When Xayah being one of the few attack damage compositions being good into the Grave Seraphine, but because Grave Seraphine was theoretically strong into Jade Soifin, there's just an interesting rock, paper, scissors dynamic going on in this lobby. And here we go, has very quietly snuck into the top 3. Remember, he needs every point he can muster to get back in that top 8.
Here we go, currently at 37 points. Slooper Cran 32 points. These players are hungry. These players are desperate to get that first place. They want that chance. They want that like a chance to make it top like an 8 so that they can finally get first for World Championships.
Of course, seeing this last item coming in across the comp is going to be very important. Slooper getting a little bit of an extra
Seraphine 3.
injected. Seraphine 3 for here we go. Surely this is going to swing the matchup.
We say that, but it's difficult because part of the reason why this matchup theoretically is tough against Xayah is because you stack Mystics traditionally for your late game. What's your anti-attack damage plan? You pretty much just have to bulldoze and get this Graves as fast as you can to things like that Xayah. Can he find a way to get that edge in a matchup that's traditionally pretty tough?
I would prefer that here we go, actually go for like Qiyana instead of Lee Sin, so Qiyana can stick onto Xayah to buy her at least a bit more time for a team. Let's see who is going to win the fight between Xayah and Graves.
Great Shroud to start things off. The Dragon's Descent stalls the Graves, and anything you can do to keep the distance away from that Xayah. Xayah has max switch shot range, but this complete turnaround and Seraphine 3 protecting the front line, able to deal with Shyvana and Graves.
Xayah versus the world!
And that Shyvana is not able to do it. The Jace isn't able to do it. That means Xayah is not able to do it. And he takes a loss. And Slooper has lost as well. We're down just our final 2.
Oh my gosh, so we're only one Xayah. Will not be a Xayah versus Xayah 1v1 to end us out here. It does feel like that little bit of extra shielding was enough to push him across. You had these barely alive units able to hold on.
I feel the most important thing is whether or not Amni CC chains or not. Does he want Hecarim and Shyvana to CC at the exact same time, or does he want to put it in a way where it can slightly go into a chain reaction where it can stun the opponents for longer duration?
Well, it's going to be tricky here as we get another great Shroud, but this time, can Amdi correct history? Was it all just a fluke? The Dragon Descent stuns the entire board. Bard with a Temper Fate locks it down again.
Good chain! Great chain!
Big chain. Jace smashes in. Graves slowly but surely making his way towards that Xayah. Another big grasping vines.
Can you do it? Can you do
Graves
it?
is about to die.
Nice.
I think Amdi has done it. No more DPS. Amdi able to send, here we go, second and take a huge win in round 9.
GG, guys, GG. That was a fantastic game to watch. Everybody was just so hyped, and I can't believe this is what happened.
Yeah, I mean, what a great showing for Xayah there, and I think this has huge ramifications heading forward into our final game of the day. We know, of course, after passing through that lobby, we will be going into a lobby 5 to try and guarantee who's going to get through the top 8, but that game was off the charts. I love to see players really changing things up.
Coming into today, a lot of people looked at things like Xayah's stats that averaged a 4.0 across over a dozen games, and people were saying, okay, Xayah's good, but what about the Seraphine Graves, the Deja? Those underperformed. Surely today will be about those comps. It's not. Xayah is still for real, baby. You're entirely correct. More people need to be aware of this composition and use it.
I mean, it's just really nice to see all these fights coming out by a very slow margin instead of one person just bombing like everybody, and I think that's what's make this world very interesting to watch, for sure.
All right, guys, when we head to the break, of course, we'll have our analysts when we return. We have one more game today as we bring day 2 of the Dragonlands Championship to a close. We will very soon know who we're playing in day 3 for the title of World Champion.
Another big bastion binds.
Can you do it? Can you do it?
About to die.
Nice.
I think AMD has done it. No more DPS. AMD able to send Here We Go second and take a huge win in round 9.
GG, guys. GG. That was a fantastic game to watch. Everybody was just so hyped, and I can't believe this is what happened. Yeah, I mean...
Amdi takes this lobby with his Saya, and finally NA does it really good. I have to highlight, it's not about the composition because we've seen a couple of Sayas, but it's about the positioning in this game and the CC and the super items applied into this lobby.
This lobby was one of the most stacked ones I feel like that I've just seen in general, especially in this competition right now. It felt like everybody was hitting and that players were hitting on time as well. And this had the natural scaling of the damage, have gold augment, and then a prismatic augment to highlight that. And again, with everybody hitting, like you look at it from the bottom up here, a Soifin composition that came together early and had perfect items because of Pandora's box went 8th position in this one. Dasic with a double up, a Rengar 3 in a pretty reasonable time. They went 7th place in this one. Like, no matter how you slice this lobby was stacked to the brim. So what do you do when everybody hits at that point? It feels like it's just chaos.
Yep.
Absolutely. I mean, you already said it. We have to talk about it. MD's comp, the Zaya, it was just so beautiful. We keep hitting on how this comp, we're seeing it here.
is so expensive, but it caps out really high. Him going into the level with that cluttered mind early on and then enabling the path there.
Yeah, and a lot of this, as you said, Kali, is just so much of it is utility, positioning, and CC at that point. When everybody hits, the positioning is going to be a big deal, but then also how you capitalize on these stuns. The Bard hitting that big stasis effect and amplifying damage. Hecarim having the right angle to shut down your opponent's board and buy you time for that Xayah to get stacked. That's really what it all boiled down to in the end.
And we've seen Slooper with the Xayah. I think Slooper had better items for the Xayah, but the positioning was not that good. The Xayah was completely stunned the whole time. And we really have to point that out. We have some highlights in here of the game, and makes we had Seraphine 3 for, of course, I mean.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Seraphine 3 actually not something that is so irregular for us. We expect her to come around every now and then. Of course, not as easy to hit with a lot of players aiming for that water gun comp, but still, good unit to have. I think what for me the biggest point is that Prismatic that came in last that just took the entire lobby for a spin. All of these statement augments coming through and just completely shooting up the tempo of that.
Yeah,
what about like the prismatic egg they had? My
Goodness,
God.
it felt like it was going to be such a big improvement for him. He had a Force of Nature in that spot, as well as 2 Thieves Gloves, and one of them was the Radiant Thieves Gloves. That's one of the most powerful ones that's there, but putting it onto the second Rengar so that way you have that backline damage, that was ultimately the goal for Dasik in here, is to get those Rengars to the backline, have the Swain buy enough time, and then to punish that by wiping out the damage that could come in the back line, and just ultimately he wasn't able to do it because everybody was hitting. And so again, it all continues to circle back around.
Okay,
we're seeing the standings here now. Wow, it's just absolutely miles ahead for Hwan Mie, but packed in the center.
How the standings flipped completely from day 1 to day 2. Rain is now on top 8. Finally, Fred's life bad. Finally, they got into the 8th place.
Yes. I think the big kicker here is while Hwan Mie and also Donggu are so far up and barely unreachable, if you take a look at the points from 6th down to 16th, they're all so close. Yeah. All of these players can still make it in with a win. And that's really what they will go for. It's all Hail Marys in this last game of the day that's coming up in just a little bit, where players will be whipping out the most crazy comms in order to secure a first place. We're really looking for this one here. And of course, with a heavy heart, I look at the bottom of the table, some of EMEA's best. I just want to give that shout out.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, won't be in the range to
Definitely a lot. Vientium also made it really good because remember day 1 he was more on the bottom of the standings, but he's done a very flexible player overall.
Yeah, I think that Vientium's performance has been pretty impressive overall when you take a look at it. And again, just the big shout out I really want to highlight is going to be Tidal and Hwan Mie. They had a strong day 1 performance, and they continued to hold that spot at the top, which is telling me that not only do you have the strong meta read, but you're having the strong opportunities, recognizing them, and then capitalizing on it. A lot of players tout how important it is to they're high rolling, that's right at the top. But you have to be able to capitalize on those points as well. It's not just about you found the right units, it's that you recognized what the big opening was and found those as well. If you pass up an opportunity, you're leaving points on the table, and so inherently there, knowledge is the extra points.
Just a reminder, this is gonna be the last game, and tomorrow only 8 players are going to the finals. Oh my God,
it already feels so crazy. Like I want to. Can we do one more day? 5 more games, maybe. We're just gonna keep this
10
going.
more games. 20 more games.
Make it a 6-day tournament.
I think this is one of the last chance for many of the players, and they really need to step up and pay attention, of course, to this break of the table between the 1 and 8th place, because the scores are really the same.
Yeah, they're very close. But I think our game should be ready. So I'm very curious to see those final lobbies. I personally, and I know chat's going to hate me, I'm sorry, but I want a triple prismatic for this one to round it out.
Triple prismatic makes one chaos, but our casters are ready. Let's go to the last game, guys. We're ready.
Woo! All right, thank you so much, guys. It's now time for our players to look themselves in the mirror and say, am I capable of competing for the world title? The game's going on right now will decide that. Frodan, Bebe, this is going to be a hell of a final round of the day.
It's so tightly packed. You heard it from the analysts over there. anybody can truly make this happen. It really depends on their game plan. Of course, this is one game of TFT. It's what their season all comes down to.
Now, only Hwanmie is actually almost decided for a top 8, but it's not like that for the other players. These are all superstars. They have a plan. They've been practicing for days? No. Weeks? No. Months! Years! They want this spot. They want to get in here.
Everything has led up to this point. One last barrier to get across. Let's get right into the mix. Of course, last time round, we did see the Xayah taking center stage. Who knows what it will be this time round?
Well, Noel is stuck with the cloak. That's not good for our EMEA representative.
I saw someone run for a tier, and I'm just going to guess his title.
Right. It's probably title. A player that also, by the way, 51 points, basically guaranteed as well. I think if he gets a 7th, he is hard guaranteed, but an 8th place would theoretically tie him with some people. I think, so we have 2 players who have been pretty much gotten to that break point, but a lot of players who are just narrowing the outside.
I mean, we've seen a lot of decks perform well, like Kaisa, Xiaoyu, Xayah, but I am really surprised that Tidal managed to get all the way here, top 3 World Championships with a Lagoon deck. That's amazing.
You have to imagine that every single tiny edge you can get with that deck is well within Tidal's hands, as we will be looking at a Spell Swords Mirage for this game. Might we be seeing another bit of Deja action?
I mean, previously when we saw Spell Sword, it almost felt like nobody was playing the Deja really commonly in order to get that advantage. Mainly because a lot of people had committed to their lines by 2-1 and didn't feel like it could fit a lot of those Deja plans.
I've been seeing a lot of Deja's compositions today, and I feel like they just lack the damage compared to all the other compositions, so it actually falls off really, really hard, and it doesn't really save you HP during the mid-game, so it doesn't really have an advantage mid-game nor late-game.
Well, Spell Sword is one way to get that damage, so we'll see. Ironically enough, the most successful Deja we've seen just on the broadcast, I'm sure off-stream for the games we may have missed, it was probably fine. But it was when they used Pirate Deja in order to get to their fast 8 and play for that -3.
We do see our good friend Metabolic Accelerator worked relatively well last time round to allow for a lot more room in the game to grow. For Amdi's side of things, they are one of the players who are right in the middle of the pack, so still pretty unlucky to make top 8. They can improve their standing.
Wow.
Okay, so going for full greed. A lot of these players are just going to lay it all on the line. A lot of players taking that high-risk, high-reward strategies.
I mean, that was the first rich get richer like a take from today, and I have to say I am very impressed by Rainplosion's performance, especially with their eco management. If Amdi plays the same as Rainplosion, we actually might see an Acel 2-star destroying everybody in the game.
Oh, not 1 but 2 Mirage Emblem takers. It's Dasik and Lelouch. So their game plan is very clear.
Yes.
Wow.
Apparently, this is going to be a very different setup than before. You know, guys, if we do see, well, as we presumably are going to see, a couple of different players pushing down the Deja route, we can see Lelouch making use of course, our favorite item carrier, Ezreal. How big of a difference is it going to make?
I mean, I actually see 2 people that's going for a loss streak. Lelouch with 20 interest gold and Amdi with 20 interest gold as well, too. So this is actually going to be a very high eco lobby compared to the other ones. It's actually going to be much less tempo than we see.
Yeah, Lelouch at 44 with a 4-way tie with Fritz, Rainplosion, and here we go. I mean, this lobby has it all in terms of the drama. Can these players on the outside looking in find a way to not just do well, but do well with other people in the lobby who are tied with them in points?
Oh, you're right.
The difference between getting a +1 over Here We Go, who's in the lobby with Lelouch, could mean the difference of 9th or 8th.
And this is not just a game. The pressure is on any mistake. One single misposition, one single wrong item, one single, oh, let me go for the golden egg type issue can actually cost them a huge amount of placements. We'll see exactly what these players decide to do.
I will take issue with that. It's never a mistake to go for a golden egg. It's merely a lifestyle choice.
You said it on behalf of all EMEA players. You always take golden egg, and you always go 8th.
Oh, boy.
Wait, I said that?
Oh, in that case, on behalf of Bebe and all the Korean players, you always take golden egg, and you always go 8th.
All right, so let's, what we've got here, of course, we mentioned we are seeing the rich got richer. We are seeing players playing a little bit more greedily. Title, though, has got a level up, has got the early augment instead of going for something more greedy.
So the thing with Andy to consider is that he will eventually have to roll. He can't just rich get richer and then try to fast 9. There's got to be some mid-game in here. So does he choose to all in at 7? Or not all in, but like roll a good amount? And if so, is he trying to go for something like Deja as well? Because Deja is the rich get richer into the Dragon strategy. With 2 other players committed to Deja at the same time because of the Mirage emblem take, this could get really spicy in the mid-game.
I mean, that is a fantastic point. Whether you can't just go 9 instantly, you have to have a turn point. Usually that turn point is level 5 for 1 cost, level 6 for 2 costs, and level 7 for 2 and 3 costs, and a 4 cost 1 star mostly. It's all a matter of like what Amde exactly wants, because there is a situation with Rich Get Richer where you can just save up all the way to say 3-5, all in, and go for level 7 all in for a 4 cost carry composition.
We check in with Dasik, who is, of course, the big golden egg himself, will be one of those Mirage players looking to try and make an impact. Has actually managed to get the Shimmer Scale out early. It will be a determined investor setup for them, so they've got some good late game potential.
Dasik is playing for a pretty dubious situation, which he's trying not to go 32nd in the tournament, dead last. It's between him, Holy, and Bricks, which is not a great situation for any 3 of those. Dasik wants to play for pride, because if whoever goes last here, you know that his friends and his rivals will never let him hear the end of it.
I mean, during day 1, it was always like, wow, it seems that a Korean is actually advertising themselves really well to the world at 32nd place. But
Good
finally,
days popped off, though.
We're out. Thank you. Thank you, Dasik, bro. Appreciate it.
We'll see as we take a look at the stage 2 carousel and see what people are going for. Amdi going for that Volibear. We saw that determined investor can be a huge thing. Talking about late game dragon power, Diamond Hands is some of the best high power dragon you can play for in the late game. Everyone's trying to unlock it as early as they can.
I feel this game will be very high in value. There are so many players ecoing. That means the tempo will be much more slower, and there will be much more money able to make that composition happen.
So what do you guys like? If we are going to be seeing that kind of lobby where everyone's flush with cash, what are the comps you'd like to see, and what are the comps you'd like to see our players avoid?
I like comps that play units that take 2 slots on my bench, or on my board. Not my bench. That seems like Golden Egg, actually. But yeah, I think that overall, just dragons are the name of the game, or a really high power version of some kind of 4 cost carry, whether it's Graves or Xayah.
Well, usually I would recommend composition like Xayah, but in a lobby with so much economy, as we said earlier, has a chance to get units like Aoshin and Acel at the ready, which does kind of counter Xayah.
That's true, and Diamond Hands makes Xayah even more difficult to get through.
Much more difficult, that is correct.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So I actually might expect to see a few more like cheaper level 6 or level 7 roll comps, like a Grave Seraphine, or maybe like a 2 cost, like a 3-star, like relevant composition to get the advantage.
I like it. I think Baby's convinced me. I kind of move away a little bit from what I was saying. Baby's he's pretty smart.
Oh, absolutely. And here we go. And Title will feel a little bit less clever themselves as they will take the L. So nobody making out stage 2 with an intact win streak. Will that bring down the goal total at all and sort of stall out that incredible late game?
It does, and it makes it a little bit awkward for everybody, which is better for the loose streakers, so that way there's no bigger gap being pulled. The more you're streaking, the more you're going to level, the more you're going to push that tempo. So it's actually really good for like Dasik and Ambi right now.
I'm actually really surprised that right now Title is looking at the board, and he's actually has a good setup for a scale scoring build-up. So if he gets Diana with the electric charge, this is a really strong scale score and like a build-up tech, but I guess his mind is set on something else, and it's not Lagoons.
It's not Lagoons, at least not easily Lagoons. Theoretically, I guess he could play it, but I think Title at this point is just trying to go for a safe route of saying like, hey, I don't have to aim for even top 4. I can get like a 6, and I think I'm through.
No, absolutely. Consistency is key. And this is, of course, the gift of playing this tournament structure, to play with the best players in the world. You're in such a different situation you'd ever be playing a ladder.
I mean, I guess right now Title is considering going for Deja mostly, just as you said. There are, however, 2 Mirage spats in lobby, so I don't know how viable that'll be.
Add him in. 4 Deja players, why not? Starting to look like North American solo queue.
So we have that, and if there are multiple Deja players, then what's going to happen is that a lot of 4 costs are going to be contested, so it does make it easier for other players to get their 4 cost carries online, such as Seraphine Graves.
All right, we've got a little glimpse into the comps that are being run across the board. Frodan, any of these leaping out at you?
Well, Noelle has a really interesting start, particularly because Noelle started with True 2s. So we had a 2-star Senna and a 2-star Lilia. Wait, is that a second copy of Senna 2.
Yo, I would true twos.
So there is really dark tech. When I'm talking about dark tech, it's like the really underground comps that people don't play. Center reroll actually did show a little bit of promise, but most people are not playing that.
Would you gamble $100,000 for Senna 3-star?
No, absolutely not. And Noel's on the outside. He's at 42 points. So it's like, I think he's just playing it temporarily. Finds
nice.
Oh,
nice.
Come on.
That's huge.
We do know it's a token investor, so it won't be a big, immediate power spike, but certainly a decent front line. We've got, of course, a Dragon's Claw to throw into it. That will be an item that's very hard to shift, but Noel still has to try and put together some kind of winning formula.
And that was a beautiful sell on the Lilia. Usually people that take Truce 2 actually don't like selling their augments, usually. But he is in a situation where he is strong enough to start ecoing, and that Lilia is something that was prohibiting for that to happen.
All right, going up against Dasik, who has Diamond Hands at 6. He's going to have Diamond Hands as soon as next turn, which is going to be really powerful and help him spike in power. And he has that Rage Blade. He is gunning for that Deja. So we'll see if Noel can get ahead enough, because I don't know what Noel really wants to angle for with his current setup. He could theoretically play anything. He has a Giant Slayer and a Dragon's Claw. What composition doesn't really want to have something like that?
He wants to go for something everybody wants. Deja. Deja for you, Deja for you. Let's
The
go for
answer
Deja
to every
together.
question apparently will be Deja. A small update, though, on what our players are doing as we will be grabbing our next augment. So we have seen gold so far. We might have a little bit of a change of plan if people are thinking that the Deja's too contested.
2 golds in a row. You know, Makes was saying she wants to see triple prismatic. Sometimes golds are just as swingy as prismatics, and double golds with things like preparation that I see or better together could lead to some really powerful combinations.
Usually triple gold like augments is set up in a way where you go for triple combat augments.
What do you see?
I see Amdi with a Deja in the bottom left, by the way, and he picked a Mirage Crest. That's 3 players who took Mirage Crest.
Yes! We're here for it. All Dejas, all day. I mean, this is really...
What is? It's the same board, just copy and paste it 3 times. This is a Spider-Man gif where everyone's wearing the Spider-Man outfit and they're pointing at each other next to the van.
Again, thank you, production, for reminding us. It is Spells, Swords, Enchantments, so we will be seeing the big old Deja impact all the way across. Noel, again, puzzling us with their approach to this game. It's still 42 points, a solid position to make a leap from.
This is going to be the most skill-based result in the game. Yo, you're a Deja, I'm a Deja, that's fair, right?
It's mirror match, 50-50.
Mano a mano, right? So the player that wins here will be actually the best Deja player in the world.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, Andy's the best Deja player currently.
Wow.
We'll see. It's an ongoing development. Oh my goodness.
Yes! Oh, there's super skill items. Second one. What's that?
Oh, what's it?
Come on, put it in.
He doesn't even look.
Okay. He doesn't need it. He's got Deja anyway.
Cool guys don't love explosions.
Well, I guess like in the long term, he's not going to go 5 Shimmer anyways, but if it was Goldmancer or something, I think we would want to play that.
Yeah, if it was Goldmancer, that was first place for sure.
I think that was an unusual mistake there from Amdi.
But he knew it wasn't Goldmancer, right?
Yeah, okay.
He knew it.
He knew it was Draven's Act.
His heart of hearts.
I VOD review with Amdi last night. He actually asked me to go over his games to prepare for day number 2, and no one is more critical about his own mistakes than Amdi is. He's up there with the best in terms of self-reflection. He's definitely going to go back and think about what he could have done better that time.
Well, there's no better way to self-reflect than having Deja on every single side of the board. Quick reminder about our players coming in. So Title currently on top with a mighty 48 points.
Clean right there.
Oh,
baby! Title tried to build that out, but it wasn't good enough.
We've got Here We Go and Lelouch both on 44. It's still a really, really close lobby to each other. And as we've been talking about, with everyone playing so close together, we could still see some pretty big swings.
Oh, Andy gets the Gunblade. That is so big for his Deja to heal up the Itis, and he has both of those pieces. He's in a good spot. What about Noel? Takes a belt so he can combine and make it to a Morello or start working on other things. And then there's players like Slooper, who has been gravitating more and more towards Zaya, and he has that opportunity to build items for it, but I'm curious what's going on there. Not to mention Kyvix, who we haven't really talked about much, a player who's been lose streaking all day. This game, he's win streaking.
Interesting choice for Super here. He has Ascension, and he actually took Preparation as a second, like an Augment. I guess he just wants to force Graves because the composition actually benefits a lot from AP and AD. So his direction is set. His economy is at 40 gold, 2 loss streak. So he's win-losing, but he has over 100 Lagoon stacks. That's good economy from his side.
Well, I guess I can then put the question to you guys. How does Graves Seraphine do into Deja?
I mean, it can do pretty well. It depends on the setup and when you're hitting, but it also kind of depends on how strong the Deja is. With Diamond Hands, it's way harder. You're looking at the Pantheon, the Graves getting stuck there way longer.
I feel like it's going to be an Edge and Knight difference. Whether Edge and Knight like correctly takes off the aggro from like a Deja to Graves, and that is just enough for Graves to finish off. I feel like that will be a core fact to consider.
And you look at how itemization has shifted in this tournament, even when so many people are prioritizing things like Dragon's Claw on their frontliner. Maybe instead of Zac, you're putting things on Pantheon like a Dragon's Claw Vows to keep him really tanky up against the Deja with Spell Sword. Don't allow them to ramp up quickly. Find a way to blitzkrieg their back line. But to your point, it's going to be pretty tough there, Counterfeit.
Titles? Oh, wait, what is that?
What's going on in Lobby 1? Some sort of shenanigans.
Tamura is streaking. Cool pack setup.
Yes, that's what we like to see. I mean, this is a situation. You're very, very close to the edge here. Why not throw everything to the wind and take the riskiest augment of all?
Also, it's another lobby. Juanmia is still streaking. Dude, you already qualified. Take it easy.
Give everyone else a break.
Sheesh.
Okay, now if you look back to our game, then that was actually a really neat tech. Well, full win streak like a Cruel Pact. We are looking at Slooper's board versus Here We Go. Here We Go, it's also the same tech. It's either Deja or Graves in this lobby. Wow.
So far, we have 4 Deja players. At least they were angling it. 2 Graves players.
So it's going to be just Graves and
Kyvix doing whatever Kyvix does.
Okay.
Things.
And they both, the funny thing is that they both have preparation as well too. Everybody has Mirage augments and everybody has like a preparation.
This is just perfect. As you guys are saying.
Balanced.
Balanced, yeah. Fair.
Everyone's playing the same comp. There's no question.
There you go.
This will be definitive. Who is the best? Who deserves to be in day 3?
Well, we'll see. This is the end of stage 3. Slooper took pretty heavy losses, but he still has a lot more HP than you usually are accustomed to. Another thing to ask is whether or not he would even roll during creep rounds. Some players, when they're contested, would start rolling at this point in the game. And AMD just naturally picked up 2 Itises. He's also at 90 gold at level 7 already.
Wow. He also has Diamond Hands as well too. He's going to get the extra 2 gold from like a losing HP onto the Diamond Hands. Actually, the fact that he got Diamond Hands so early, I feel was a really good frame for Andy. It means that he didn't really mess up not once with the investors, especially on creep rounds.
Yeah.
Oh, Stone Plate.
And good items.
Hey, not bad at all.
That could also be Edge and Knight for Deja as well too, because having an Edge and Knight or not on your main carry can't actually be deciding, especially in a lobby with spell swords.
Oh, he's going for it. He's going to level 8 quickly. He wants to look for a little bit more stable frontline, but he doesn't want to overroll Deja pair, so now we're committed to the roll down. Can he find a 2-star Deja or Itis?
It's getting pretty close.
Too many rolls, I think. I don't think he should be rolling that much because he's not that weak.
There's the Itis.
But it's contested, so he wants to try to see if he can get it for other people.
Nice.
He finds, that is ridiculous. As you said, we've got the Diamond Hands to the mix. Going to be almost unstoppable. The itemization, I love it as well. This is looking real good for Amdi.
Absolutely.
All right, Amdi currently decides to go for Diamond Hands and Gargoyle, so he wants a stronger front line compared to a safer back line. In this case, he might go for a 3rd damage itemization onto Deja just to make sure that he can actually clean off opponents. And wow, that damage is beautiful.
It's really strong. I don't think Slooper's still rolling, by the way. Sloop's not even focusing on the fight. Trying to see if he can fill up his bench with more preparation units. As you can see, it's starting to get to a point of desperation.
Slooper does find the Pantheon, but no Graves, I think.
As far as I saw, I didn't see anything. We'll see if the Augment changes anything. Oh! He has an Infinity Edge on his bench! He could just make Infinity Edge and he has Jewel Lotus. This guy's a high roller. Get him out of here.
Wow! Do remember, guys, as well, we've got the 4 main players. Here we go, Lelouch, Noel, and Amdi, all in the 40s, all with a chance to push really far up the table.
Wow, I guess we know who the best Deja player is now.
Yeah. Look at Lelouch in the top right. He's getting to Deja, right? He has Rapid Fire Cannon, Rage Blade, Mirage. Oh, finds a Deja, actually. Wow.
Oh, wow, he actually found one.
I was the magic key. You're welcome.
All right.
Why are we still watching this guy? We know exactly what's going to happen.
We know he's going to be crushing everybody. Oh, my gosh.
I'm actually curious what Kyvix is playing. He's still streaking on the other end. The USA players bookending and sandwiching this entire lobby.
Kyvix actually having a very long win streak so far. He's currently at 92 HP. I am also very curious. We were looking at Noel's board though, and oh, Noel on the opposite side
has a great 2-star.
Yeah, and an Itis 2-star. It's almost like he's borrowing from each composition. It's like, oh, you want to play Graves? I'll take your Graves. Oh, you want Itis Deja? I'll take your Itis. No one wants Senna, but he's obviously using it for synergies. You know, Noel's just playing like pure TFT, like trying to play whatever is given to him, but this board, Andy's just way too strong.
You can really see from the expression Noel's got there, and from all our players. Of course, this is the second day they're playing, in this sort of group stage setup here. There you can see they're really tired at this point. This is going to be stretching them to the brink to be able to perform at this kind of level after this many games.
We are looking at Dasik, our fine player with no Dejas. Of course, Dasik. Oh man, come on, get lucky one game.
It's just tough too because he's also scouting around the lobby and seeing people picking up the Dejas. He does have a duplicator, which is probably what makes Diamond Hands so strong. You're just pulling out one extra copy for people. But 4 people want to go Deja at least. There might be even more.
I feel like in this situation, he needs to use Deja just for synergies, not as a carry, and hope for a Aoshin or A-Soul like 1-star. Try to duplicate that into a 2-star, and that might be his only hope. His odds, however, are pretty low, but thankfully he does have HP to have time to decide exactly what he wants to gamble for in this game.
Here we go on the other side. Might just be the beneficiary of all these players contesting each other. Here we go. Needs to get the highest placement possible just to make sure that he can increase his chance of qualifying, as he's just on the cusp at 10th right now in points. This clump has actually been very effective to just kill off units. Yes, he's not winning the fight, but he's just trying to rack up. Look at how much gold he has relative to Slooper, who sent everything in order to get that Pantheon.
I mean, this is why Dasik's such a good player. Like, he didn't really find everything that he wants like Andy did, but still, he knows exactly how to minimize his losses and make best of a situation. That's why he went for that Volley Bear with Spell Swords. That's why he itemized the Volley Bear, and that's why he's greeting interest gold up to 30 to make that happen.
Tito's at 29 HP. Huh? He's at 48 points. We talked about how Tito just has to kind of avoid like a 7th or 8th, and then he should be good to go. He's on track to go 7th or 8th. What a devastating loss it would be to get so close to the top 8 and to peter out here.
Oh my gosh.
No offense, Peter.
I'd rather be going out 8th here than see Title do it, because they've have just such an incredible journey to get to this point. Again, as we said before, just like Slooper inspired Brazil, Title with a chance to inspire Japanese players still to come. This contest, though, is unprecedented.
I mean, this is what happens, guys, when you cheat on your main deck. Why don't you sell your entire board for Lagoons? If you win Lagoons, that was at least a 5th. Yes, no?
I mean, this is a tough lobby, but you're not wrong. Nila could theoretically do well into these Deja lobbies, especially if anyone has Deja 1. It's a Deja versus Deja mirror match. Lelouch with the attack speed and Title with the shivs and the gadget expert. Can that be enough? It looks like the attack speed of Lelouch is starting to ramp up, and that's going to outscale the damage to Title, but Title's front line is a little bit better. It comes down to how long does Nunu can hold on to, and it looks like Lelouch is focusing the other Deja down, and that's not going to be enough. Title takes another loss.
They are on the loss streak, so at least they'll have the gold flowing in, but they are spending everything they have. I think very aware that this is a worst-case scenario developing for our Japanese regional champion.
I mean, this is what happened with like a Title here is, as we said, he has a very high place on the leaderboards already, so he just wanted to get a safe top 4. That's why he picked Electric Charge, a very safe HP saving augment into like a Gadget Master. But it didn't turn out to be strong enough for him to save more placements.
Yeah, and like, where's like the Jade Shio? Like, surely you could hit it while everyone else is going for Deja, and Electric Charge can help you get a safe top 4, or at least try to push for it. But alas, we are committed. Speaking of commitment,
wow,
Kyvix once again with the Mage Namzi just wants to put on one more show.
I mean, it's going to be fantastic with everybody clumping up with the backline units. We'll see, of course, the big cast coming through. The shields do absorb a lot of it, but the backline just gets blown to pieces. This time round, Mage Nomsy is not contested. We have got the Ascension kicking in, but it won't matter. Nomsy stands triumphant.
Wow, I have to give it to Nate. Wow, what is that composition? These guys made a fantastic build that none other regions love playing these builds. This is actually a very rare build. People like... What's that?
Noel going 8th. That means he is no longer eligible for the top 8. EMA lost another hero.
He was so close. Honestly, though, you know, for our players to even make it to this stage at all, to get as close as that is incredible. But we are only interested in the very best of the best. If you can't hang there, you don't deserve to be in day 3.
I mean, as Noel dies, all the other players are sweating as well too. Yo, I need to raise one more placement. That is still thousands of dollars. That is still very meaningful, very impactful. They're trying everything in their hands to minimize their losses. And the Augment's choice, the item choice here, will be very, very important.
Well, taking a look at if people are able to get the idle setups, Lelouch just hit Deja 2. I saw triple Zeeks for Here We Go. Speaking of item situations, Slooper was able to get something going. Can Lelouch find a way to pull himself in? I believe he is the last EMEA representative that can make the top 8, if my calculations are correct. He's fighting with the entire region's pride on the line.
Yeah, I mean, certainly our regional champion does make sense to be the person to stand when all others have fallen before them. Lelouch has got the set that they need. They've got all the attack damage in the world, and they've got a dual gauntlet to multiply up all that spell sword AP.
Now, we did joke that it's going to be about like all Dejas with the Spider-Man meme, but it actually is really skill-based. They need to decide exactly what the good, best support unit is. They need to position their CCs in a way that can negate the enemy Dejas, and there's actually a lot of decision-making involved to get ahead of the other Deja players.
It's true, the itemization does seem to be better for Dasik, but the raw power from Lelouch, just having 2-star Deja and having 2-star Itis is just a little bit too much here for Dasik. Dasik is going to take another loss here. But speaking of losses, I just saw...
Is he out?
Title taking 7th.
Oh my God.
Is he out?
That means he gets 50 points. That means that his...
That's dangerous.
Is dangerous. That he's not guaranteed out.
Oh no.
But he's on the chopping block.
Yeah, there's going to be such a big difference. Of course, you know, there's still going to be calculation to go. Lobby 1, what have you got going on?
Rainplosion, the North American player that can make it to top 8, is also still alive, but she has a golden egg on her bench.
Yeah!
Oh! She's sending it for all for a chance to make the final lobby.
That's what we love to see. That egg, I think, is just about ready to hatch. So hopefully we'll keep our eyes close there as we have at least trimmed out the bottom 2 players. Slooper is still holding on, but it's going to be a narrow thing against Lelouch.
Tell them to pause that lobby. Just tell them to pause it, and we'll catch up in like 10 minutes.
I mean, Rainplosion on the corner, top left corner, as we see.
She wins!
Actually has a Zaya composition, and the golden egg is about to proc, and always as it's about to proc, the Carousel shows up. That was same for previous games as well, too.
Lelouch will be, I presume, taking the win there. That will put Slooper down to almost elimination
Should we just switch
territory.
lobbies?
I mean, both lobbies have a lot at stake. Lelouch with the big win, Slooper and Dasik taking losses, and their losses, Lelouch's gain. Can Dasik sacrifice himself maybe here for EMEA? But it's not going to go down easy for any of these players above him.
Brain's X here.
Golden egg. Golden egg.
Egg.
2 Force Natures.
Oh my gosh, 2 tacticians
Need a Zaya deck.
And that allows her to cap out really high. Also opens up another possibility of capping out with 6 Dragon if she wants to.
She's so strong that she can also just go for level 9 on the spot. She does not need to invest any other gold. I'm actually very excited for that lobby.
Let's go, Rain!
All right, let's get back to our lobby, though, because Slooper is still fighting for their life. Dasik, only looking to try and improve their position, can still tear down the establishment here. We've still got a good backline. Graves is surviving in the midst, but this is a Deja that's very hard to put down. Guardians like crazy. There's so much inevitability here.
That's right, that's right. Slooper does have the tankiness, but like you said, that inevitability from Deja is starting to get really high. The AP has been stacking. The Rage Blade has been also increasing the attack speed, but Graves is not going to go down easy without a fight. And Slooper is out in 6th place. Hell of a run by the Brazilian player, but his journey ends here.
Slooper was such a good player, especially from set 3 as well too. He was Brazil's like a hope and dreams, but alas, he could not make it.
Still though, this leaves us in a situation. Here we go, and Lelouch, both on 44 points, both still alive. And Lelouch definitely looking a lot more precarious.
I mean, we saw all these players playing Deja and Itis, and no one took Guardian. You can just tell that everyone's trying to play other support items. I'm glad happy about that. I think a lot of people get baited by things like that, like, oh, I'm playing Guardians, why not another Guardian emblem? Kind of recognizing things like this Bloodthirster on a Yasuo too can be just as not more scary.
Yeah, I mean, Andy's gotten up to level 9, so this is going to be a really hyper scary version of the comp. You noticed before, of course, we've got everything coming through that Deja 4 items, and again, the Deja 2s, they've taken a while to arrive, but they are finally here.
I'm actually a bit curious about this choice because I remember Andy having a choice of itemizations. He decided to go for Bloodthirster's Blue Buff and Quicksilvers instead of putting Diamond Hands onto the Yasuo. I wonder what you think about that.
I think because he's acknowledging the matchups. The matchups is a lot of front to back. He wants to stall out things like the enemy Deja and the enemy Graves. And also, this Yasuo is just going to start stalling forever.
That's why.
Look at the damage and the sustain from the Yasuo. They have yet to crack his shield.
No, he's just too damn tanky. Disruption all day, every day. You cannot clump against all this knockup. Big win for Amdi. Big L for, here we go. That's a hit to the face, which will trim down the HP, but they're still healthy. Lelouch taking the win there means they hold on.
Idas takes all the damage. Yasuo goes in for a CC. Deja goes for damage. That's why Amdi put this composition this mine.
There's one storyline we talked at the beginning of this game. Lelouch and Here We Go, they're tied at 44 points. The person who outplaces the other will have that point advantage going into the final standings. Here We Go just took a pretty big loss. Lelouch just got online a couple of rounds ago. Pay attention to that 3rd and 5th place. Whoever outplaces the other will be a likely candidate that can go to that top 8.
It's a head-to-head battle, the like of which we will rarely get to see for ourselves. Kyrix, of course, with the Nomsy, will be bringing out the firepower. We have got a fairly clumped front of board. If the Nomsy lands down the damage, it's going to be devastating. Lelouch with, of course, all the attack speed, gets the shot right on to Nomsy, but isn't doing enough damage.
That's right. Really intelligent positioning from Lelouch as well. It just happens to dodge a lot of the clump. And also able to get the good angle into things like Nomsy, but you see how Diamond Hands on Idas is just stopping all of that damage. And Kyrix takes another big launch, a huge win for Lelouch.
Here we go, still fighting.
Beautiful position with Lelouch right there. He put Deja in the middle, the right 4th middle spot, and that actually dodges the Tornado CC from Zoe. And that was just enough time to buy him enough damage to win that fight.
All right, we've got a few more items coming in. This is going to be so crucial. Not the most relevant item at all for Lelouch. They're going to be kicking their screen, wondering what they did wrong to deserve this.
That's awful. Last Whisper is probably like one of the worst items you can get at this spot.
Yeah, you can give the heck on him for armor reduction, I guess, right?
I am looking forward to
That horse is strong,
you know.
I guess our entire team is magic damage. Meanwhile, what happened in other areas? Daisy gets a Protector's out. That's pretty solid.
Especially for Guardians, jeez.
That is true, getting that resistances onto the shield, especially that faster cast on whatever unit he wants.
Basic found Deja 2-star.
Yeah, absolutely. Just keep going long enough, you'll get there.
Why is that so sad? I don't know why he found it, but it's just so sad. I don't know.
I mean, it's kind of what Bebe was saying before. It's impressive that he even lasted this long to eventually get to Deja because he was the last to hit out of everybody else, and yet he's still here contending for top 4. Nomsy 3.
One more.
Come on. Are you gonna?
Oh, no,
no, maybe.
1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4.
How much he went?
Yes, English was right. English for gimmicks.
And a Silas 3 and a Skarner 3. Everybody is golden here, going up against Seraphine 3 from Here We Go.
Wow. This is going to be a world-ending explosion.
Oh no, Zyra!
The stun,
still
there is the inevitable.
The board!
The big hit comes through. They're so low. One more shield could save them. Nomsy is still alive. The cast.
Graves versus Nomsy
is gone, but Graves is still alive. It will be.
How is he so calm? Look at him, the bottom right. He's just chilling.
Yeah, we got this. Nomsy, you and me. You're my partner.
Lelouch is still alive, but barely. Dasik is gone. We have our top 4, but just as you said, Frodan, it's all about number 3 and number 4. Lelouch on 3 HP. Here we go on 31.
Currently, we're looking at Andy's board at the moment. I don't really know what he can do at this point to make his deck stronger because there's no way he's going to get Deja 3 after all those Deja players, right?
That's right. Lelouch is still alive, but if Lelouch dies, that means the last Deja player has been eliminated. So there's still a Seraphine Graves player for Here We Go, and then there's a Nomsy 3 out of his fellow American and best friend Kyrix.
Wait. I see 5 Sorakas on Andy's side. Oh, would that be a Rainplosion? Yeah.
The Rainplosion, I love it.
Well, we'll see as Lelouch is on his last stand up against, here we go, needs to defend this for the sake of himself, for the sake of Poland, for the sake of EMEA, targeting the Graves, but it drops from the edge of night. Graves is now focused onto the Deja, and Deja doesn't have healing. It's going to be a complete wipe.
Wow.
And Lelouch,
oh my God,
eliminated by, here we go, from China.
That's taking a direct hand in matters. Lelouch, EMEA champion, did their damnedest, but this was one of the most bizarre lobbies we've seen all day long, and someone had to pay the price for entering the Deja lottery.
Concentration is very high. No, wait, Here We Go actually sold Soraka. I was going to say Here We Go noticed the Soraka 3-star potential, so he's going to deny it, but he had a Soraka, but he sold it, and is that going to punish him later on in the fight?
We'll see. I mean, Amdy's still far away from Soraka, so theoretically could pick it up. In his mind, he's trying to maximize his points. Just because Here We Go got third doesn't mean he's into the top 8.
That's
he needs
true.
every point that he can squeeze out.
Amdy is just a little bit behind Here We Go on the points, so certainly if they can land him first, we can start having much more of a conversation about them. Here we go. They've got the incredibly strong chunk. Nomsy will be chunking in. That's a lot of damage. If she can land the same shot twice, she can start really busting some heads.
This clump position is actually working against Kivix's favor. He's actually getting all that. Whoa!
You were
Never mind!
Never fear!
Man! Hey, what is this?
That's big deal. Here We Go. If Here We Go gets third, he's going to get 6 points, which means he gets to 50. You know who also finished at 50 points? Title, who just got 2 points from 48 to 50. We might see some crazy tiebreakers. That is why Here We Go is desperate for that second place.
All right, we'll see if they can do it. We will be seeing more dragons coming in, more items, pouring gasoline onto the Father is our top 3.
That's a Deja.
Fighting for every single point. And yes, one more Deja.
Oh, he doesn't take it. He goes for safer choice? Is that how it goes? Or did he sell it?
He goes for a rod onto a siphon. Archangel staff.
He already has spell stores on.
So he has 2 Archangels now.
Of course, 2 is better than 1. Of course.
Well, I mean, once we get to those late fights, having the Soraka still intact, stacked up with an Archangel, is going to make those individual units impossible to kill. We have got Yasuo 2-star 2 times over.
He wants to go for a 5-cost 3-star. That's why he didn't take the Deja.
That's right. Amdy, by the way, Here We Go, by the way, made a second Graves 2 on the bench. Might we see a possible Hail Mary attempt for a Graves 3? Everyone's chasing their late game win conditions.
Can he make the Archangels, please, if he took it over Deja? I mean, I would like it if he used it, if he threw it away.
We've got a front line for days. We've got Yasuo into the middle of the scrum. Knock-ups central. Doesn't quite get to where they need to be. Graves will get torn to pieces. And without Graves, this is no comp at all. We've still got Seraphine staying alive, but Yasuo cannot be dealt with, and that's a big blow.
Oh my God!
He's down?
He's dead!
He's out in third.
And that means he's at 50 points. He's going to be tied with Title.
And they actually taking rank 1 and rank 2 for this lobby.
Oh, they waited way too long for this. They went 1-2. They're best friends. They're practice partners. They've known each other for way longer than TFT's been around. They were, I believe, from college.
Wow.
And so this friendship has persisted to the very end, and they get to play each other for the last laugh and bragging rights for probably the rest of their lives.
They are actually going to contest friend versus friend in this situation. Of course, for Amdy, it is better since he does have more points. He actually has a good odds of getting into top 4-8 if he wins, and his board is significantly stronger. Let's see what Kivix does to maybe prevent it.
Oh no, the Zephyr. The Zephyr lands on the Nazi. That's not the start you're looking for.
Nomsy's taking a little holiday up in the air, but will be back down just in time for Christmas. What this has allowed is for a little bit more time for Deja to stack up. We know those crits are huge, tearing through the team. Ascension will kick in, but the stun again keeps Nomsy from doing the damage he needs. Yasuo getting onto the backline. Nomsy is still alive. The damage is ramping up.
Come on.
The aggro is taken. Nomsy 3 is gone, and that will be an end of it. Kivix down to single digits.
The result seems a bit clear, but Kivix is going to still fight on in the end. You never know. Maybe if the Nomsy does not get hit by Zephyrs, maybe if he makes a small change, maybe he finds Zoe 2-star, maybe he's finding Lux 3-star, it's still not over yet.
It's true. Positioning, how he lands Zephyrs, and Shroud. You know, you look at the Shroud, it pretty much missed for Kivix there that fight. How we are able to manipulate the chances to maximize your opportunity to win the fight.
So looking at the items we've got coming in, we've got the Hand of Justice on one hand, and we have got the Ionic Spark on the other. We'll be able to cut through a few more defenses. It's certainly feeling like AMD is getting themselves into a position where they could start really getting to tiebreakers.
Now this is going to be the final reroll. Both players have so much economy going on. They'll keep on rolling, and the most important thing is to look at Kivas. Can he hit anything?
Bard!
Make his board. Bard?
That's huge.
Bard's huge? Bard's huge, Bard's huge. Can he hit anything that can make his board a bit more stronger? I think she's still the second Bard just to see if he has more options.
No, sorry, too. We're all the way down. No, yes, as you guys said, nothing left. A chance here, just putting everything into the roll. There's nothing more left. The Spark comes in, the Hand of Justice comes in as well. Let's see if Amni's got what it takes to push himself forward to a potential place in tomorrow. The Shroud goes through. Keep your eye on that Yasuo dancing between the raindrops. Nomsy again knocked into the skies. Time is wasting as Zoe sends through the Typhoon.
Oh, it hit Deja.
So
One more.
Oh,
nice.
Keep
Ascension.
Nomsy is not casting fast enough. Yasuo is still alive. The triple knockup. The Wind Blast comes through.
It's not over yet.
It will not be this round.
All right, that's it. And if he finds additional upgrades, he's found a Zoe. He's even stronger.
Oh my god.
No Lux off the Astral Orb. The restraint from Kyvix to know not to sell these units in desperation and said, I think I can win the next fight. And if so, that's the way my ticket to get a first in this game.
Now, the reason why a Kivix may win is because currently his Lux is on the enemy Deja, and he split his compositional route more, so Deja does not get additional AoE value. If he keeps that going on, then I think he has a good chance to keep on winning these fights.
All right, guys, do remember this is the last game of the group stage of the competition. We see, apparently the American attitude is go all out, hell for leather to keep him from going. This time, Nomsy will not get knocked up. Should be able to pump out a ton more damage, which could spell disaster for Amdi.
Well, you're looking at the Zephyr that just goes onto the Silas first, and as a result, able to kind of build up momentum. Nomsy does end up casting. Deja's just down to one hit. That Lux is dealing crazy amount of damage, but the healing doesn't come in time.
One more fight.
And Kyvix is trying to play spoiler. I see a small smile coming across his face. He is at the goal line.
Oh no, my friend, not today. I shall be the winner. Bar 2 also upgrade to ready play. He needs Lux the most. That's actually a really significant upgrade to make for sure. I do hope that the fight continues in this sense. I feel Amdi needs to snipe Nomsy as he did always, and I guess just pray that Deja hits the right opponent.
He's stuck on 8 Yasuos as well. This is the best board he can do. This is probably the last fight.
Board. All right, Kyvix, have you got it in your heart to deny the hopes and dreams of Amdi? Nomsy sent to the skies again. It's going to be right down to the wire. The front line is good. The quintuple knockup. Yasuo is still alive. Deja is working her way through the targets between her and her target. Nomsy is still working through on full health. Deja does take a big hit, but they're now face to face. Wind Blast goes wide. Deja goes down. Yasuo has to perform. The shield is good, but Nomsy is enormous. Amdi is denied.
GG, guys, GG. That was a fantastic matchup. Even though these two were friends, they fought till the end and never gave a win to the opponent, I guess. I guess they never give a free win. That's actually better for NA if they did that. These guys are true players, guys, true players.
I think, again, it speaks to the competitive attitude of these players. And just say, I'm going to go all out to shatter your dreams. What a stage to do it on as well.
And it's really fun. I mean, if anything, they made great memories here at the Dragonlands Championship. And you have to remember, AMD is still new to competitive TFT. He's only been playing for about a set and a half. And so for him to be able to make it this far and put on quite a show for not just himself and for his practice group of him and Kyvix, but also for North America, showing that, yes, there's established talent, but there's also up-and-comers for ourselves too.
I mean, I am really impressed not only with the deck research that NA brought, I'm also very impressed by their sportsmanship. Even though these two are best friends, they fought it out the best that they can until the end, not to raise each other up, but to show us, the audience, a better show.
That's right, that's right. And you bring a good point. Nobody's playing Nomsy Mage, really. Most people would laugh at him, but Kyvix, the madman, we call him the mad scientist of North America, he's always finding a reroll edge, and you just witnessed why that is.
All right, guys, we will be headed to break, the most important break of all, because we will be doing our calculations to try and find out who has made the top 8 and who will be playing tomorrow for the title of World Champion. You do not want to miss it. We'll be back with our amazing analyst desk just a few short minutes away.
Oh my gosh!
Nice! Hard to deny the hopes and dreams of Andy. Nomsy sent to the skies again. It's going to be right down to the wire. The front line is good. The quintuple knockup. Yasuo is still alive. Deja is working her way through the targets between her and her target. Nomsy is still working through on full health. Deja does take a big hit, but they're now face to face. Whiplash goes wide. Deja goes down. Yasuo has to perform. The shield is good, but Nomsy is enormous. Amdi is denied.
GG, guys, GG. That was a fantastic matchup, even though these two were friends. They fought till the end and never gave a win to the opponent, I guess.
only one player can be the winner, named champion of TFT, and have this amazing golden spatula. This was the last game, and of course, only 8 players can get through tomorrow. But let's go into the analyst desk and talk about this amazing last game, because it was amazing. We had the Nomsy 3 stars, we had a really good items with the Nomsy, but we also had many players that were greedy in slamming items.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think this is what we were talking about going into this game, that this is really what we're expecting players to do, to really go greedy, go all in, just slam it and send it, and that's what we got.
Of course. So let's talk about the 2NA players that went head-to-head against each other in the last round. Man, what do you think?
Well, I think so. I was taking some notes, right? Because I had temporary amnesia, and that happens to me a lot.
Why are you so chill?
Well, because I've discovered that there's exactly one composition based on that last game, and it's Deja. And then Nomsy came in and made me happy again. I was really impressed by that. I do want to call out one thing. We'll talk a little bit more about Nomsy. Of course, she is our key feature, our little favorite dragon. But the one thing that I thought was really cool watching those final fights, if you go back, you'll see this. Nomsy counters Diamond Hands. Because once the ultimate hits someone, the bounce can hit just after Diamond Hands expires, and the AoE will absolutely blow you up. A couple of times, the initial damage was hitting onto Diamond Hands and sputtering, and then the bounce coming in from the second hit would hit right after it expired. It's really fun to see.
We also got the Seraphine 3 that it wasn't enough because there was a lot of damage and the casting speed wasn't that good.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it going into this as well again, right? Seraphine 3 just not that special anymore. Many players go for it. In the end, it's not going to be the big kicker, but as we are seeing in this highlights, and as Matt already called out, it was a lot of rushing for those Mirage as it was Spell Sword, so all players kind of beelining for that Deja, and Kaifix really recognizing his strength, and we got told by Nathan, admirable, one of the NA casters, that really, Kaifix was saying that his strength is in not playing what he feels is fun, because when he plays what he feels is fun, it goes wrong. But here, he really went with it, and it turned out beautiful. Going into the mages, going into the mage Nomsy, recognizing that strength in a lobby where everybody's kind of putting a bird in their bottom corner. I loved it.
Follow your heart, Kaifix. Follow your
heart.
heart.
And I think it was kind of like key having also the Morello that looks as a second carry, because we have Deja with the Gunblade. He was trying to hold on. Nothing was bothering that Deja, but at the end of the day, there was a Lux, and it was in a good position trying to counter that.
Yeah, I was really excited watching AMD's board progress as we went in, because I was just like, all right, rich get richer. That's cool, whatever. And then the Yasuo started coming in, and he started finally hitting those units, got the Jewel Lotus plus the Infinity Edge just in time, which is just absolutely insane. And waiting on it until the very last second to hit that upgrade, just incredible. And finally seeing, you know, North American players topping the lobby seems to be a theme across the last round.
Okay, hear me out, because I've been watching, I know, I was analyzing this game, but I've kind of been watching the other lobby.
But you should have seen Makes. Makes was like,
I was like
one eye on the screen of this game, one eye on the screen of the other lobby. She was
it's
like
called multitasking, okay? So, I was watching the lobby in which Rain, Hwanmye, and also Tamura and Soju were in, trying to figure out what was going on there, right? Because we knew Hwanmye was already pretty safe, and Rain and Tamura were still playing to make it through. So I'm so happy to talk to you about the standings once we finally see them.
Yeah, I really want to see the standings. They are really holding on to that one. The production is like they're playing with my feelings.
Here they are in!
Here they are, the top 8 players that are gonna represent us tomorrow at the last day of competition. So there's Hwanmye, Rainplosion, great development in this competition, Dungle, Shunga, Tidal, Lifebot, Fritz, and here we go. What an amazing players we had.
I really want to shout out Tidal as well, coming out of the Japanese region. Not expected to exactly crush the competition, but consistent performances across the day. And we were really worried coming out of this one. I was seeing that 7th place placement, and I was like, oh no. No. But barely enough to eke out that top 8 finish. We've got bad news for EMEA, Max.
Yeah, I mean, Lelouch not making it on 1 point. Noel really had a rough day after showing great performance in day 1. And then Coco was actually up there as well.
Yeah.
Double 61 tweeting earlier throughout the day that he knows he can't make it anymore. And he's, sorry to have disappointed. But really, everybody that has been here in these top 32, I want to say these are the best of the best.
Yes.
You represented your regions, and it was beautiful, and we loved it, and you've done fantastic.
I mean, now that you're not rooting or cheering for AMA, you have to pick another region.
I mean, title was in my predictions, so.
I mean,
I love
mine's
Rain.
really easy.
Of course, I'm
Okay,
always going to be in Rain's corner. You know me. I've been saying this, but yeah, it's going to be title and Rain for me.
I'm actually rooting for Rain too. She's been playing amazing. I mean, the first day was a little bit unlucky, but this is really how she plays.
I'm really lucky here because I already showed my cards early day 1. So I got Huamie, I got Shunga, we even got Here We Go. I mean, this is going to be an absolutely stacked finals, and I think there's some really cool play style matchups that are going to be coming up in the next couple of games. But it is going to be so intense tomorrow. We've got a full checkmate coming out, so who knows how many games. Mathematically, I think at least 4.
Yeah, I don't do numbers on broadcast. Production told me I'm not allowed to, so sorry.
We actually had this discussion earlier in the green room. We were like, well, theoretically, it could probably go to like at least 10 games, and we gave up at that point because when you're stuck with that big of a span, you just got to see what comes out. It's the beauty of esports.
I prefer to wait because whenever I do this math in the middle of something went wrong and I get.
We're to make round predictions accidentally.
It's not. So I believe we have an interview coming up next. I really want to know what this player has to say us.
Oh,
They
I
just
think
told
the
me.
interview. Yes, I'm so excited. Sorry. I'm really excited. Thanks.
I'm sorry.
You're like the fangirl club.
We are kind of excited. We're really sorry. But we have a special guest, what we've been talking about. Rain is here with us. Welcome.
How are you? Congratulations.
Doing better. But still really excited to make it to day 3.
Rain, you've been playing so well. You are a gritty player, but with good math, great economy, and congratulations how you felt along these 2 days and how you see yourself for tomorrow.
The first day I actually felt pretty awful. I was still pretty sick. I mean, I'm still sick, but and I was super tired because playing at 2 a.m. is not very fun. I got a little bit unlucky. I went 8th a lot. Actually, I went 8th a lot both days. The second day, we managed to pull it back. I slept a bit more, and I don't know. It's kind of feeling like it hasn't really hit yet. I don't even know. I took like golden egg on my last game for some reason.
I saw that. We've been watching.
We kind of like paused the game we were watching just to know what you got on the golden egg.
Yeah, it worked out, and I'm super, super excited to be playing tomorrow and to compete for the championship.
Okay, Mix?
I think one of the questions I have for you here, Rain, of course, when you say you're sick, of course you mean that you're a sick gamer, and of course not been struggling with a cold for the past 2 weeks.
Oh, no,
Yeah.
I am IRL sick.
Oh, all right. Well, I was trying to
Hopefully
sell
also
it
a
for you.
sick
Don't
gamer.
worry. I'll continue gassing you up as the interview goes on. It's a common theme on the desk here. But what I really wanted to ask you is, coming into day number 1, those first performances, everyone here on air was rooting for you. Those were some rough finishes, and you managed to turn it around, came out of the back end of the day with some great finishes, came into today and just knocked it out of the park, game number 1. How did you turn that around? How did you not get, personally, as a non-professional player, I would have been tilted off the face of the earth. How did you avoid that?
Oh, I mean, I was absurdly tilted as well. Like the levels I had, I was blaming Mort Dog. I was blaming my luck. I was blaming my illness for
That's
everything.
the right way to
But-
play TFT.
But because if you're like not angry at that, like when are you gonna get angry, right? But I just let it happen, and then next game I just focused on everything game by game. Because even if like lulls happen one game, as I guess you can see, even if you go like literally 8-7 for your first 2 games, you can still turn it around. And I guess we ended in second, so there's always hope.
Great job. Great job.
I think going into this tournament, we've all been kind of saying that your strength is reading on how the meta of a tournament or a lobby is and how to use that to your advantage. And I feel like you've really shown that during these 2 days. So in the first day, these rough finishes really showed you what to avoid. And going into day 2, everything I've seen from you was really playing to your strength, recognizing positions in which you were in that kind of elevated your play and made you have those top 4 finishes. So my question is going to be, of course, in the lobby tomorrow, you're going to face off again against the same players as today, for example, Juan Ye, who has been showing crazy strength. How are you approaching that, except for maybe sleeping a lot more?
I haven't taken a look at those games, but I've been looking at like the stats for some of these players. I think a lot. I mean, I'll be completely frank. Like, it's not like I've studied every single player individually, but I'm planning on just continuing with the game plan I've had the entire tournament because it's worked so far, and we'll see how I need to adapt on the fly tomorrow.
How do you feel like the meta has changed here coming right out of NA? Because we talk so much about, oh, the international meta is so much different than the regional meta. But, as a pro player yourself and someone who is known for those really like heavy loss streak play styles, you've shown a change coming into these games. What has that been like having to adjust to a brand new meta? It seems like it was easy for you, but I know the effort you've been putting in these past couple of weeks.
I will say that I'm not sure if it's like a great thing or a bad thing, but the meta is actually not too dissimilar to what it was at the regional finals across most of the regionals. Obviously, some regionals like lean reroll more. For example, China really favored Kaisa reroll coming into Worlds, as far as I was aware. But because the balance changes were a little bit light, it feels like a lot of the comps that were viable still are viable, and that honestly it's more about like adjusting to like lobby per lobby meta rather than adjusting to a tournament meta as a whole.
I think I have one more very important question, and that's a yes or no question. So Raka, is she your spirit animal?
Yeah, okay, I had one game, I think it might have been on broadcast, but I really wanted to go for Soraka 3, except
We
the
saw.
other
Hey.
I was even considering like, okay, but like I kind of wanted to like keep losing so I could go for it, but I also didn't want to throw away to win, so I guess I couldn't get Soraka 3 today.
Okay, tomorrow.
We're expecting that to run. For me, the last question would be, what would it mean for you to win the TFT Championship and, of course, your region?
It means so much to me because this is my first season, first set competing ever. Frankly, I've never like played in such an important event ever. And I know there's a lot of people cheering me on. I've like heard some support from like honestly places I never would have expected. Like for some reason, like a lot of Brazilians have been cheering me on as well as NA fans. So I'd really like to do everyone who's cheering me proud, and I'd love to win it.
Okay, thank you so much, Rain, for this interview. We're really rooting for you, and I hope you remember how much people are like, how much you inspire people right now in this moment. So good luck tomorrow, and thank you so much for the interview.
Thank you for having me.
Make it rain!
Woo! Okay, she deserves it.
Everyone in the background, by the way, I don't know if Rain is still on the line and can hear us, but everyone over on the caster couch just like whooped loudly. And especially when she won, it was just cacophony here on and off stage.
Shout out to Admirable, because like I was watching right now. I was like, okay, she's top 4, she's top 3, and
she's top 1.
From the position onward where she picked Egg, he's been saying, no, she's gonna win. She's gonna win. He had it in his heart.
And whenever we said like, we don't know because Juan is doing
Juan is in this lobby, tomorrow's a cursed crown.
He was like,
no, she's gonna win.
Okay, I think that the spirit is very important in this type of competitions, because it's not just like having a strong board, it's also like keeping up with the competition. We already see a lot of players that did really well on the first day. On the second day, it's just about like so close to get into that top 8, like Lelouch happened, for example, and many others that like Tomora, that was
2
really
points
that.
off, unfortunately. But a great showing from OCE, I just want to say.
Very correct, Mace. As you have been known to remind us, Oceania has always had some really good performances on the international stage, but I personally was really excited by seeing the amount of regional representation we get here.
This is the difference of the qualified players. We were saying how close they were to the top 8, but it's just about like 1 or 2 points.
I could give you like an encouraging speech about each of these players as like a respect to them, but since we don't have the time for that, I just want to say really everyone that's not advancing to day 3 has been fantastic.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, looking at these players as well, one of the things you're talking about, the mental game, Kali, and you've got to look at players like Huamie. He's been to like every championship nearly, 4 in a row. He's done this before. He's won this before. So you've got to keep your eyes on him.
Yeah, and we were saying about Shunga that the first day didn't perform that well, but he is the regional champion. He does very good, and same as Huanmi, he knows how to perform well to get the top 1. Sadly, this is the end of the show, but we have to remind the people that are watching us to follow on social media. Remember TFT on Twitter, Play TFT on Instagram and Facebook, of course. And if you want to join the conversation and make like a simple bet of who you think is gonna win tomorrow.
Encourage your favorite players. Tell us you love us here on Desk, how great the stage is, all of that. We want to read it.
Your favorite composition, for example, please use the hashtag TFT Championship. So guys, any last words for today?
Jayo, Huamie, let's do it. I'm looking forward to this tomorrow.
Thanks.
I mean, I'm just really, really looking forward to tomorrow's competition. It's going to be really fun. We will be in Checkmate. And yeah, I think you should all come back tomorrow. So keep that in mind.
Keep that in mind.
Keep that
you
in
should
mind.
tune back in tomorrow. I think is the most relaxed call to action I've ever heard.
I know what chat wants, so I'm speaking their language.
Just
you know,
like
'cause I'm
remember
cool
that you
like
should
that.
come back. That's all.
So it's the end of the journey for many great players. But remember, tomorrow is the last day of competition. 8 players are gonna go head to head against each other to see who is the best TFT player of the world. We'll see you tomorrow with more action.
Back to our game, we're going to see Rain's board that she's been building up all game versus Dasik. Holding on by a thread, but the Xayah will be able to rip through this Terra with just one more ultimate. Woo! Big hit. The Lux that has taken Bintum all the way to the final round remains uncontested in the back. But watch the Kaisa firing away and getting fired at. The Lux will take her down. And after a long fought game, Korea's Bintum will it was like, yes, the power.
Here we go to the restroom.
Whoa! Hard to deny the hopes and dreams dreams of Amni. Nomzi sent to the skies again. It's going to be right down to the wire. The front line is good. The quintuple knockup. Yes, so we're still alive. Deja is working her way through the targets between her and her target. Nomzi is still working through on full health. Deja does take a big hit for that now. Face to face. Whiplash goes wide. Deja goes down. Yasuo has to perform. The shield is good, but Nomzi is enormous. Amni is denied.
Oh, it's not over yet.
Not be this round.